seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
Good flipping morning, everybody. This is a Sunday morning installment of Coffee and a Cup of Color. Your humble host, Culler, drinking a cup of Green Mountain Nantucket blend, medium roast, just for y'all to talk about this football game last night so you don't have to, because apparently everybody is up in arms over it. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to this beautiful Sunday morning. It's already raining. A little sun shower out going on right now in South Florida, sunny South Florida. The birds are chirping. The geese are honking. And the Miami Dolphins got plenty of things to fix. But mainly their fan base has to just kind of pump the brakes. We got to talk about it. We got a boatload to talk about it. We'll get into some news. We'll get into some updates. Nothing on the JT front. We'll listen to what Mike McDaniel has to say about last night. Oh, it's like an old movie, about last night. We'll find out what he has to say, and we'll chop it up, see if any of y'all want to talk about it, and then get on out of here. Appreciate every one of you that have already shown up and hit the like button. Do like all those people. Hit the like button. Share this show out. Make sure everybody knows Culler is out there talking right now. As you see by the episode title, flip out and chill. That's my frustrated emojicon right there. That's the emoticon of frustration you see in the title. Frustration with all the talk I heard last night. 72 Fins logo, how you doing? Good morning. First in chat, followed by Marino's Goat, because that's what Marino's Goat does. Gets into chat early. Shows up in the clutch. Roger Goodell's burner, how you doing? Torrey Jackson Jr. Lakers all day. Love you, buddy. How you doing, Lakers? Cap for life. Donald Henry. Tua IQ, also known a.k.a. as Michael K. Has to be the most comical fan in the Buffalo Bills fan base. Followed by his buddy JC Bills Mafia. And of course, OG. O, capital G. As you can see, G. How you doing this morning, G? Fred Dunlap. Don't jump off a cliff, Fred. It's going to be all right, buddy. Brian's Brains. Mark, as always, writing books in our chat. Flava J, Delusional Patriots fan. I could see the light. We got Epps in the building, everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4 Epps. Who comes around every once in a while because he knows how it is. Probably preserving his mental state of mind. Just peppers himself with a little bit of Dolphins community action these days. Love to have you, Epps. Adam Sadowski, how you doing? Member Adam Sadowski. And as you can see, Adam Sadowski, a couple others, they have a green tag. Even Michael K, Tua IQ has a green tag because they've decided to be highly supportive of this channel and join as members, 3 different membership levels. You can check them out. You can also help the channel by super chats and super stickers, as well as hitting us up on Cash App or Venmo with $ the Fins Tailgate and or the Fins Tailgate. And we appreciate those who have already done that. Follow their lead. It'd be nice. And we can bring you all kinds of more stuff. Samuel Lance, how you doing? Good morning to you too. Bleezy38, as always, good morning. Kevin Lee, Eric Von Rogers, Los Dolphinaticos Canal, a.k.a. the Dolphin Maniacs. How you doing this morning? Joe Wrist. Lewis. What's up, man? Maybe I can get everybody up here to cover your middle spot anyway, but Lewis is going to be, Lewis had to, do his duty for his family today, got called in, so he'll be pushing back his post-game wrap-up till around 8 p.m., I think, tonight, which is then going to be followed by everybody's favorite, El Capitan at 9:30. You can catch the both of them. Green Rat, how you doing? Edward Loftus, Andres Negron, OG Andres, Rafael Courtwright, and of course, Estefan over in the Big Star State. How you doing, Estefan? I got through everybody. Anybody else that comes in, you're better than the rest of them and you get a better welcome. So there you go. As I was saying earlier, a minute ago, El Capitan, Lewis, Rabid Dolphin, just some of the great content you can catch here, as well as myself popping in with coffee and a cup of color. So hit the notification bell if you haven't already to make sure you're not missing anything. And we are still on Jonathan Taylor watch, positive or negative, whether we go ahead and make a move there. But as well, I join Ali every morning for Top of the Tailgate at 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., bringing you whatever we can about the Miami Dolphins news, updates, NFL, the world sometimes. We do caching, we do cause for cleats. We tell you about our coffee, all that kind of stuff, weather, traffic, you name it. It's a morning show. Check it out, 6 a.m. to 8. We appreciate every one of you that have already been coming by every morning. I know it's early, but we just want to, we're just trying to give you something to listen to on your commute or when you're getting yourself dressed or making your coffee or whatever. Nice to have some Dolphins talk in the background. And of course, last night, as you saw, Ali with Late Night Exhales back. Saturday nights, usually bringing you hype. But last night, because the preseason game was on Saturday, of course, it was more of a post-game hype. Or a post-game exhale, if you will. And of course, he's always recording broken takes, bringing the whole crew in to give our crazy takes. Tonk will be joining him on the next episode, so make sure you're checking that out. Shake Money with the Drive Time and the Smoke Lounge every other day of the week. Usually the Rabid Dolphin Lewis will be co-hosting with him, or, any of us. You got Crypto now on Mondays with Lewis. And, of course, on Thursdays with myself. Check out the Crypto Show. He's always going to tell you exactly how he thinks of it from a marketing standpoint, business standpoint, monetary, treasury, bookkeeper, crypto extraordinaire. He'll even give you the crypto prices for the day. So check him out. And, of course, along with KP, the 2 newest additions to our team. KP had a great show yesterday talking fantasy. He's going to be bringing that to you every Saturday. Late morning, mid-afternoon. Just depends on his schedule there. But good turnout yesterday for the first show. Make sure y'all, if you didn't know about it, check it out next Saturday. Go watch the replay from yesterday's show. Get some good fantasy tips and tricks and all that stuff. Great talk. And, of course, The OG Tonk himself is back on Tuesdays with TMI Tuesdays. Make sure you're checking him out. Right around 9:30, I believe, is when he goes with that. And of course, it helps again to hit that notification bell so you don't have to remember everything I just told you. The system should let you know when we go live. So go ahead and hit the notification bell. Make sure you're using the links in the description below for Fanatics. You heard it. All officially licensed for all of your major sports leagues. Use the link in the description below so they know we sent you. And of course, also for Dubby energy drinks, Shake has done great previews on the starter pack, few different flavors, tells you all about it. No, all smash, no crash. Get the dub with Dubby. And after you get the dub and after you buy your gear at Fanatics, take it, some of it on over to Backroom Collections, where they'll customize a visor for your mini helmets. They'll paint all over your stuff and make it artsy. They got their own customized artwork, memorabilia, all that good stuff. Husband and wife team trying to make it along. And of course, with Dubby and Backroom Collections, you can use TFTG as a code at checkout for 10% off your first purchase. Check them out. They're great. But one more thing. Man, our housekeeping's getting long, big, much more and more to do. I'm 12 minutes into the show. I remember when our housekeeping was only 2 minutes long. But you can check out TFTGnetwork.com, our website, our centralized location for all things TFTG, the Fins Tailgate, the only one, and in the future to be the Fans Tailgate, because we are the fans. Us Miami Dolphin fans, we are the fans. We let people come in from other fan bases and chop it up with us because we are the fans. They want to be around us. They want to be like us. They hate us because they ain't us. So check out TFTGnetwork.com, bookmark it. Make it your homepage so when you open up your browser, you got, boom, Fins Tailgate right there. You can check out all of your favorite TFTG personalities over there. Check out their bios, links to all their content, socials, and, of course, the store, the TFTG storefront, where you can get stuff like this Cookin' Folk apron. A lot of it inspired by the stuff you hear us talk about with our friends, family, and enemies up on the panels. Little things that come out and jokes that happen, and we try to turn some of them into some content on our merchandise. So there's one of them right there, Cookin' Folk. Get your Cooking Folk apron so you can be like the Rabid Dolphin. You can be like Lewis. And look, when you're standing at your grill and your buddy, the Patriots fan, wants to come over and, throw it in your face, you can just cook him with the Cooking Folk apron. Smack him upside the head with the spatula and be like, listen, son, this is my cookout and we doing the cooking. TFTGnetwork.com. Check it out today. And I think that is everything. I don't think I missed anything. And that's the show, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good day. I appreciate y'all. I'm just kidding. Couldn't do that to you. We got 60 of you watching on a Sunday morning. This is unbelievable. You know the season's coming. That's what that tells me. Season is only 2 weeks away. One more Sunday without football. And then it's on. Los Angeles Chargers in LA. Miami Dolphins. And we have a lot to atone for from last year with that opponent. Now, getting to last night's game. Oh, first of all, we got a little bit of news here I wanted to get to before I forget and before it gets into the game talk. As a lot of you might be aware, some of you already mentioned it in chat early on. How you doing, Kenna and Aqua? Good morning, guys. Good to see you. The Miami Dolphins and defensive lineman Zach Sealer have agreed to a 3-year, $30.8 million contract extension on Sunday. According to Cameron Wolf of ESPN, reported the deal carries $20 million in guarantees and could reach up to $35.7 million with incentives. Sealer's new contract comes as Christian Wilkins continues to negotiate a long-term contract with the team. We'll have updates on that and any information as soon as that becomes available. But that, to me, kind of shocked me a little this morning hearing that. It kind of came out of nowhere. Nobody was really talking that they were about to do anything on his front regarding that. And the numbers involved. And the fact that Wilkins still hasn't signed. I mean, that's Wilkins' money right there. If Wilkins is turning down that, and they decide, and Sealer didn't, we could be looking at an indicator right here, people. We could be looking at a move being made with Wilkins. I mean, we all argued up and down till we're blue in the face about whether Wilkins was worth over 20 million. Most people arrived at about 17, 18 million. Some of the extremes, I should say extreme middle, were around 19 or 20 million. And here's that. Nobody was talking in their right mind that Zach Sealer was worth that much. Every conversation I heard was Wilkins was the reason Sealer was eaten. And now now Sealer's got that money. Are they both going to get that money? Is that possible? I mean, I like Sealer. I could argue with people whether who it is, who's better, or who is responsible for whose performance. But I mean, the Dolphins have spoken. $20 million a year, $20 million in guarantees, and about what does that work out to be? $10 million a year overall. I mean, what does Wilkins want? 30, 40 million in guarantees. I mean, I don't know. So we'll see how that works out. Maybe that, this could be why it's so difficult in the talks, because most people argue Wilkins deserves more than Sealer. So they're going to have to work that out. I mean, if you look at reaching up to 35.7 over 3 years, so that's roughly what? Almost 12 million a year. Is Wilkins really worth 8 more million a year than Sealer? I don't know about that. So we'll see what Wilkins commands, and we'll see who is going to be the team that pays that. Because that gets me to last night's game and the recent Jonathan Taylor talk. First of all, I am not going to flip out over last night's game. I understand everybody's point from every side. I fell asleep. First of all, the game was it's a preseason game, and I just absolutely cannot stand watching preseason games, to be completely honest with everybody. I hate it. Traditionally, I watch about 10 minutes of a preseason game, and I go about my business. It's like watching a secretary do their work. It's like watching I don't know. I can't handle it. The only reason I watch preseason games is because I started up doing YouTube and commentating and all that, and I figured I needed to know. It's informational. I have to watch it. I really don't give one. I really don't care one bit 1 iota to watch a preseason game. I watched I looked at what I needed to find out for myself last night, and as soon as that happened, I was bored to sleep. And as such, I missed Late Night Exhale last night. And thank God I did. No, I'm just kidding. Make sure you're watching it last night. It was a great show. People were so excited on all sides of the fence, from people flipping out to people chilling out. And it just didn't matter. You know, it seemed like there could be no middle ground of, look, don't torture yourself by watching these games. I mean, they're just like, look at what you want to find out, and that's it. Because there's no continuity on a football team in a preseason game. The third and last preseason game. We have no idea what the coaches want to look at. None of that. We have no idea what was game planned for what, who was doing what and told to do what, and this and that and the other. And on the other side of the field, you've got a really well-coached football team that is not the Atlanta Falcons and not the Houston Texans. So for myself, I wanted to see, hey, okay, get our starting guys in there against a really well put together football team that's well coached, and see what the difference looks like between them and the likes of Atlanta or Houston. And I found out a lot. I'm not overly excited about what I saw, but at the same time, you're talking about a team that was playing their first home game in preseason, has a lot to show their own crowd. And let's face it, when you're talking about a preseason team like ours that has a lot of questions still to be answered by the coach, we're not running anything. And it's not to say we're not running we're not giving up any secret. These are all cop-outs. We're not giving up secrets, or it's vanilla. No, I don't use those words, like, because they all apply. It's like, look, we're not running anything with any kind of continuity last night. A lot of people need it. We're going for their jobs. You got our first team that, yeah, okay, you could expect them to ball out and all that and put it all in there, but there's still, something to be said about, look, we all talk about preseason is not really truly full speed. Well, why do we say that? Because none of these players want to get hurt. There's absolutely no reason and nothing to prove to Duval County to go head-to-head against that well-put-together football team who's trying to show up for their crowd, to give their crowd something to be excited about. There is something to be said about professional courtesy. And there's absolutely no reason for us to have smacked ourselves around going for that win. Now, yeah, you want to see things well put together. You want to see good effort, which we didn't see from a lot of groups. But beyond the first two series, there's absolutely no continuity on anywhere on either side of the ball. And that was to be expected. And their guys have continuity because they planned to have continuity last night, playing in front of their home crowd. It is what it is. I have never, ever held any water to a preseason game in my entire life, good or bad. It was nice to see that we could look really good against a bad defense last week and really good against a bad offense. And that was good to see. That tells me we should beat the teams we need to beat. But Jacksonville is a good team, and there's no reason to risk injury and go in there trying to whoop up on them like they're the Houston Texans. There's just none whatsoever. I'm not saying we plan to lose. But let's be real. When a well put together NFL team is game planning against you in a preseason game, You're not planning to win, that's for sure. Why are you going to do that? We had 3 injuries last night? One of them could end one of our players' career. Now, I don't know if this guy had a chance to make the 53-man roster. Prayers out to Daewoo Davis, I believe it is, who was carted off the field last night, causing the game to be ended early. So obviously, the NFL agrees with me. Copium for a preseason game? Really delusional? You guys had 8 in a 21-year span, delusional Patriots fan. You guys had 8 winning preseasons. Did you know that? 8 out of 21 seasons. There's a lot of things that look terrible. There's things that look terrible that are, dare I say, excusable given the circumstances, and there's things that look terrible that are not excusable. I get it. That's the purpose of that game. The purpose of that game is not to win. The purpose of that game is to find out what is not terrible and what is terrible. And we found out a lot of things last night. Let me ask you all this. If we would have beat the shit out of the Jacksonville Jaguars last night and just absolutely dog walked them up down in the field from quarter to quarter, from first to fourth, how easy do you think the 53-man roster cuts would be today? We have 37 people to get off this roster. 37 people. And you're going to tell me I'm supposed to worry about last night's game and how they looked, how those 37 guys looked. No, I was more concerned about the first 53, the first 22 that were on the field. Those are the ones I was concerned about. And they looked like a team that has been playing the Houston Texans and then went against a really well put together football team with an intention to win in front of their audience last night. And we looked like dog shit. Does that mean we're going to look like dog shit 2 weeks from now against the Chargers? Maybe. But there's no way to know what kind of speed we were playing at last night, given the risk of injury in a game that absolutely means nothing. I don't know how many times I have to say this, and people don't understand. The Dolphins are not playing for our pleasure in the preseason. Let me repeat that. The Dolphins are not playing for our pleasure in the preseason. And Fred, if you think one preseason game against the Jaguars is going to be a great confidence builder for who? The 37 guys that we have to cut? Well, that's their fault. I mean, they have every reason in the world to go 3/4 speed last night on offense and defense. So we're going to talk about those first two things because what I watched the game for was what we needed to watch the game for. How does our first team and second team look against a team that's well put together, that's trying to win in front of their audience in a preseason game? Let's see how they look. What happens when the competition increases? And I wasn't overly happy with what I saw in the first couple series yet last night. And then a couple series after that with Skylar Thompson's, let's be real, dog shit performance. Now, I could get into, I'm not going to throw the kid under the bus. I'm not going to say, oh, he's the reason that we looked like dog shit last night. No, his dog shit performance was a direct result of a dog shit performance by the entire team. Just like it would have been for Tua. And it was, in my humble opinion. On the second drive, we drove down the field on the legs of Savon Ahmed, period. And one little squirt out flat pass to Alec Ingold. And then Tua decides to throw a ball to a covered receiver, the skinniest guy on our football team, across the middle, 5 yards in front of the goal line in a preseason game where he has nothing to lose. That's concerning. That's decision making. But what's more concerning is the fact that Robbie Anderson was the best option for him to throw to on that play. It's not concerning from the coach because obviously he wanted to look at other guys playing with Tua. That's fine. But I'm going to shift this back to Skyler now, who deserves every bit as much deference as Tua does, because why? I'm starting to notice a pattern here. And I was talking to Shake and Crypto, I believe it was, or somebody this morning about this. You know, we go back and forth, Tua haters, Tua nears, Skyler haters, Skyler nears, whatever you want to call everybody, whatever the trope is, right? We go back and forth about, oh, you don't give the same deference to Tua. Oh, you don't give the same deference to Skyler. You notice a pattern here when we're sitting here like, oh, well, Tua had this and this trash to throw to. And the other side says, well, Skyler wasn't working with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. And both of those are fair points. Because what's the common denominator here? Haven't you all realized it? Our wide receivers, once you get past Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, our wide receivers are absolute garbage at running routes and getting open. I'm going to say it. And I think I have a right now because we keep going back and forth about, oh, when Tua has a bad game, when Skyler has a bad game, when one of them has a good game, when the other has a good game. And we're talking, don't you realize the pattern here? The pattern is once you take Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle off the field, our wide receiver room is absolute garbage on the field. Together as a unit. There's never anybody to throw to. Now, there may be guys getting open, but not in a way that allows our quarterbacks to visualize it. We might have one or two here misses, but the game is fast. They're not getting open enough beyond Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. I am done arguing the quarterback thing. Tua's quarterback 1, Skyler's quarterback 2 as of now. That could change for Skyler because of Mike White. Fine. But we're not going to continue to sit here and do this back and forth when it's obvious that if both of them, if you could say the same thing, whether you're a hater or a lover of either of the two, if you both can continue to say the same thing to each other, what's that tell you? That there's some other common denominator. And I believe that common denominator is our wide receivers. It's just obvious to me now. I mean, how does Robbie Chosen not frame out that guy right there? With his height and arm length. How does Tua throw to him? You're in a preseason game. Throw into the damn end zone or throw out the back of it. Whatever. Meanwhile, I could argue, and a person could argue, Culler, get off the offense's back. They might have been trying stuff. They weren't playing to win. I get it. There's no game plan. I get it. That's why I'm going to get off their back. I only wanted to point out a couple of those things. And the third thing, which I'm going to get into after I talk about the defense, because the third problem I had on offense last night ties into the Jonathan Taylor talk. Our defense, first of all, in a preseason game where there's no game planning and it's all fundamentals and all of that, the defense can be held accountable for certain things. Absolutely 100%. Defense is reactive. Most of the time, defense is like it is in the preseason, even in the regular season, because offenses have the advantage of knowing the damn play. So we can judge our defense last night and the first group, unless they're going 3/4 speed, which would be the only mitigating circumstance I would allow. Preseason game, last one, don't want to get hurt, 3/4 speed. But putting that aside, their running game absolutely gashed us last night. Their offensive line absolutely owned us in the trenches last night and completely made us look like fools with their running game. Travis Etienne, if we haven't forgotten, was slated to be a top 5 back in the league. And now with a real coach, we're starting to see his emergence. I have a feeling Etienne, barring any injury, is going to be quite deadly this year. You know what? I'm going to pull this comment up because I think it's really fair. G says 3/4 speed is exactly how you get hurt. That's why I don't necessarily buy it, G. I absolutely agree with you there. That's why I ain't going to buy that. 3/4 speed. No, our defense was absolutely getting gashed last night. Maybe they're just having a bad game. Maybe it's 3/4 speed, G, to be fair to them, because they're just tired. Okay, maybe. I don't know. Bad day, bad night. We could say that. But other than that, no. I understand Wilkins wasn't in the lineup. I don't think Sealer was either, right? Correct me if I'm wrong on the Sealer thing. I don't remember if Sealer was in the lineup or not. How you doing, Jamaican from Zion? How you doing, man? Good to see you this morning. Finn's Rule, couple other latecomers. Fred, how you doing? Pseudo Spike. Exactly, Pseudo. We need to look at the defense, for the first quarter or however long the main guys were fully out there. Because once they started pulling first guys out, yes, there was a lot of first guys that were still out there late. I get it. But once you start pulling some of the first team out, you lose continuity. So I'm not going to necessarily destroy them for everything beyond the second quarter. But, man, that Jacksonville Jaguars absolutely marched up and down that field on our defense last night in any way they wanted to. Run, pass. Trevor Lawrence looked like freaking Tua should look. Okay? Yeah, I'm going to say that. Okay? And we just absolutely got destroyed. We got a lot of work to do on defense. And what I fear is that we've gotten so hyped up. And yes, Fangio is good, and I trust things are going to be great. But have we gotten a little ahead of ourselves on where we're at, given a new defensive coordinator coming in and new things being implemented? Let's be real here. Are we going to need to get a little more help from our offense for the first few games of the season? And are we going to have to be a little more patient with our defense going forward? Because I think we got shown last night, we're not quite ready as we thought we were. Going up against a real team like that, a real offense that's got things put together. And given that defense is reactive, it doesn't really matter if you're game planning so much. And look, you could say, okay, they had some great drives and some great plays, and we had some good shutdowns. That would be a preseason game where, you could excuse us because, hey, it's a preseason game. But we absolutely got manhandled in every facet of the game on defense. That's not preseason shit. That's systemic. And I'm sorry to say it. I'm not saying I'm Chicken Little. It's systemic, and that system is good, but it just got started. And I think we saw last night where we're at in our, retooling of our defense with our new defensive coordinator. Don't be so surprised if Justin Herbert takes care of business in week 1. We just have to answer on offense. That's just all there is to it right now. And given that what we have on offense, there should be no excuse that we can't. And that brings me back to the offense one more time. Our running back room is horrendous. Our running back room is absolutely horrendous. The two best guys we seem to have on our team are Savon Ahmed and an undrafted free agent by the name of Chris Brooks. Okay, A-Chain, fine. A-Chain is a rookie, didn't play last night. Gaskin even got a couple good catches for a first down here and there. But did any of you last night, and be honest, put yeses and nos in chat. I really want to see everybody's answer. And be honest with yourself, okay? Did any of you feel like Savon Ahmed was better than Mostert last night? Like, if you didn't know their names and you didn't know their histories and their standing in the league and all that, and first time you ever saw any of them run, did you think Savon Ahmed should be starting running back last night over Raheem Mostert based on what you saw? And be honest with yourself. Don't look at it like what you know about the two and their careers and all that. Just with what you saw last night, who would you assume was running back 1 on this football team? And that's not saying much because Savon Ahmed is not a world beater. Now, I don't know if somebody was in their feels last night because of all the talk about Jonathan Taylor and all the questions he's been getting. But I could name at least 2 runs last night that would have been taken to the house if we had Jonathan Taylor. 2 simple off-tackle runs that went nowhere that would have been touchdowns had it been Jonathan Taylor. And I'm standing by my position now. I am more resolved than I have ever been this last week. And you all have heard me go pretty hard in the paint for Jonathan Taylor. I am more resolved than I have ever been that we need to bring this man to Miami. Our running back room is absolutely horrendous. And I take back everything. Even if I like some of our tight ends, I take back I will have a debate right now. Anybody that wants to come up here by themselves and debate me about whether which is better, our tight end room or our running back room, I'm going to now take the tight ends all day long. Our running back room is absolutely horrendous. I mean, I understand running backs get bottled up here and there on plays. But come on, people. Jonathan Taylor can sidestep an entire offensive line's edge, an entire defensive line's edge. His cutback. Last night, I watched Mostert run into a pile of guys on a designed counter trap where the whole freaking defense was pushed to one side of the freaking play. The whole other side of the field was open, and Mostert runs right behind the wedge. No cutback whatsoever, not even an attempt at a cutback. That's a touchdown with Jonathan Taylor. That's a touchdown with Christian McCaffrey. You know how I know this? Because Christian McCaffrey did it to us last season. 45-yard touchdown. Y'all remember? That was a counter trap cutback that he decided to cut back at the last second because the whole entire side of the field was open to him, and he took it to the house. Mostert does not seem to have that ability. Dolphins #1 fan, welcome to the chat, says no vision. That could be what you would say. I think that is the skill that is involved with that. Scummy, how you doing? I forgot to say hi to Scummy. Always making me laugh. I'll say it again. Jonathan Taylor is a proven commodity. He's a proven top 5 back in this league. All the HR paperwork is already done. All the W-4s are already signed. His house is already bought. His family's in its place. His kids are going to school. He's acclimated to the NFL. And you're telling me I can't burn a 28th pick in the first round on this guy? I mean, for real. Oh, well, we'll just go pick another one in the draft. Yeah, exactly. And it takes an entire year. Let me point out something. Let me show you something real quick so y'all can see how I go about doing things. By the way, I'm eating a Pop-Tart while I'm doing this. So I don't mean to be rude if you hear me sound like I have a stuffy mouth. But I'm going to pull this page up real quick so you can see. See for yourselves. This is the Pro Football Reference page, bio page for Jonathan Taylor. Let's see here. Right there is about what I want to show you. Okay. Can y'all see this? It's not so important that you can see what the exact numbers are per se. And it's funny, this is actually going to go against my point, but it kind of doesn't because it still will. It'll still work, but it makes it even better. It actually enhances my point. Do you guys notice where all those darker, bold numbers are? Where he had 1,811 rushing yards, 18 touchdowns, a long of 83, 106.5 yards per game, almost 20 yards per, what is that? Oh, 20 attempts per game. I mean, that was in his second year. Not his first. Sorry, Jermaine. Oh, I can zoom out in a little bit if you're not trolling me. Is that a little better? Eventually, it gets off my page if I go to 200%. Let me know if that's better for you. But, oops, let me get that off. Now, granted, he came ready. I mean, he was he was picked 41st overall. Okay. And even in his first rookie year, while he's getting acclimated, okay, I expected to see low numbers because the point I was trying to make, now they are lower. He only had 1,169 yards in his rookie season. And that's only in 15 games with 232 attempts, 11 touchdowns, and 69 first downs with a long of 62. 77.9 yards per game. See, that's lower because he was just getting acclimated to the league. He was diminished. Now, the reason I'm pointing that out is because these people are like, we can't give a 28th overall pick in the first for this production right here, when we could actually also get this production. And I'm fine with this production because it's 11 games. It's still the same as these 2 years. Okay, you got an injury. Okay, fine. That's the one concern. But putting that aside, you know what this guy is. Instead, you have people saying we should take that first round pick, draft another running back, and even if that running back is ready-made, okay, it's still going to take him a year to get to the levels that we need him to be at for what we're all talking about, which is Super Bowl aspirations. So what is it? We now on 2025 because we're not going to have, and is Tyreek still going to be in the other? What did we make the 3 splashes we've already made? If we're going to wait for a running back to get up to that speed by 2025, 2026 now, because y'all want to draft another running back. With the hope that he might be Jonathan Taylor. I don't understand that. It just don't make sense to me. I'd make that pick in a heartbeat. Now imagine, well, I just said, you talk about Culler, we can get one in the draft, right? Now let's say next year we're sitting there at 27th, ready to make our first round pick, right? And a running back comes along with the stat sheet in the NFL that I just showed you. You're telling me you're not going to make that pick? Are you serious? Terrence, how am I talking crazy? People saying that they shouldn't make that pick are talking crazy, in my opinion. Here's a good example. Maybe this will finally get it for people. The Jets whiffed on Dan Marino. Remember that? We all know that. Jets fans hate themselves for the rest of the time for missing Dan Marino and letting Miami pick him up. And for whatever reason, the Jets organization, head coach, general manager, whoever, decided that Kenny O'Brien was a better option than Dan Marino. Biggest blunder in sports history, if you ask me. Now, if you could go back in time, if the Jets, if that general manager and coach could go back in time, and they're sitting there with their draft board in front of them, and whatever reason they decided Kenny O'Brien was a better option, we know they were wrong, but they had their reasons. They didn't just it wasn't like they were just flipping a coin. If they knew in front of them what Dan Marino's 3-year track record was going to be 3 years into the future, are you telling me they still would pick Kenny O'Brien? See, now who sounds like they're talking crazy? We know what Jonathan Taylor is. We know he's a top 5 back. We know now after last night, Raheem Mostert is not. And I'm not trying to throw shade on Mostert. He's an NFL running back. I could never do what he does. As a human being, I stand in awe over a guy like Raheem Mostert. Utmost respect. But he's not Jonathan Taylor. Not many backs are. They just aren't. Top Gun Fins, how you doing this morning? Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Super Chat says, Greer should highly reconsider Taylor after last night's game. Also, our backups did not show up. It's spooky out here, Culler. I agree. I 100% agree. Savon Ahmed looked great. Don't get me wrong. But he's still Savon Ahmed. He's not going to do that on command or on demand, however you want to say it. He is looking a lot more consistent than past camps. But he's not Jonathan Taylor. And if you think A-Chain is, that's fine. That's fine. I will still go back to the pattern. We made a splash bringing in Tyreek with Jalen Waddle to follow him up. We already knew Jalen Waddle was a star. We still went and got Tyreek. We already know Jalen Phillips is probably going to be a star. We still went and got Bradley Chubb. Made a splash. We already had Xavier Howard, Javon Holland, and Kader Kohu. We drafted Cam Smith, of course, after we got Ramsey. But now we still made a splash in our defensive back room when we arguably didn't need to. We've got star talent in there. Still made a splash with Jalen Ramsey. Now, for some reason, we're going to pull our foot back out of the water and wait 2 years to get star power at running back. You could argue we drafted A-Chain. Maybe he is a star. I'm not going to argue that he's not. But we've got star power, young star power at every other key position with a splash free agent that we brought in. Why wouldn't we do the same thing at running back when the guy is there? Jonathan Taylor, he's there. How you doing, Brian's Brains? Top of the morning to you too, good sir. Now, I don't think we're toast without him, but you can see what our running game is going to look like this year. And I don't care if it's preseason game or not. You don't need much game planning to run. You don't need any game planning to hit the hole. You don't need any, come on, man. Just do the deal, Chris. Now, he may be sitting there listening to me right now. I know he does. Good morning, Mr. Greer. Appreciate you listening. He could be sitting there thinking, man, Culler, what do you think the hell I'm doing? These other fans don't have any clue. I'm just working it out the right way. Okay, great. I mean, we could be looking at a situation where they just needed to see what they saw last night. And it could be why it looked to me the way he was running. Hey, Mostert could have been in his feels last night. I'm just saying, he could have been in his feels with all of what we're talking about. And I don't blame him. I mean, it is what it is, but that's professional sports, and he knows that. The only thing that's concerning to me is I'm not so sure after last night that Dallas is necessarily as much interested in it as they would have been before. But they have their reasons for wanting to go after him if, let's say, we get the star running back instead of them, as was reported by their pundits back when the Dalvin Cook sweepstakes was going on. I know Teron Armstead wasn't in the game last night, but he wasn't in the game all preseason. So our running game has been a little better against the lesser grade defenses, and then we go up against the Jaguars defense that's really put together, and we're hitting brick walls all night with Raheem Mostert. I just don't believe that would have happened with Jonathan Taylor, even in a preseason game. Now we wouldn't have played him. I'm not saying even if we brought him in, I get it, but I'm just saying you can see the difference. Go watch yourself some highlight footage of Jonathan Taylor, and you'll see the difference within the first few runs. And don't let me forget. Thank you, Raphael, for not letting me forget about that. Not only did Connor Williams continue his high snap problems, which really is starting to become an issue because, that's going to cost us a game. I agree with Crypto in that regard. That is going to cost us a game. And on that same note, FinMily last night. One of the bright spots of the game last night, in my opinion, was Dan FinMily. Solid snapping, solid. The way the guy lines up and puts himself down on the turf and gets ready to snap the ball looks so nice and professional and like a center. And I'm not saying Connor don't either. I'm just saying. And then, man, he is like absolute Velcro to these defensive tackles, man. They can't get off his block. I thought that looked really well last night. I think individually, Dan FinMily really looked good last night. I don't see any reason we can't, given the fact that what's he going to do? Lose us a game because he whiffed a block? That ain't going to happen. But you can lose a game with a bad snap. I thought Dan FinMily looked really good last night. Outstanding. Looked like a man that wanted to make this team. Folks, we're at the hour mark, hour and 5 minutes. Got 86 of you on a Sunday morning at 11:30. God, I love you all. Appreciate it. We're not even playing today. This is great. Really bodes well for the start of the season for the Fins tailgate. It is definitely going to be not only a Dolphins season, but a TFTG season for sure. You all are making it great. Make sure you're hitting the like button, sharing this thing out, subscribing to the channel, hitting the notification bell, and become a member. We got 3 different levels. I think you can be a member for like as little as $2 or $3 or something. We want to make it, easy enough for everybody to show their support, But thank you, everybody who has. Thank you, everybody who's hit the like button. I don't even know where we're at on that. I don't have the the other page up right at the moment. Let's see here. I don't know. I just don't think I'm not jumping off a cliff over it because I think look, I was like absolute I rewatched Late Night Exhale last night and I was just really taken back. I mean, just the extreme reaction. Now, there was some extreme reactions that were perfectly fair to be that extreme. Like I agree with a lot of what Lewis was saying, you know. But then you got other guys that are like they actually think that the Miami Dolphins are here for their pleasure alone. Like other people in the fan base didn't necessarily need to see anything like you know, us win a stupid preseason game just for the sake of it. We don't need to see Vic Fangio run any kind of scheme to make it look good for our taste. They should have just stopped the dang run. You don't need any kind of scheme to tackle a running back. And even so, they're not here for your pleasure when it comes to a preseason game. Thank you, MJW did 125. Says, what's going on, Culler? Love the show. You are the realist. I appreciate it. It's like more and more people come out and tell me that. It really, you know, it helps me understand. It's like there are good people out there that aren't ready to just insult everything. You know, I don't plan on doing this all morning. Look, it is what it is. Last night, you know, I could point out some good. Again, Dan Feeney looked great. Jason Sanders, I mean, he kicked a field goal, you know, or two. Nothing really stood out to me as, oh, wow. Barrios continuing to run around like a maniac. Oh, props to River Craycraft. River Craycraft was probably the only decent bright spot of our wide receiver room all night. I mean, the guy's freaking running hard, running great routes. Bailey have a good punt or a bad punt, Raphael? I don't know. I missed that one. That might have been after I fell asleep. And so also there was guys I was looking at a little disappointed. I hear, you know, I didn't see the play myself, but I hear that Cameron Good got pushed off or thrown back by a running back coming through the hole. That's not really good for him and his chances of making the team. Yeah, I heard, Kevin, about the Tyreek Hill connection for what, 30 some yards in the beginning there. That's good. You know, that's always going to work. But you notice, Kevin, that's what I'm talking about. As soon as he left the field, our wide receiver route running just dropped off the face of the earth. You know? I think it was Ogbawehi that had a face mask penalty. Oh, you're saying that our special teams failed. I got you. Yeah, that happens. Good that he put it on the one like that. But yeah, Fred, I don't disagree with you about the effort. Again, I don't like G said, 3/4 speed will get you hurt anyway. So they need to be given utmost effort. Yeah, agreed. Defense, especially because defense, you don't need game planning to show effort for it to be apparent. You know, like you can see when your defense is balling out, even if you're getting torched, you know that your defense is balling out and it's just preseason and no continuity and no game planning. That's easy to see. Last night was just abysmal all the way up and down. You know, you look at this talk about Jonathan Taylor is real ironic too, when you got Dearness Johnson cutting through our defense like a hot knife through butter for a touchdown, when we had a chance to get him like anybody else did at $1.5 million or whatever he's making. He's sitting there on the Browns roster in the last year of his rookie contract, making $600,000. Ali and I were screaming to the top of the roof to get him in here. You could have probably got him for $1 or $2 million. Well, lo and behold, somebody did $1.5 million or so. And that was the Jacksonville Jaguars. And he cut through our defense like a hot knife through butter last night for that touchdown. I'm fed up with it. You know, if you've been sitting on your hands for all these running backs coming and going, Jonathan Taylor's the guy. You're either going to do it now or you're not. That's going to be it. We're just not going to ever have a star running back. Or on whatever time schedule Chris Greer thinks it's okay for us to have a star running back. Yeah, we reported that, Todd Toll-Free. Appreciate that. Sealer just signed a 3-year deal worth up to $35 million with incentives, $20 million guaranteed. If you hadn't heard the news, oh, gee, yeah, you just hit it on the head. Yeah, Dearness Johnson's from Immokalee, so of course they're not going to mess with him, right? And I also want to point out, thank you again for reminding me, Raphael, Jakeem Grant was carted off the field yesterday with an apparent knee injury. How many times you got to see Jakeem Grant sitting flat-legged on a cart, getting carted off? I mean, Crypto, you and Shake finished with that recording? Yep, there's Shake right there. You can come on up anytime now, Shake. I've said my piece, man. Oh, let me change.
Hey, what's going on?
Let me change the layout. I figured out a way to edit layouts. You notice how I can you can see more of the background now?
Oh, yeah, damn.
I'll show you how to do that, bro. It's I didn't realize we could do that. So how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. I know we talked this morning, and I know you're just even keeled on the whole thing.
Of course.
Even with last week's good performance, this week's bad performance. You know, but at the same time, I wanted to finish a quick point that I was making earlier about if we would have destroyed the Jags last night, how hard the cuts would be. Look, guys, let's be real. Last night made it very easy to cut 37 guys. Let's be real. You can look at that as a bright side. You know what I mean? It made it really easy to cut 37 guys.
Yeah. And like I said before,
I think, Shake, that's what it was intended to do. You know, if you talk about no game planning, you know, the Jags wanting to win in front of their fans, all that kind of stuff, it was probably intended to do just that. Let's throw people out there in a bad situation and see who rises to the top. Now it's going to be a lot easier to make those 37 cuts.
Yep. Cuts. By the way, cuts have to be by Tuesday, 4 o'clock, I believe.
Yep. I mean, a lot of people don't look at it from that perspective. How easy it is. I mean, Mike McDaniel probably has already took the he ain't bothering with pen. He's got tape. He's blocking out blocks of players at a time now on his list. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, pretty
I
much.
don't know.
But like you said, I agree with you. Preseason isn't for us. It's for those guys that want to want to make this roster and put on tape. Not for, and you know what's funny is not only are they got to put good tape if they want to make this roster, maybe another roster, maybe another team will pick them up.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Let's say we are doing something with Taylor. Mostert didn't make a case to let's say if to make a case to stay here, and secondly, didn't make a case for Dallas to come get him.
Yeah. Yeah, we Todd told free. Yeah, he signed a 3-year deal with Zach Snyder signed a 3-year deal, $38 million, $20 million guaranteed. So that's crazy.
Got to. I want to check something out real quick.
Mm-hmm.
There was one other thing I wanted to point out before we get into this Mike McDaniel presser. First of all, almost forgot that too. We got 49 likes with 92 people watching. That's like 40 some people that haven't hit the like button. That's what I wanted to find out.
Oh yeah, please
get
hit
them
the like
likes
button.
Up.
And by the way,
that take 92 people on a Sunday morning with
that's what's up.
That's great, man. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, there they are. Quick question though. One thing I want to bring up. They are awesome, man. I appreciate. That's one thing I like about the Fins tailgate. We have the loyalist, most craziest listeners out there, man. But one thing I want to point, people was like, "Oh, we got to trade for Williams by Tuesday." You know what? People don't realize the trade deadline isn't until week 6. So
right.
We got time.
Let's see here. Team game day. Where is? Okay. So let's go back to when was the last time we made the playoffs before last year? 18 was it, or
16?
16.
And before that, 08.
We were 500 in the preseason that year, 2-2.
Mm-hmm.
We lost to the Dallas Cowboys 41-14 in preseason.
Wow.
Let's see. What was it before that? What was it? 08?
08.
Oh, yeah. 08, the year we won the division.
Mm-hmm.
Without a quarterback. Hopefully they'll still show. Nope, they don't show the scores. Still, they don't go back that far. I don't remember what our record was that year, but I mean, it's ridiculous, man. It really is. The reaction, if you ask me, bro. You can say what's bad and what we saw. Like, there's things where we should be concerned about, but just take it with a grain of salt, people. We got 2 weeks before game 1. And yeah, our defense needs to realize we're about to play a better offense than even the Jaguars. So, arguably.
Oh yeah, we're talking about what's his name? Well, I forget. Oh yeah, the guy that people said we should have traded over Tua.
Who was that?
The quarterback for the Chargers, Herbert. Yeah, Herbert.
Oh yeah,
Herbert. He's got Kellen Moore as his offensive coordinator, so he's going under a new offense this year. So, yeah, Herbert. Thank you, Jermaine. So.
All right, let's see here. I want to put that in full screen first. Pull this lever.
Mm-hmm. What I was going to say is Herbert has a built-in excuse. Tua doesn't. Herbert says, well, you know what? It's his first year under a new coach. So.
I guess before we get started with the presser, Ali the Persian has something to say.
What's up, Ali?
I have something to say. First of all, I was looking at the Siler deal, right? And
Wrong.
I'm only. What did you say?
I said wrong.
Wrong? Why?
I'm just kidding. You're like right, and I was just like
what I'm
wrong.
about to say, you might say I'm wrong, but I don't really care because I'm just looking at all aspects and what could happen. It's what we're doing. We're speculating. We don't know anything. I'm not even saying this is going to happen. It's highly doubtful this will happen, but it is one of the options that could happen. And unbelievably, not really unbelievably, but unknowingly to some, sign and trade is an option for Miami. And we had speculated, could a Zach Seiler be in a Jonathan Taylor trade?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like they did the contract to put clarity on what his value, what we value him at for the Colts. Like here, this is clear now to you what you'd have to pay this guy.
Yeah, I was trying to find some information about signing and trading in the NFL because it happens in other sports a lot, right?
So that they wouldn't have to negotiate with Seiler. They could.
It says under terms of the current CBA, sign and trades come with many significant restrictions. Transactions under this rule require all the following to be true: the player must re-sign with the former team. Additionally, the player must have been on the team's roster at the end of the immediately previous season. So the previous season, he was on the roster, right? It goes on to say, let me just trying to find more information about it. Yeah. All right. Just trying to find where I saw something. But basically, what I'm saying is like it doesn't happen very often, but it is very possible. I mean, just look at how like Miami franchised Jarvis Landry and then traded him away. It's almost the same premise. It's very rare. I doubt this happens, to be honest. I really doubt it. But it is an option that's on the table. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's all I was trying to point out. And it is kind of interesting that actually is the case because they need, I'm telling you, people think they need corner or wide receiver, but I think the Colts need help in the trenches on both sides of the ball. That's
I want to see if it's gonna make me throw up.
Yeah, and what's funny is Ali, I don't blame you for doing that because there's been times where I had a gut feeling about something and it happened. You're like, damn, I should have said it that way. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But
really,
so that happens.
Well, all I'm saying is, I'm not going to say that I'm not saying that this is the case. I doubt it. I think that we're moving off of Christian Wilkins. In fact, me, Culler, and how many other people claimed that we were moving off of Christian Wilkins way even at the end, at the beginning of the offseason. Didn't I say that multiple times, Culler? I said, does he really fit this scheme? Do we really want to pay the man that amount of money? And I don't think so. You're going to move off of him. Why don't you trade him now? That might be a big trade we're about to see. Christian Wilkins could be on his way to the Colts. That's a very big possibility. But I honestly think that this is also a possibility within the realm. Maybe they discussed a deal and they said, hey, if you can get him more of on a long-term contract, maybe we'll accept that. And they talked to Seiler about it and came to terms, and this might be part of it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just putting out things to think about and what are possibilities so then we can debate them. And
Where are you? I'm in a glass case of emotion.
Thank you, Ali. I love you, bro.
All right. I'll let you guys be. Have a good day.
All right.
Is he mad? Are you mad, Ali? What's mad? What's that all about? Wow. Okay.
I'm not mad. I'm dealing with something right now.
All right.
All right, my brother. Be safe. By the way, did you read who's this guy? Super chat, Michael K. Super chat.
Oh, sorry, I didn't have the comments up. I was busy lampooning people.
Oh my god!
Him, it's way up there. Where'd it go?
Just if you look at the live, and then there's a chat. There's a section where you can look at all the live streams. Started. You want me to read it for you?
This one here, yeah. Dud fins have as much chance of getting Taylor as Mark Hay does at getting laid without using Craigslist. Wow. That's
damn.
brutal, Michael K.
Yeah, it is. And then we have another one right quick. I don't know if you read this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got that one.
Okay.
Thanks again to Top Gun's Lewis, my man. What's up?
Good morning. We still got 2 minutes before the afternoon, so good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Mm-hmm. Another beautiful day in Zamunda.
Better than you were last night.
Well, Culler, because I got to come up here and spit some of the real. Now, you did a pretty good job, because I agree with you, walking me off the ledge. Maybe it was just, a good night of sleep, maybe calm me down a little bit.
Yeah.
But I get it, right? People making the preseason not a big deal. Okay, I know, maybe it was vanilla. Okay, I get that. Yeah, they were looking at 3s, 4s, and 5s. Okay, I get that. The problem is that when our ones were against their ones, and okay, Christian Wilkins wasn't on the field. Zach Seiler, he wasn't on the field. Okay, perfect. David Long Jr., is he a starter for us? Because he was out there. Jerome Baker is a starter. He was out there.
Right.
Xavier Howard was our starter. I mean, again, we always have Bradley Chubb was out there. Jalen Phillips was out there. Bro, we looked like we got dominated by a very young Color. We were in that group chat, right? We were the text. Me, you, and Cap were going pretty much all game in the group chat. And what were we saying? We were getting dominated. The Jaguars looked like a team that was heading forward going into week 1. They look like they're ready to go. From their head coach on. And I'm sorry, McDaniel yesterday looked like a deer in headlights. Our players looked like they wanted no part of the Jacksonville Jaguars. And it was disappointing. I know, I mean, I hear, oh, well, we're trying to evaluate the players. Well, how do you evaluate Bradley Chubb's performance yesterday? Was that a good evaluation?
Right.
You see what I'm saying, Color? Like that, and these people want to sit here and make it seem like, oh, don't worry, it was the preseason. It's not. Why didn't the Jaguars then, a team that was in the divisional round of the playoffs last year, a team that gave Kansas City in that same playoff game all they could handle, why didn't they take it like the Miami Dolphins? That Miami is Miami, or are they better than Jacksonville? Because I can easily make the case going from last year, Jacksonville was 9-8. Jacksonville went farther in the playoffs than we did. So why is it okay? Why should our standard be, oh, don't worry, guys, it's just the preseason, everything's going to be fine? No, other teams don't look at it like that. Did Jacksonville look at it like that last night?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I'm saying. That's why I was so pissed off last night. Like, no, bro. Look, enough is enough. We need to start showing up. I don't give a damn.
I don't know, Lewis. There might have been a good humor truck outside the stadium last night. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, look.
I hear Peterson likes to award the team with ice cream when they do well.
All I know is, look, at the end of the day, 49ers got their ass kicked. Patriots got their ass kicked yesterday. And I don't see none of the fans making a big deal out about it. That's just how I see it. Again, I've been the same way since week 1 to week 3.
Yeah, now positionally speaking, Lewis is making great points. Like when you talk about evaluating effort and evaluating technique and stuff like that. Yeah,
we fundamentals.
We got worked last night. A lot of our guys did.
And Shake, to your point, right? I hear what you're saying, Shake. but I'll use one of the teams because I might have missed the second team you mentioned, but I believe you mentioned the 49ers, right? The
They got killed.
49ers, okay, that's fine. They got killed. But the 49ers, the past 4 or 5 seasons, have 2 NFC championships under the belt, a Super Bowl appearance. Like, they're proven. The Dolphins are not proven, bro. This is it from what it looked like last night. And again, I'm not saying the sky is falling, but
Yeah.
it looked like the same old Dolphins. You
Yeah,
see
I
what I'm
understand.
saying? Like when we compare teams like the 49ers are proven. Like they, okay, they got their ass whooped, but we all know, or we believe
Eagles
what
got
we
their ass
know.
whooped too.
Again, but the Eagles are proven. That proves my point again. They've been winning.
That's why I brought them up, because at the end of the day, they don't take this as much serious as the Dolphins are right now.
No, well, no. Again, but the Eagles are proven. They've won. Like the Dolphins. When I hear the Dolphins are not taking it serious, well, why shouldn't you? You've been a dumpster fire for 25 years. You need to start being serious. You need to start, bro. Again, the Jacksonville Jaguars, when it was known that they were playing their starters, and we came out Thursday, and Mike McDaniel said, yeah, more than likely we're going to play our starters, right? If I'm a starter on that team, right? If I'm a Jalen Phillips, I'm going into that game with, like, my ass is on fire, Shake Money.
Yeah.
I want to dominate every rep to show people I've arrived. I'm here, right? I'm going against their premier left tackle or whatever in Cam Robinson. Bro, Jalen Phillips did absolutely nothing yesterday. And maybe he wasn't on Cam Robinson's side. I'll throw the other one. Bradley Chubb, a $20 million guy, right? He's supposed to come in here and cause havoc. And this is where I said it last night. See, Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips at practice, when they're going against Liam Eichenbergs of the world and Austin Jackson of the world, right? All we hear out of every report coming out of training camp, oh, they're unstoppable. They're going to be monsters. Well, we've seen them last week against Houston. No pressure. We seen them last night. No pressure. Like, what are we, bro? I can't keep going and getting my hopes up on guys that are dominating Austin fucking Jacksons of the world. Well, guess what? Yesterday, Austin Jackson wasn't suited up for the Jacksonville Jaguars. It was an all-pro left tackle in Cam Robinson. And they didn't do shit. But what am I supposed to be okay with? Oh, and you know what? And again, fellas, we've been doing this long enough. We've been in this community long enough. You know what last night sounded to me? And I'm not taking no shot at Ali, because I know where Ali was trying to say. I'm talking about more of the people that watch us, right? The people that are in the chat that are saying, oh, it's not a big deal, don't worry. Didn't it sound like excuses coming off yesterday? That's what it sounded like to me. It's that from the game and then on a panel show that we did right after the game, it's the same old Dolphins to me. That's what we look like. Yesterday, we looked like an 8-9, 9-8 football team. And then when I heard the people in our fan base, it sounded like the same old. Don't worry. We don't have to be worried because we're the Miami Dolphins. People need to get that shit out of their mind, bro. This is not, oh, we're just the Miami Dolphins when we show up on Sunday because our name is the Miami Dolphins. We're going to automatically win. People got to get this thing out of their mind, though. Oh, because the 72 Miami Dolphins went undefeated. Oh, my God, we're the best team since sliced bread. Like, no, we're not, bro. There's concerns. There are major concerns. And I'm not even – I think Culler said it best. I think Skylar Thompson played atrocious yesterday. Tua didn't play no better. That's concerning with our, again, series.
What did Tua do bad? Because at the end of the day, I think the only thing Tua did bad was that something that was out of his control was that high snap.
He didn't lead no scoring drives. He led to a field goal. And again, to Culler's point, on third down and goal, you throw a 1-yard pass to a guy that's being defended in Chosen Anderson. If you really think about it, look at the pass too. The pass was behind him. Why ain't you in a preseason game that everybody's trying to tell me that doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
The score doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. You're telling me that Mike McDaniel and Tua himself don't have a 6-yard play that gets the ball in the end zone?
Yeah, and for those people saying that a preseason game is meant for you to loosen up and all that and get comfortable, well, that's not comfortable. Comfortable would be firing it into the end zone at a receiver. You know what I mean? Like
Exactly, bro. And again, that's what the problem was. Shake, you were up there last night. Oh,
Yeah.
you don't believe in this team. Oh, all the negative. What? How can we be positive of what you seen yesterday? How can you? I mean, what was positive about yesterday? Your team got manhandled by a team that everybody
Dan
considers.
Feeney. That's the only thing I could come up with.
Oh no! Don't forget Craycraft. Craycraft.
Oh, and Craycraft, yeah.
Yeah, okay. There's some bright spots here and there, but I'm talking about just from the team perspective. What was positive? Because they took an ass whooping from the starters all the way to the 5th string guys. Everybody took an ass whooping yesterday.
I hear you.
How's Finn's rule? How are you going to bring up a QB rating in a preseason game where he had 2 series, dude?
Come on, bro.
Like,
you see what I'm saying? This is what we're doing.
45-yard pass. He threw one out to Alec Ingold. He had one dropped, and that was the extent of his night. I mean, like, really, bro.
I disagree. I think Tua did pretty well last night, considering the drives. It wasn't a scoring drive, but I think he played efficient. And he looked pretty. It looked a little more.
I'm just saying, Shake. That's like me saying my pass rate is 100% because I completed 2 passes. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying he's I wasn't saying he played lights out, but I said I liked his efficiency.
You know what it is for me. Maybe I just got to calm down and lower my expectations. So I'm gonna have a video coming out soon.
I mean, they're the ones raising them.
Yeah.
Well, this is my point, and this is how I've always been in life. I just like to win in life, right? My son had a high school football game on Friday night. We already seen. I dropped the first video that Cap showed last week. I'm getting ready to doing some editing and finishing up the second video. So Friday night, my son has a receiving touchdown and 2 INTs, 2 interceptions, right? As soon as he got off the field on Friday night and I got my hands on him, I didn't mention the 1 touchdown reception. I didn't even bring up the 2 interceptions. I brought up the 4 other plays where he gave up plays. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, he gave up 2 pass catches, and I think he even missed a tackle on a solo tackle. And that's what I brought up to my son. Because my son doesn't have to hear how great he was on those 2 touchdowns or those 2 interceptions and that 1 touchdown reception. He knows that. What he needs to know is if he's trying to get into the league, if he's trying to go play college football, you can't miss a tackle like that. You see what I'm saying? And that's where Tua had to, like, your perfect example. Well, Tua had 104 passer rating. Well, what about the throw in the dirt that he had? That's what he needs to hear. He doesn't need to hear 104 passer rating anymore. What's going on, bro?
Hey, one thing.
They leaning on the passer rating as a crutch now, right?
One thing I like about Ken Bokamper, one of his favorite things he always used to say about Don Shula. He said he went up to Don Shula one day and says, "Damn, Don Shula, all you do is point out the negative things we done. What about the good stuff?" He goes, "No, your job is to do good stuff. My job is to point out the bad stuff so you don't do them anymore."
Exactly.
Yeah,
and that's what our job should be in the fan bases. Exactly, Shake. That's the point. Like, bro, we can't keep sugarcoating things and bro, I don't know how many times I gotta say it. If somebody sitting next to you at a movie theater farts and it smells like shit, you should be able to tell them it smells like shit. You don't have to tell them, "Oh, it smells like roses. I appreciate the fart." Like, what are we doing here?
Right.
And if it does smell like roses, tell him you got to ask him what he eats because damn.
Right. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Exactly. But you see what I'm saying, Culler? Like, what are we doing here, bro? Like, come on, man.
Right.
So what do y'all say we get put to sleep by our head coach here? Y'all ready to watch?
Yeah, I'm ready. Yes, sir.
All right. Let's see here.
Can I have another?
Just mute if you got background noise. Just just in general.
The collection of the two NFL PA representatives, Doug and myself made the right call in that, the two teams agreed that football shouldn't be played anymore tonight. And without a shadow of doubt, I know that was the right call.
Yeah, I'm sure you weren't going to get any argument out of both coaches. Peterson's like, yeah, you're probably right, McDaniel. You guys probably shouldn't play any more football tonight. Oh, wow.
So I'm proud of the collective group for doing the right thing, and our guys are hurting but relieved.
So what's the process from here? I assume you'll stay here overnight. Is that correct?
I believe that's protocol. There was a lot of individual players that I was attending to, so I haven't crossed that T on with Kyle yet, our head trainer, but that will come in looming moments.
How would you describe the atmosphere around the team? How shaken his teammates must have been?
No, well, it was the emotional roller coaster was real, just because there was a lot of guys in the game, including himself, that people are really, his teammates were pumped for to be in the game and get opportunities to make plays, and then there's not really a playbook for things of that nature. You could see in the collective faces of both teams, their mind wasn't on playing football and at all, so thought it was inappropriate to play football.
I'd love to be able to relay the question for you, but I can't hear the question either. So we'll have to try to guess what the question is based on his answer.
Yeah, Culler, can we pause here for a sec?
Sure. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, listen. A good coaching staff should be able to take that ass whooping we took last night, and let's all agree it was a obvious ass whooping, and turn that into improvements for the team, right? Whether it's motivational, whether it's the cuts that are going to be made, etc. Right? But on the other hand, do you think Peterson is speaking to his team in these kinds of ultra passive tones about feeling sorry and we had to stop the game? No, I mean he may tell his guy, don't cost us a penalty. Don't hit a guy after the whistle, right? We're not out here to try to hurt guys. But at the end of the day, Peterson's looking at his Jacksonville Jaguars team, and in the back of his mind, if he doesn't even say it, they kick our ass. You know what I'm saying? Right. So, it's football at the end of the day. It's football. It's a physical matchup. And just to reiterate what Lewis said, man, it's only preseason, but what happened last night is that was not a good look, to say the least. So,
I think the reporter is asking McDaniel about butter sausage and what's his opinion on it.
And he's going to give a 45-minute thesis on it, right?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
But by the way, Trevor Lawrence had 105 ratings, since we like to just throw ratings out there.
I saw some good and some bad. Overall, I thought as a unit, there was some good things. There were some individual, shortcomings that you hate to see for that group because they don't get the whole game to make it right. But I think I was happy with the intent, but overall, you try to score on every drive, so that wasn't the case. And we have some good tape to learn from. Mm-hmm. No, it's something that since it's something that you have to get corrected because it doesn't matter what anyone does on the play if that's the case. Since the last preseason game, every first play of practice has been in the shotgun to try to give him reps at that because he's obviously, there's like 600, 700 shotgun snaps in a season. So he obviously executes it well, but it's just something that he's working through. And, I think that, the silver lining is it's better that happens in the preseason, but it's a non-negotiable correction. With regard to Savon, he cleared the neurological test after the game, but he'll be getting more tests tomorrow, and I'll actually get some feedback on Elijah tomorrow as well.
So the only bright spot at running back we do have is in the protocol. Is that what I am understanding here? Is that correct?
I suppose, man.
All right.
I thought he said Elijah. Is that Elijah? What, Campbell?
Yeah.
What running back is in protocol then?
Ahmed.
Ahmed and
Ahmed?
Campbell were knocked out. Davis was knocked out too.
Yeah,
Well,
Elijah Campbell had a leg injury.
Well, thank God it's just the preseason.
Right.
I didn't really see it at all since it was a catch PBU point of attack. I took my eyes immediately down to the call sheet, probably before he went to the ground because I was planning on going for it on 4th and 2. And then, I actually heard someone say he wasn't moving, so that's when I immediately ran out there. So I didn't see any of the impact on the ground at all.
We obviously saw you and Doug and Christian out there all conversing over what to do. Was the league also consulted on?
Yeah. They're talking to us through the headset of the referee, and we brought the PA reps out there, and both teams mutually agreed to end the game at that point, at which we made the league aware of.
And what can you tell us about
Is it just me, or does he end everything with a question? Like, he's one of those speakers that like always has to be like, and so we thought that maybe the running back was going to be good. So, when you're trying to run a play, it's kind of like you can't really run good unless you pass the ball. It's like every sentence is like ending in a question, like he's seeking your approval of what he said.
Right.
You know
Right.
what I mean?
And look at
Yeah.
this screenshot right here. Right? Just by looking at this picture, it looks like a man that is defeated. There's no way this looks like I guarantee you, right? We could put up the interview of Doug Peterson, and Culler kept making the great point in the group chat yesterday about that's what a head coach looks like. Doug Peterson. Not and let me be very clear. Culler never once said he don't like McDaniel. He wanted Doug Peterson over McDaniel. But I guarantee you Doug Peterson don't look like this on the podium. He just
Well,
looks like a man that's defeated. You see
Yep.
what I'm saying? Like,
I mean,
bro, look at
Yeah,
you
that
know,
is
when
a
your
terrible
team does
posture.
bad, you definitely want to scold him. But when your team does good, you know, you want to give him some ice cream, and you're not.
Well, that's the
Right.
point I was trying to make with my last comment. I mean,
It's like a
you
first
probably
year
have
debate
two
student.
different
I'm
locker
sorry.
rooms. You have two different locker rooms at the suspension of that game. And you know what? It's bigger. I mean, this is the kind of thing that society's trying to tell us is okay now. You know what I'm saying? It's okay to pat him on the back, be nice, just learn. But I mean, at some point, it comes down to obvious human observation here. And thank you
absolutely.
for pointing that out. You know what I'm saying? We got our ass
You
whooped.
know,
Our coach looks like he got his ass whooped. You know what I'm saying?
absolutely. And listen, and look at the same guys in the chat again. And I'm sorry, real quick, but Culler, I just need to address this because this is going to go for Culler and everybody on this panel. Jermaine was coming at me last night off one of my comments. Jermaine is the one that told me, Lewis, you don't believe in this team. Look at him right here. Oh my God, bro, are you serious right now? And I said it last night, Culler. See, these are the clowns that come around just to troll us. When he made the comment to me yesterday, Culler, oh, you don't believe on this team. I take offense to that. Because before last night, I hadn't seen Jermaine's name pop up in the chat in 5 months. He must have took the offseason off. He must be the one that don't believe in this team. You know the guys that are always so negative, right? How they paint the TFTG guys to be the ones that are negative. Culler and Ali wake their happy ass up every morning before 6 a.m. to come up here Monday through Friday to talk about the Miami Dolphins. Doesn't seem like they're giving up on the team. KP just came on board and Crypto came on the network because they never left. They never got off this team. Me and Shake Money been going Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Shout out to Shake Money, right? Doing a lot of hard work. We never gave up on this team. So how is it that clowns want to come up here and tell us we don't believe because we might see some negativity or things that we would like to talk about that are not all positive and stuff, but we're the ones that gave up on this team. I'll ask you, Culler, when have you seen Jermaine? Have you seen Jermaine this whole off season?
Not really much, no.
Oh, so he must have took a
Not at all.
break because he don't believe in this football team. Like
You
these are
know,
the
I just
clowns we
want
got
to
to
say,
deal
though,
with.
another thing too is
Exactly.
line of questioning. We're almost 3/4 into the press conference, and not one person has decided to ask, "Hey, coach, how do you guys plan to address the center snap exchange problems you seem to be having every single game?"
Exactly. Where are those questions at?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, by the
Where
way,
where are
real
the
quick,
questions of your team took an ass whooping today? They didn't even look like they showed up from your starters all the way to your depth guys trying to make the roster. How do you feel on that, coach?
hey,
Or
real quick though,
coach,
Culler.
how about
Hey,
you got
Yeah.
3 running backs on IR already, and the season hasn't even started yet. You got A-Chain, Ahmed, and Wilson, who we haven't seen, out with injuries. Coach, what's up?
hey, so listen. After this press conference, I have the Doug Peterson press conference. We could play a couple of minutes of it so you could kind of see the difference. ready?
Shake, take your time with that if you don't mind, because I'm gonna go take
Okay.
care of an errand real quick. I'll be right
All right.
back.
Now look, when we just had our head coach up at a screenshot, right? Slide down, head on, like head tucked in, very just look oh, everything's gonna, this and look at Doug Peterson.
All right, here we go. I'm playing
Standing sturdy, head up high.
That you
Come on,
had with
bro.
Mike and the officials.
Obviously, after the hit, and you just, as a head coach, you just start looking at your team, you start looking at their team, you start looking at body language and kind of where guys are mentally. And after, after the amount of time that went past, and then Mike and I, got together and talked about, suspending the game just from where it was. We had to get our player reps involved, obviously New York involved, and it's the right thing to do, at that time. And this game is all about player safety. And, I know it's a preseason game and some guys, are fighting for spots and all of that. But at the same time, we want to make sure that everybody's 100%.
Offensively, 12 first downs on your first 2 possessions. How were you guys able to get in such a rhythm so quickly tonight? What did you see?
I mean, it was just something that, we had talked about all week. It just, with the starters, knowing that they were going to play, just being in the right frame of mind, how to, we talked about, starting fast. We didn't start fast against the Cowboys, a couple of weeks ago. And so we wanted to come out and do that. And we did. And unfortunately, the turnover, Tank will learn from that. Something we have to eliminate, obviously, in the red zone. And but pleased with the way the offense, executed those first 2.
Shake, pause that real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear what the question was? How did you get onto that fast start? How did you first thing out of his mouth? We talked about it all week long. The starters knew they were going to go out there and play, and they went out there and played, executed, balls to the wall, right? That's what was just said there. You heard Mike McDaniel? What did our team look like? And Tua is a starter, correct? Tyreek Hill is a starter, correct? Jalen Phillips, Bradley Chubb, David Long Jr., Jerome Baker, Xavier Howard, all starters for our beloved Miami Dolphins. Did they look like they were ready to play?
Mm-hmm.
Did it look like the coach emphasized, hey, last preseason game, I want to see us execute. I want us rolling on all cylinders. The difference between a real head coach and Doug Peterson, and I'm not talking, this is no shot at Mike McDaniel. What I'm saying is Mike McDaniel needs to learn. Learn this. It's not about playing grab-ass PlayStation, smacking people, high-fiving, and being the player's coach that everybody loves. It's about having your team ready to play. And last night, I don't give a damn if it was the preseason or not, they were not ready to play. And all these damn excuses made by our damn fan base is sickening, because you're hearing a winning coach that is a Super Bowl winning coach and just went to Jacksonville that's been a dumpster fire as long as we have. Now he has them balling too.
Actually, the Jacksonville Jaguars went to the AFC Championship, so we were dumpster fire a little longer than they have. But that's
I get what you're saying,
That's
Shake, but
true.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm saying is,
They
again,
had a quick turnaround since hiring their
it's
new
just a
coach.
turnaround. It's just a mindset, bro. You can hear it.
All right, want to listen to a couple of more questions?
Yeah, go ahead, Shake. That's cool.
I don't need to. I already heard enough. But
one more.
Doug, had you planned?
Lewis said checkmate.
No, listen. Not only, I think our Dolphins Dolphins media is trash too, because look at this, man. Look how we can hear the reporters' questions.
Them through a half, and then they looked good for 2 series and said, "Okay, that's it."
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clear, and we have to guess what the fuck they're saying.
Exactly. Good point, Shake
Doug,
Money.
this game concludes Calvin's first preseason back with the team or in the league. Could you just talk about what you saw from him over the last few weeks? And just, I mean, he had that one catch today that looked like Calvin Ridley.
I mean, he's embraced sort of this second chance, this opportunity. And he's done an outstanding job of coming in and picking up the system, blending with the guys, and really, again, just embracing the opportunity. He understands obviously where he's been and what he's been through, and he just appreciates every moment that he can be out there, on the grass. And he did some really nice things early in the football game, and it was really good to see.
By the way, I could listen to this guy's press conference. I don't think I could listen to a whole McDaniel's press conference and not get my ADD going.
Unbelievable. I just can't. I can't. It's going to be a long season. Nick, you think you're cooking, but other fan bases looking like, bruh, it's preseason and 37 players won't, I guess he meant to say won't be on this team. Laughing out loud. I agree with you, Nick. Those 37 players you're talking about, I completely 1000% agree with you. They will not be on the team. Is David Long Jr. going to be on the team? Is Jerome Baker going to be on the team? Is Javon Holland going to be on the team? Xavier Howard, Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips. Are all those guys going to be on the team? Is Tua Tagovailoa going to be on the team? Is Chosen Anderson? Is Braxton Berrios? Is all those guys going to be on the team? Because they look like dog shit too. What are we talking about here? This is, you know what? Never mind. Because it's ridiculous and it's sickening to this point. KP, you see this? Crypto, are you watching this? Color, do you shake? Do you notice a pattern with our fan base? No wonder our team is soft. Our fan base is soft.
Yeah, man. We've forgotten about winning culture. We've forgotten about winning culture. You heard Peterson mention frame of mind in his commentary. And those are two of the areas that I worry about with our fan base and with our team, man. Hey, it's still a question as far as I'm concerned. Are we in the right frame of mind? Do we have a winning culture? Those are two things that the book is still out as far as I'm concerned. But we'll see. Because we're also being sold at the same time that, everything is all right. Don't worry, our offense is going to be what it promises to be. We got Fangio. He'll take care of the defense. Well, motherfucker, I ain't seen the shit yet. I mean, Bradley Chubb, right? Where is the what are we supposed to be looking at there? I don't see the production that matches your expectation. So, I mean, I'll continue to buy what they're selling, but at some point, if you're not getting what you're putting your interest and money into, you got to face reality. And so we'll see. We will see.
I agree with the fan base doesn't make the team win games. So
yeah, but the fan base gives the players and the team excuses. So when they don't show up like they didn't yesterday, it's all fine. What do you think? We all know. Listen, Culler was just in a Twitter space with me the other day with Nene, right? And we were talking about due diligence. The very next day, Tyreek Hill puts out a tweet and he uses the words due diligence. Where do you think he got that from? They listen. They hear us. They might not give a damn about what we're saying, but they're listening. So when this weak, sorry fan base comes out here, and when this weak and soft fan base comes out here and gives them passes and tells Coach McDaniel, it's okay, McDaniel, you'll be better. Oh, it's okay, Tua. Don't worry, you'll get them next time. That gives the Dolphins the out they're looking for. It gives them the excuse. And I'm sorry, the Rabid Dolphin, Lewis, right? I'm not built like that. Y'all can keep that soft shit to yourself. But as long as I have this great platform on the Fins Tailgate Network and Capitan Color don't tell me to go kick rocks, I'm going to come out here and give it to you the way I fucking see it. So if you don't like hearing it, take your motherfucking ass somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, listen, the fan base always has a role, man. Our role is to keep the organization accountable, right? We hold them accountable with our dollars, with our attendance, with our interests, right? And as long as too much of our fan base is willing to give the team a pass for mediocrity, the team has no incentive. But not, you can sell us a bullshit and call it a burger. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And I'm looking for the sign. I'm looking for signs of improvement. I'm looking for a contender, right? That's what we want to see. We got the hype. But now we need to see it manifest. And let's see what happens this season. I hope it does.
All right, let's see here.
Before we do, I'd like to give a special shout out to my man Bones. I just want to say fuck you. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I know. I'm the one being a bitch. I'm the one. You know what? I just won't talk. It's cool. We could play this laughing, happy-go-lucky, eat your Lucky Charms and chase the rainbow, find the unicorn. I'll play the game with y'all. We looked great yesterday. We should all be encouraged. I think Jalen Phillips, after that performance yesterday, Jalen Phillips might shatter the single season record in sacks. He might get 45.5 sacks this season. Oh
Right.
my God.
Yeah, 45 is on the way.
Bradley Chubb, we should give him a contract extension now because, man, he was showing up all over the field yesterday. Unbelievable. I can't wait.
Yeah, how about that red zone strike, man, from Tua, you know?
Oh, man, yeah. Tua was on point on that 1 yard pass to Chosen Anderson on a 3rd and goal from the 6 yard line. Great. Oh, my God. We are so – oh, my God. I listen, guys, I am positive. I don't even think we might lose a game this season. How does 20-0 sound to y'all? Does that sound good?
That's pretty good, man.
Actually, 21-0 is better.
We on track. Yep.
All right, let's keep this going here.
As a matter of fact, we're going to do so well.
Coach,
that
what
we're
do you
gonna pay
think
the wild
about
card game.
Connor Williams?
He's a great he's a great spirit, first and foremost. You know, he had a rookie show, or not a rookie show, in one of the offensive meetings early on in camp. He did a rookie event, and you could see the rest of the and he kind of sang a little song and then told a story, and you could see the rest of the offense from that point on. Really, he's magnetic. He's got a cool personality to him, and guys really saw that from then on. The receivers already knew it, but from then on, he was the guy that his teammates really root for. That tells you everything about a human being, because you can't, in a locker room of individuals that spend so much time together, there's no hiding your the good things and the bad things. You're really who you are is really put out there, and he's a popular guy amongst our team because of how he works. It's been I had such a pleasure in his development process, and was excited for a couple opportunities he was going to get. But more than anything, we're just hoping for a full recovery, and have had some good news, and hope to have some even better news moving forward.
Coach, what do you think? What do you guys plan to do about the Connor Williams issue? Yeah, Connor Williams. What are you going to do about his issues?
I just wanted to make sure that the guys knew that there's no right way to feel. And this is, we all sign up for the sport, love the sport, and it's conflicting when you see one of your brothers go down in that fashion. And I just wanted to make sure that they knew that there is no way to feel, but to make sure to tell your loved ones you love them, and not take your teammates and your relationships with them for granted at all, because that's what you lean on when you just don't want people to internalize things and express it to each other. So I basically told them to lean on the teammates and gave them an update. But there's no, there's nothing right to say or feel.
Coach, what do you plan to do about the issues with center exchange?
That's my assumption, but I have not verified that yet. Things are moving.
He hasn't verified it yet.
All right, appreciate you guys. Thank you guys.
Well, there you have it.
There's the Miami media for you.
Absolutely no information.
Total softball bullshit ass press conference.
Then all of a sudden, Daewoo Davis is going to be the greatest player on our team ever. I guarantee you half the players on the team didn't even know he was on the team.
Then they start making those cars too, Daewoo. That was a car at one time.
Right. Mm-mm-mm.
I mean, you do realize we
Coach,
just
now that you have two running backs injured and one that can't hit the hole, what do you plan to do about your running back situation?
Yeah, like actual questions.
you do realize that we just heard an interview where our head coach, the leader, right? The leader of men, our head coach was asked a question and he hit you with 7 ums before the first word came out of his mouth.
Not gonna lie, man. What I saw last night reminded me a whole very eerily similar to what we've seen out of the Arizona Cardinals the last couple of seasons. I'm not
And
even.
it looked like a Josh Boyer defense too. That's what it looked like to me.
Are we really going to try to win the way the Cardinals tried to win the past couple seasons? Seriously? Because we're going to be exposed just like they were.
Yeah, that's going to be a long season if that happens.
And yeah, hey, can we address?
We'll rip off a 10-1 record just like they did, or whatever it was, and then watch what happens in the playoffs, man.
Yeah. Can we address Ms. Pam's comment in the chat? Miss Pam has pointed out that we sound a little bit heartless here on the panel, but Miss Pam, I would counter. I beg to differ, and I would counter. It's the people who say, we shouldn't care about the results of the game. We shouldn't care about the game. Who cares? It's just the last preseason game. Those are the people who really don't care about the sacrifice that those 3 young men have made on the field that night. It's not us. We're the ones concerned with the fact that we're taking the kind of beating to where 3 guys on our roster are leaving on a stretcher as we get thumped all around the rest of the field, as Raekwon Davis gets pushed 8 yards back on every freaking play. You know what I'm saying? It's not us. I made that point last night, that it is a sacrifice of those players who got hurt. That is what really, that it matters. It's the people who say the 3rd preseason game and the all preseason doesn't matter. Those are the people who really don't care about the players and what they're putting on the field on a week-to-week basis.
And absolutely, KP, let me piggyback on that. The NFL is a vicious game. Do we know there could be injuries? Those players put their life on the line. Let me pose this question. How many Jacksonville Jaguars did you see on the floor laying out last night?
That would be 0.
How many players was our play? See, this is the problem that we're missing. Everybody here is concerned about the player that got injured. All 3 of our guys, we hope them well, right? But why weren't our players laying out Jacksonville Jaguars like that? Why weren't they flying around the field making plays all over the field? Right? Again, that comes from the organization down. That comes from the leader, the head coach, right?
And
didn't have the team ready to play.
And besides the fact, I'm being heartless, talking about like wanting to ask the coach questions besides questions about a guy that got hurt, that half the fan base and half the team itself didn't even know was on the roster.
Like, see, that kind of thinking leads to delusion. Look at Big Nick. Look at Big Nick's last comment.
Hold on. If I would have brought up Lewis, tell me what would happen if I brought up Daewoo Davis in a Twitter space about he should be on this roster. What would have happened? How many people would people have said to me?
You would have got killed because he's a guy just holding up a roster spot in camp.
Right.
You'll be getting killed for this. You will be dishonest.
Now y'all act like you want to cry crocodile tears and act like you care, really? And I'm being
I like this, Scummy. Look. Question, Coach. Who is your favorite?
Man.
Look at this question from Scummy. Coach, who is your favorite Kardashian?
But KP, there you go.
They might as well ask him that question.
Yeah, I mean, look, he said no, he was not getting pushed around. Then how the hell is their running back ripping off an 8-yard per carry average if Raekwon Davis not getting pushed around? Go watch the game again, bro, and you tell me why every run was damn near a first down from first string, the second string, the third string.
Well, KP will never be able to do that because this is the only channel, it seems, on YouTube that anytime we put a clip up or something, we get dinged for. So we can't prove people wrong. But again, if Nick wants to say Raekwon Davis wasn't getting pushed off the field, I know a guy that was getting pushed 12, 13 yards up the field by an all-pro left tackle in Cam Robinson, and that was one Jalen Phillips. And I love Jalen Phillips. When I talk about this Jonathan Taylor trade, and Culler's heard me say this plenty of times, probably crypto, I say there's about 4 or 5 players that are safe, in my opinion, that I would not move on that trade. And Jalen Phillips is one of those players. So I absolutely love Jalen Phillips, but guess what? That doesn't take the fact away that he was getting manhandled at the line of scrimmage yesterday.
You got to call it like you see it, man. That's what football is, man. You got to be accountable for what you put on that field. When you step in between them lines, your rep, all that bullshit doesn't count anymore, man. You got to beat the man in front of you. And I saw Raekwon Davis making tackles 8-9 yards down past the line of scrimmage. You know what I'm saying? Samson Pili got pushed around too. And the result of that is what we saw last night. It's not rocket science. It's not physics with calculus. We got our ass whooped. And granted, it's just a preseason game. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, it just was not a good look.
Yeah,
but we'll see. We'll see.
All anybody's saying is, if we look like that on week 1, we're gonna be embarrassed. That's all anybody's saying here.
That's all I'm saying.
We're
Absolutely.
not saying we're gonna look like that on week 1.
Right.
We're saying if we look like what we saw last night on week 1, our defense is gonna get rolled.
And we're gonna have more players on that injury report list. Because when you play like that, the result, what we saw with the 3 people injured, that means you're getting your ass whooped.
By the way, Jets using a double negative means we are making the playoffs.
And hey, Mike McDaniel may be an evil, an evil soft genius or something if we end up going 17-0. Then hell yeah. I'll take back all this preseason criticism. You know what I'm saying?
And I get it right here. If the queen had nuts, and you are absolutely right. Guess what? If the Miami Dolphins had a real quarterback, if the Miami Dolphins had a real head coach, if the Miami Dolphins had a real running back,
if the Miami Dolphins talking about right there, though, right there, half our defensive starters were not there, and a FedEx employee being targeted. Jags are world beaters. Who's that FedEx employee? Noah. So if Noah would have went out last night, am I supposed to? If he would have got knocked in the head and passed out on the field, am I supposed to believe Mike McDaniel's crocodile tears then?
Bro, it's always the same ifs. And that again, I hate calling people stupid, but that's a stupid comment.
Yeah.
Half of our starters were out on defense. I seen all the starters out there except 2. Is that half?
Exactly.
Christian Wilkins and Zach Seiler were the only ones that weren't on the field.
Yep.
Noah had his happy ass out there. So did Cater. So did X.
Cam
so
Smith.
did Bradley Chubb. So did
Exactly.
no. But when I'm talking about the first series, David Long is a starter. Jerome Baker's a starter. The only 2 starters that weren't out there was Seiler and Wilkins.
Yep.
So when we come out and say half of the starting defense, that's a lie. It's cap.
The
Exactly.
realist says, could you not tell the difference at the QB position? Short answer, no. Short answer, no.
Yep. Like I said, though, not everybody on the panel shares the same view. So,
and I love this. Who is not? And I'm sorry, Shake. Who's not knowledgeable up here? I would love Nick to tell. Again, I see 5 panel members up here. If we had real knowledgeable fans, we're the only ones up here talking. I'm assuming Nick is talking about all of us or one of us or maybe 2, 3. I don't know. Nick, why don't you put it in the chat? Who's not knowledgeable out here? Because if we really want to get nasty and we want to have these discussions, let's do it. Because I seen you earlier say drop the fire, drop the link, because I'm here for it. Well, guess what, homie? I'm here for it too. If we really want to get into who's knowledgeable up here and who just sits up here and is ready to tell the people the real and who wants to blow smoke up people's ass with their aqua and orange glasses on, we can really get into this conversation if y'all really want to do it. Because I'm trying to be as positive as I can be. I'm trying to be as nice. But let's be very clear. The Rabid Dolphin is here for all the goddamn smoke today. Don't come up here throwing shots and think no one's going to see it. Who knowledgeable fans? Don't tell me you're more knowledgeable because you're older and you watched the 1976 Miami Dolphins and I wasn't born yet. Let's not get it twisted. Well, y'all gonna get me today.
Well,
y'all gonna get me.
Unfortunately, I am not going to let this go into a 5-6 hour stream for myself this afternoon, so I will not be dropping the link. However, with 100 people watching, appreciate every one of you. Make sure you're hitting the like button. I mean, this Lewis and Nick thing probably has to be sussed out. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Conundrum here.
Well,
I could help if we do a panel show, but I just don't want this one to run 20 hours.
Well, it's going to boil down to fact-based argument versus faith-based argument. Fact versus faith. That's exactly what's going to happen. Nick has faith in the team, and Lewis wants the facts. He wants subjective reality. And so, as you know, Culler, that's a debate that's been going on from time before football was invented.
We could do a one-on-one segment for
a good point.
10 or 20 minutes. And I can drop the link, but I'm not going to bring anybody else up. So
I could send the link to Nick directly.
Okay, yeah, if you want to do that, you certainly can.
You down for that, Lewis?
We can have
like I said,
coffee, a cup of color, and a debate segment. That'd be
all right. We'll do that.
I'm in for a couple more minutes. I got called into work, but I got a little time here and there.
All right.
All right. So Nick, I'm gonna email you the link. So look at your email.
And KP was spot on with his assessments. Don't come up here and tell me or don't give me all these excuses. Let's talk about the real. We want to keep it real. I seen Jermaine earlier in the chat. Oh, Lewis will flip-flop week 1. Watch. I will flip-flop if our team plays better. See, that's where TD, and shout out to the homie, that's where TD tells y'all all the time. TD's positive about the team when the team is positive. When the team is playing well, TD is positive. When the team is winning, TD is positive. But you want me to take an ass whooping last night and come up here and lie to you and tell you everything's going to be okay?
Shake real quick. If Nick takes,
you got to put on the rose-colored glasses, Lewis. You got to put on those rose-colored glasses.
Well, I'm gonna solo Lewis and Big Nick.
Okay,
and if you want, you can stay. You can stay up as a moderator if you like.
Okay. You know me, I'm very down the middle, so I don't take sides.
Well, and again, but this just don't have to be me. For my statement to Nick, right? I was saying, I don't know if Nick was saying I was the only not knowledgeable one here. I mean, if you guys want to go to the back, I have no problem. But I don't. If Crypto wants to be in this conversation, or you, Culler, KP, and Shake, anybody, like I just don't like. Oh
yeah, sure. I mean, fans. Sure. You guys can. I just didn't want it to be a pile on Nick session. You know what I mean?
But it's not but again, it's not piling on. It's called Nick, right or wrong.
Nick, check your email. I sent
you.
No,
I meant Lewis. As far as a proper debate, it'd be 3
I sent you the Nick,
you know what I mean?
Link.
I hear you, Miss Pam. I agree with you, Miss Pam.
I get you, Culler, but that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be. I'm tired of that too. Oh well, people jumping on people. No, if a debate is what Nick said, and then what I said, right? But
I get what you're saying. I just don't want the waters to be muddied. I want you guys to be able to get your points across each other without anybody else just jumping in randomly and muddying the waters. That's all.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's going to be much value in this conversation, honestly. It's going to be a recap of what happened last night on Ali's show,
Probably.
Yeah. So
And I don't agree right here. See, Marino's GOAT. I love you too, homie. But Lewis and Von Joe were killing us after Tua, and our team had the first 2 victories. That's a lie. Marino's GOAT. And the video is on the great archives, right? We could throw it up. I came after Baltimore and said that was the best Tua Tagovailoa ever played. I said the best throw I've ever seen Tua make was the back end zone throw to Mike Gesicki. So that's a lie. See, people are lying. They lie. But the film is out there. You can go to this network. We have the archives. You can go and watch that video. So don't sit here and tell me that I was down on the team last year too.
Mm-hmm.
We called the game on this great network. What are people talking about?
We're backstage. He's backstage, by the way. So whenever you want to bring him up, Culler.
Oh, anytime.
Okay. Here he is.
How you doing, Big?
Fans up. Y'all duck, man. The sky, man. Y'all watch out for the big ass cloud falling on your head. All right.
You mean the cloud that's been there for the last 30 years?
I'm gonna come in hot and I'm gonna address a couple of things before we can get into any type of discussion you want to. First of all, the knowledgeable fans thing was directed at if we had a good quarterback, and we had a good running back, and we had and I say that we had knowledgeable fans because Tua only played 9 snaps in the game. He took the ball down the field and it stalled out at the 6-yard line. No problem. Every team stalled out eventually in the NFL. Tua had an efficient game. He was accurate. He put the ball where he needed to be. Second of all, Raekwon Davis was not getting pushed. Raekwon Davis had a pretty good game. He had some penetration, and he only played a handful of snaps. The defense was out after the second series. That was the undrafted free agent rookies that was getting gutted up the middle, which in hence means Christian Wilkins is very valuable to this team. Third, Culler. Don't come up here asking where Connor Williams when I did a panel show with you and Capitan not too long ago, and you guys was banging the pots to sign Connor. We need offensive linemen.
I don't bang the pot for no offensive lineman. I don't know the position enough to do that. You got me confused with somebody else, bro.
Man, I was on this panel when y'all was talking about paying Connor Williams. I was the only one saying paying for what?
I don't think Culler's ever made that
on Connor Williams.
If it wasn't Culler, I apologize, but I know it was heavy coming from this particular channel.
Fair enough.
Pay
I'm
Connor
just saying
Williams.
that conversation's out of my league because I'm not really as keen on O-line as other people.
Now can I address?
And it's obvious, and it's so obvious that the coach for the Jacksonville had an obvious game plan to come out and get as much real work as he can to game plan, to call timeouts with 15 seconds left to get people on tape. If we didn't take it, or if our depth isn't as strong as their depth, it has no reflection on the starters that's going to play 85% of the plays.
You're absolutely right. Now, can I address your first comment when you first came up here? To show everybody how you're in your feelings. The reason
I'm not in my feelings, man. I'm going to love the Dolphins, whether they 0-17, Lewis. I'm going to love them regardless.
We're not going to start this. As when you spoke, I didn't say a word.
Yeah, but don't come up here and accuse me of emotional processes when I'm not.
This is the second time I'm going to ask you nicely when I'm talking not to cut me off, because when you were talking,
don't place discouragements on me, buddy.
See, now that's the third time. When you came up here, you said you were addressing my comment of if we had a quarterback, right? It's funny that's all you heard, though, because I said if we had a head coach. I said if we had a head coach. I said if we had a pass rusher.
I said quarterback, running back, everything.
I said if we had. So why do you even bring up all those? See, the reason I brought those up, I don't think that we have a problem at running back. I really don't think we have a problem at quarterback. I don't think we have a problem at head coach. I was playing off your words. If we're tired of these ifs, we're tired of your hope, Nick. What we're talking about is last night's game where the Miami Dolphins took an ass whooping. Stop giving me all these goddamn ifs. You can think you're going to scream over me. You're not. You're going to lose that battle. I can promise you that. Don't sit up here thinking you're going to come in here and again wave big dick, because you're not going to wave big dick. I'm going to call out. You can have your orange and aqua fucking glasses all you want. You are dead wrong in this situation. The Miami Dolphins are not as perfect as you fucking think. And if you don't like, again, what you're going to hear on this channel, there's other channels that are going to give you the puff pieces you're looking for. Go fucking find it. But don't expect me, as long as I have my voice up here, to sit up here and placate to what the fuck
But I'm the
you
one in my
and other
feelings, right?
clowns in this fan base want to hear.
But I'm the one in my feelings.
You goddamn right. You goddamn right.
See, you know what? You know what? You know what it's like? This is like a particular political party that always does the shit and then turn around and say, I didn't do that. See, that's exactly what that's what you guys sound like. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I only brought up if the queen had nuts because of something you guys said earlier with a big fat if. So I put in if the queen had nuts. So I didn't bring up if.
The first if
I
came
didn't
up your
bring up
word.
if. I didn't bring up the if.
I brought up your comment.
Lewis, see, if you hurry up and listen, Lewis, if you hurry up and listen, I won't have to speak faster so you can hear me, right? I said I put in
shit you say.
What I said was I put in after one of you guys said if on something, I typed in if the queen had nuts. We can play the if game all you want.
So you didn't say if first before the queen comment?
No.
Yes, you did. I was saying the reason I said if we have a quarterback, if because of your if first.
That was the third comment, Lewis. That was the third
twice, Big Nick. You said it twice in the chat. Let me go find it. Let me go find it so we can end this stupid ass debate.
Matter of fact, I'm going to go get it. I'm going to get it. I get it.
Yeah, I know you get it. Oh, now you want to get it because you know I will prove your ass wrong. Don't come up here and tell me that I'm lying.
No. We're going to put up audio.
So I'm going to play the audio
first. Lewis.
By the way, real quick. Real quick, Big Nick, I just want to say, be more specific, because when you say you guys, not everybody on the panel shares the same sentiment. I don't care, you know what I'm saying? So just
all right. Well, Culler made a comment. Culler made a comment about if, and after Culler made the comment, Lewis jumped on and said it too, and then I put in a text, if the queen had nuts. I pull up the comment. Boy, I got extra phone. I can go back and rewind that shit.
Oh, I go rewind it because you said if first. So we can sit here and keep lying if you want to.
Cash out, Big Nick, South Florida Accountability. What's yours?
I didn't say. My first and last name.
Big Nick, South Florida Accountability. What's yours?
It's my name. Is Louis Amador. Is my cash app.
All right.
I didn't say if. I didn't say if because of color. I said if because of you.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you why I said if, and you disregard that. I'm telling you why I said if.
You said it twice.
After. It doesn't matter how many times I said it. I said it after a comment was made.
You're right.
I know I'm right because it's I said it.
No. You're wrong. We've proven you wrong plenty of times, but according to you, you've never
proven me wrong. You don't have. You've never proven me wrong.
I know.
You can't prove my opinions wrong, buddy.
I know.
You can prove their opinions wrong. You can't prove my opinion wrong.
Right.
I don't know if you understand opinion.
I do understand. I see again. I don't like these making me feel like I'm more stupid, I guess, than you. Oh, I understand your opinion. I think your opinion is dead fucking wrong.
Okay, so
I'm not saying I'm proving your opinion wrong. I'm just calling you out on your dumbass fucking opinion. Do you understand the difference in that? Do you understand the difference in that?
Is that what you call cooking right now?
Again, do you understand that?
Is that what you call cooking right now?
Right. I didn't think so. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, see, people with facts pound the facts. People without facts pound the table.
Where are your facts? But where are your facts? So, again, can we throw on the film? Did you see, let me ask you a question. Is it a fact that Jalen Phillips got pushed around last night by Cam Robinson? Is that a fact?
You mean, is it a fact that Jalen Phillips got
Is it a fact that Cam Robinson was pushing Jalen Phillips up and down the field? Is that a fact? Yes or no?
It might be. But how many plays did that happen, Lewis?
What happened? You didn't watch the game?
Yeah, how many plays? But obviously you watched a
lot
more
than I did. No. Was it a fact, yes or no?
I don't know. I said it might be. I conceded that. It might be.
Y'all can deal with this clown if y'all want to.
I said it might be. What you want me to do, buddy? What you want me to do, Lewis? You want me to lie?
I don't want you to do nothing. I don't want you to do nothing. You've already proved yourself up here. It ain't gonna matter to me.
Okay, but I was in my feelings though. You gonna blow a gas?
Did you ask for the link? You must have been in your feelings. You were asking, crying for the link.
No, because I want to come over here. I want to come over here and laugh at you.
No, you could have stayed in the chat and laughed. With all the other
I came up though. But I came up.
Because you were in your feelings and you were crying.
Yeah, I know it. I know
I
it,
don't give a
Lewis.
damn.
I know. See,
Yeah,
that's what
all
you
these
go
other
to.
people, all these
That's
other
what you
people
go
can
to,
kiss
Lewis.
your
When you can't win
motherfucking
an
ass
argument,
for
the
the
first
work
thing you
you
want to
do in
do
the
is get
community. I
disrespectful.
ain't one of those people. I could give two
When
flying
you
fucks
can't
what
win
you
an
do.
argument,
I
the
think
first
you're a
thing you want to
fucking
do is
clown.
get
I think you
disrespectful.
are what's
That shows
ruining
your
this fucking fan
temperament.
base.
That
That's
shows
what I
your
believe.
temperament.
I believe people like
That
you
shows your
ruin
temperament.
this
That
fan
shows the
base.
female
That's what I
side of you.
believe. You
That
are the
shows the
biggest
female
excuse
side of
maker
you.
in the fucking world for this football team, and that's why this football team will never
Hey,
get
it
better
don't
because of
matter the
people
excuses
clowns
I
like
make.
you.
It don't matter the excuses I make. I don't hire no fire, buddy. It don't matter.
These people can sit up here on this panel and kiss your
I
motherfucking ass.
don't hire nor fire.
You are a
I
clown.
don't hire
You are the
nor
biggest
fire.
clown in this
I
community.
don't. So
That's
what?
what you
What I
are.
got to do with
You are a
What I got?
clown. That's why
What I
nobody
got to
asked
do
for
with
you. Nobody cares about you.
Okay.
Nobody asked
Now,
for your
can I talk? I
opinion.
thought this was
We
gonna
know
be a
what
back
you're
and
gonna say.
forth.
No, you can't talk. I'm talking.
Okay.
You are a clown. Absolute
You done?
clown. You're a joke of this community.
You
You
done?
are.
Let
No,
me know
I'm
when
not
you're done.
done. I'll be up here all
Okay.
goddamn day. No, I'm not done. Now what?
Nothing, buddy. I ain't
Clown.
gonna. Okay. Let me know when you're done. So I just want the rest of the panel and the rest of the people listening that I'm coming up here just dropping my truth, what I saw, and coming against anything negative that I perceive to be negative. I haven't called this man a word, a name. I haven't yelled at him. I haven't disrespected him. But I'm the one in my feelings. Guys, pay attention to the shit, man. When somebody tell you who they are, believe them. Believe them.
Yep, absolutely. I completely agree.
I'm willing to have an
I
factual
completely
debate.
agree.
A clown, me being the clown had nothing to do with the play of the team last night.
Absolutely agree.
Me being the clown,
am an
me being the
asshole.
clown had nothing to
I
do
am
with
an
the play
asshole
on
and
the
you are a
field
clown.
last
That
night.
makes us both
I'm
something.
willing to talk
I'm
about
an
the play
asshole,
on the
but you're a
field.
fucking clown.
I'm willing to talk about the play on the field. That me being a clown has
Well, tell
nothing
me
to
what
do
you
with the
seen
play on the
yesterday.
field.
Tell me what you seen yesterday. What did you see from on the field yesterday?
Lewis,
Nick,
you don't
what did you
demand
see?
nothing to me. You don't demand anything of me. If you want to have
I'm
that
asking
conversation,
you
we
what
can.
I'm not demanding. I'm asking you. I'm not demanding you. I'm asking you. What did you see from the play on the field yesterday? What did you see?
What I saw was we came out with a great opening play. We looked like we was on point. We was gonna go down the field and do our thing. We had a bad snap, put us in 2nd and 35. After the 2nd and 35, we came back out. We gave the ball up. And we stopped them at the goal line. We got the ball right back. We drove down the field. We scored 3 points. They got the ball. They scored. Went down the field. They scored 7 points. That's what I saw between the starters. That's what I saw. What you saw and
By
what
the way,
I
can
saw
you turn
are
down the
two different
radio
things.
down, Nick? You have a
That's
radio
not
in the
me,
background.
buddy. That's not me. It's not me.
Okay, somebody has a radio in the background.
Yeah, what I saw and what you saw are two different things. I'm not here to talk about the 37 guys that may or may not be on this team. I'm here to talk about what I saw from the guys that are going to play 85, 90% of the plays. And I don't see the same issues you saw. That's all I'm saying. And if that makes me a bad person or a clown, cool. But I want to talk about what's on the field. And I still ain't call you a name because unlike you, buddy, I know how to debate.
Is Xavier Howard playing 85 to 90% of the snaps, Big Nick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is Cater Cole who playing 75 to 80%?
During the 5 or 6 plays he played, they barely threw to his side. I don't think they
So
did
he
at
only
all.
played 5. So I'm just trying to get you correct. If I bring up the film and I show you 5 or 6 plays more that he played, right? Because you're saying he only played 5 or 6 plays. If I show you played more than that, you would agree with me then, right?
Okay, Lewis.
I'm asking you a simple question because the Jacksonville Jaguars are the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm asking you to let me finish my point. I'm asking you because you just said it, lied to the people, said I never beat. Let me ask you. No, again, let me ask you something. What I'm telling you is you said Xavier Howard played 5 or 6 plays. You also said I'd never beat you in a debate. You do realize the first Jacksonville drive where Xavier Howard was on the field, it was a 12-play drive. You realize that, right?
Okay.
So don't sit up here and talk about debates. You just lost again, you clown.
Can I go, Lewis? Can I go, Lewis? Can I go, please? I'm almost about to beg you. Can I answer that? If I said he played 5 or 6 plays, obviously that was hyperbole, right? However, if he played 7 plays, I will concede to you that you're right. He played more than 5 or 6 plays. However, out of that 12-play drive, how many times was Xavier Howard targeted for you to even bring up his name, buddy?
Ooh,
I
I see.
answered your question.
I hear the
answered your question
Temptations
and
in
I
the
sat it
background.
back
I
to
hear
you.
I'll be there in the background. Somebody has music in
All
the
right, all
background.
right.
who's
All right, come on,
that?
Turn down the
nigga.
radio.
We'll
They're
go
gonna
in.
strike us, bro.
We'll go in. But I'm still waiting on that answer though. If he played more than 5 or 6 plays, which obviously he did, right?
Yeah,
I
that's
can
you.
see
Hold
that.
on. Yeah,
I had to come in
that's
the
you,
house.
Nick. That's you, Nick.
Yeah, we
in the
have to
background.
turn the radio off or down because they're gonna strike us, man.
That was me. I came in the house. That was a neighbor outside playing that bullshit.
Okay.
So I will say again, I will concede that my hyperbole didn't come across right. He played obviously more than 5 or 6 plays. But my question is, if he played that many plays, how many times was he targeted in order for him to even mention X's name? What happened? The debate over?
I'm confused. Did the Jaguars throw on every single play?
No, but why would he bring up X? That's what I'm asking. Why would he bring up X?
Because he was on the field.
No, but he specifically brought up X as if X played terrible. Because I said these players are going to play 85 to 90% of the plays. So I'm not concerned about players that's the 37 players that may not even make the team or be in the league. I'm not concerned about them. Then he said, what about X? Is he going to play 85, 90% of the plays? Why bring him up? That's an insinuating.
He was a part of a unit that was responsible for stopping Jacksonville.
That's an insinuating reference. Why bring him up when he was not targeted?
I won't say he wasn't targeted because that big catch on the sideline, wasn't that against him?
No, it wasn't. It was not. It was
Knocked
not.
my ass. We nailed that son of a bitch.
You know? So that's all I'm saying. Look, all I came in here to say is, okay, we didn't win preseason number 3. We didn't win preseason game number 3, but the sky ain't falling, man. Nobody has changed. No planners have changed their opinions on the Miami Dolphins this year. Nobody except us.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Let me answer your question. Why did I bring up Xavier Howard? We're talking about a collective, right? I also brought up Cater Cole.
Why did you identify? Why did you individualize?
You didn't want
to collective.
Again, you were just asking the question. You don't give nobody a chance to answer. I also brought up Cater Kohu. The first play of the game, Xavier Howard was targeted. He gave up the completion. David Long Jr. was on the field. Bradley Chubb was on the field. Jalen Phillips was on the field. Let me ask you a question. So it's not fair to me. So it's not fair for me to bring up. So it's not fair to me to bring up Xavier Howard, but it's fair for you to bring up the argument of the 37 players that's not going to be on the roster. Why are we talking about those? If we can't talk about the guys that are playing in the snaps and having the time on the field, why the fuck do people like you bring up the 37 players that are not going to be on the goddamn field?
You guys are forcing me to talk about them. I'm not.
You are the one that brought it up. I didn't force you to do shit. The first thing you said was we're making a big deal about the 37 players that are not on the field. You're the motherfucker that brought them up.
I can't say you guys. You're right. I'm gonna put an address on it. The reason because you're crying about guys who are not going to be in the NFL. That's why it led us down to that road. You are, Lewis. You crying about guys who are not going to be in the NFL, and it was the same thing.
I'm crying about the guys that were on the field. They got their ass whooped.
Okay, yeah, but what about? Okay, but did you have the same?
Don't tell me no. Okay, what? What about Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips? They got their ass whooped.
About the Houston players who got their ass whooped.
I'm not a goddamn Houston fan.
Yeah, right. It only matters when it happens to the Dolphins, right? Because the rest of the NFL don't get their ass whooped on any
given Sunday. Are we Dolphin fans or are we Texan fans on this panel?
The rest of the NFL don't get their ass kicked on any given
Sunday. Are we Dolphin fans or are we other teams fans here? I just need to know that.
It only matters when we lose a meaningless preseason game, right?
Why everybody shows you fucking respect because you are the biggest fucking clown. And again, the worst fucking thing that this fan base could fucking have. You fucking clown.
When the Dolphins, I almost talked about your moment just then. So when when the Dolphins go 7-0
You
this
can talk
year,
about whatever the
are you
fuck
gonna
you
bring
want,
up
you
that
fucking clown. Ain't nobody
Super Bowl?
fucking listening to your sorry ass anyway.
Boy,
Fucking
you
dumb as
sound like you
hell up
got
here,
it.
man.
You know what, Lewis? Somebody sent you a picture of my dick, didn't they?
I don't look at pictures of fucking dicks. I seen a bunch of dicks yesterday on the fucking field. They were called the Miami fucking Dolphins.
Somebody sent you a picture of my dick and you became real
You're a
self-conscious
fucking
about me,
clown. You
didn't you?
fucking
You.
gonna make me throw up.
Yeah, and you got real self-conscious and you decided from then you gonna hate me, huh? It ain't my fault. I was born this way, buddy.
I hate clowns. That's what I hate.
Somebody thought you sent you a picture of my dick, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I know. There you go. Fucking clown. Fucking people sit up here. Oh, big nigga. Bro, you're a fucking clown.
So that and $1 gonna get you a cup of coffee from 7-Eleven, buddy.
I can.
Right, bitches?
Hey, like I said, I'm done. Y'all gentlemen have a good day. Color.
Been
I guess
done.
you didn't want to
You
open up a
been
panel
done, boy. You
shape
come on
or
here to
whatever.
yell and
It
make
don't
people
matter. I'm
think
done with
because
this
you
fucking
loud.
clown.
You think just because you loud, you think people think you're knowledgeable. Man, you don't know what the fuck you be talking about. You just loud.
You damn right. I don't think these people on this great network though came and got me because I'm loud. I think they
Man,
came and got
every
me because I'm
network is
right.
great.
How
All the
many Dolphin
this is a
panels are
great
asking for
network.
you to go up there, Big
No,
Nick?
man, friendships
Oh,
involved in
okay,
this
right.
shit,
Shut the
man.
fuck up,
Friendship
clown.
involved. They didn't give you a resume. They didn't ask for a resume. You ain't fill out an application. You didn't take a quiz. They just friends with you and they let you on there, buddy. But trust me, if you
Okay.
leave
I
this
mean,
great
that's cool.
network, if you
That's
leave
cool.
this great network,
That's cool.
nobody else is gonna follow
That's
you,
cool.
buddy. No, you think you
You
more than what
absolutely
you
right.
are. Who gives
Hey,
a
you
fuck if they ask you? They ask a
ain't you
lot of
in
people to be on this shit.
and you
Hey,
absolutely
Shake, ring
right.
the
And
bell, Shake.
you
Ring the
absolutely
bell,
right.
man.
I
This
believe
ain't
you
going
and
nowhere.
Color are friends. Color ain't asked you to come up on here. I
don't know
believe you and
Color.
Ali are friends.
I don't
Ain't
know
they?
none
They
of
didn't ask
y'all.
your ass to
I
come
don't
up
know
here.
any of y'all. I
You
probably
and
pass
Cap are
y'all every
friends.
day.
You
I
and Caps
probably
are
pass
friends.
y'all
I
every
bet you he
day.
didn't ask you to come
Me
up
and
here, you
Color not
fucking clown.
friends.
You're a
Me and
clown.
Color not
Everybody knows you're
friends.
a fucking clown.
Yeah,
Me and
yeah,
Color
yeah.
not
This debate
friends.
is over, gentlemen. Come on now.
Me and
Hey,
Color are not
back to
friends.
each
Me
corner.
and
This
Color
thing
is
is
as much
over, man.
friends as you and Color are. We're
I
not
mean,
friends. I
I
don't know
mean,
Color.
peers. I want to be a friend to you. You
I
know what I
would want to
mean?
be a friend to you, but that doesn't make us friends, Color. We've never met. We've never shook
I'll give
hands.
you that. I'll give you that.
We can
I just
pass
want
each
to be
other every
clear. You know,
fucking day.
it's not that I don't
I
want to be
record
friends.
all over. I record all over Palm Beach County. I probably passed you 1,000 times, Color.
Probably.
Recently, since we've been on
We
here.
probably
We're not friends. I
both
don't know
looked at
you.
each other with our finger up our nose one
Color.
day and tried to.
Hey, Color. Let me ask you a question, Color. Did I get invite to be on this channel because me and you are
Man,
friends?
everything about me.
No,
Who
it
gives a
wasn't because
fuck,
of
Lewis?
friendship. No.
Who
Oh,
gives a
okay.
fuck?
Well, I'm
Lewis,
going
who
by
gives
what
a
you
fuck?
said, you fucking clown.
Put it on your resume.
I'm going by what you said, you fucking clown. You said I got
Put it on
this
your
because I'm
resume.
a friend with Color. And I asked Color, did I get an invite to be on this channel because we are
You're
friends?
also a penis envier.
You're the one talking about dick, you gay fuck.
I know, because you keep talking, because you
You're
keep
the one
bringing
bringing it up. Again,
Because
I'm
you
done
keep
with this
bringing it up.
fucking clown.
You keep bringing up my dick, that's why.
Again, you dumb fuck, you brought up your dick.
No, you brought it up with your anger. It has to be that. It has to be that.
There you go.
You
Listen
said
to
it
this
was,
fucking
you
clown.
said it was your
This shit is
emotion.
off the rails, man.
You
Come
said it
on,
was your
man.
emotion.
Ding, 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 ding.
And I
Hey,
still haven't got a sweat card. I still haven't broken a sweat. I'm still ain't upset. I'm just fucking with this dude that's mad at my dick.
all right,
Obviously,
man. Hey,
he
let's
brought
talk
it
some
up. He's
Dolphins,
mad
gentlemen.
about it. Where else could that anger come from other than he saw my dick?
All right. Can we have enough with that conversation, please? Thank you.
That boy can't beat
Come
me if
on,
I gave him
guys.
instructions.
Yeah.
Hey Pam, how you doing?
I'm doing okay.
How you doing, Pam?
I'm doing okay. Thanks, guys.
He the
Hey,
only one
happy
got
Sunday.
upset.
Happy Sunday, Miss
Hey,
Pam.
Pam,
Happy Sunday,
I know
Pam.
you weren't
He
saying.
tried to crack
I
the
didn't
armor. He couldn't
misunderstand
do
what
it.
you said. I know
Doing
you
He
good.
weren't
tried,
saying
though.
we were being heartless. I'm just.
Thank you.
I used the word. It reminded me that people would come at us for the things we were saying, and I wanted to be clear before anybody did that. You know what I mean? It wasn't
Where
meant
all the
for you.
fine Connor Williams people at now? Where all those people at?
And by the way, Pam, to be honest, I thought his press conferences were boring way before this press conference. Holy crap, man! I've
Damn,
never
we
seen-
critiquing press conferences now.
No, but I'm just addressing.
Man, we
fans,
roast
that's
their
all.
pressers all the time around here, Big
Exactly.
Nick. Come on, it's fun, man.
God damn.
It's
Hey,
fun,
hold
bro.
on, Nick. What's the one thing you say? Don't tell me. I'm not gonna tell you how to fan, so don't tell me.
I'm
how
not.
to
I
fan.
just asked the question.
Okay, that's
I
all.
never
And we're
tell
not
anybody how to
critiquing-
fan.
We're not. I'm not. First of all, I am not rats off the ship. I really don't care about this preseason game. That's you know what I'm saying. I'm just
That's
saying
what's
his
up.
press conferences
Yeah,
are boring.
yeah. Shake's been even
all.
keeled all
That's
preseason.
all I'm saying. All I'm saying is,
I still don't care about this preseason game either.
I didn't
I'm
even
with
see.
you,
I didn't
Shake.
even see the
I'm with
dude.
you
I didn't even see
100%.
the injury. I didn't even see the injury. I turned it off right after they scored. They 31 or whatever. I turned it off. So I didn't
But
even
if
see
we
the
if we
injury.
don't care about the preseason game, then who cares about the bad snap from Connor Williams?
It's not a
See,
matter of caring about the
that's a little
preseason.
bit different. That's a little
Apparently,
bit
nobody in the
different.
press
Hold on.
room.
That's a part of the
That's a little
game.
bit different.
Sorry,
Wait,
apparently nobody in the press room cared
wait.
either. That was my
That-
point.
That's
Kari.
what you
No,
should be
actually,
caring
people
about.
do
Not
care.
the
People do
result,
care
but
because
the-
that's something that's been happening all preseason long. It's
And
not
all
like
season.
it's a one-off.
Well, for
right? So
30
that I would care
years,
about,
we've been
yeah.
mediocre at best as a franchise.
But
So that
Kahari,
is why the results of the preseason game yesterday are so
Kahari.
glaring. Yes,
But
sir.
Carl, what we should be concerned about, buddy, and you're absolutely right. We should be concerned about stuff, the individual play of the players that's going to be on this team. We should be concerned about how that guy ran right up the middle on the second unit of the offensive line and caused Skyler to throw that bad pass. We should be worried about that. Fuck the results of the game. Fuck the guy that you know is not
Well,
going to
no,
make
no,
the
no.
team that
I
you
agree.
But nobody's
I agree
talking
with
about
that.
the results. We are pointing out individual plays.
But Big
Hold on, I
Nick,
gotta,
We got bullied at the point of
Big
attack,
Nick.
Big Nick.
Hold on, Big Nick.
that happened to
You're
the first team, Big Nick.
Hold on,
Unless,
hold on. Let me say.
hold on.
that
You're
happened to the
actually
first
right,
team.
Big Nick. You're actually right about that play. I
Without
thought
our
the
two
same thing.
stuffers.
But all you hear about is the people on the other side just wanting to trash Skyler for that. And it's like, no, what about
Yeah,
the fact
that's
that
all
the
they're
guy
doing.
ran right up the middle at him with no block?
They're not looking at the whole collective. They're looking at
Hey,
an individual aspect.
Now, can I come from both ways? You're absolutely right. They had a free run at Skyler. Skyler did what he can, but Skyler, you can't close your eyes and throw the fucking ball.
Oh, you're
You gotta
right.
be-
You're absolutely
you gotta be
right. You
advanced
can't
enough-
make that throw.
You gotta
You're
be advanced
absolutely
enough
right.
to take that sack, or you take that ground. But you don't
Absolutely.
throw
You're
that
right.
ball
You're right.
blindly.
You're
So
absolutely
it's not
right,
just
Big
it's
Nick.
not just
You're
on the
absolutely
offensive
right.
line.
What I'm
It's
more
just not-
concerned with is our first team defense and Dearness Johnson taking the ball right up our gut for a touchdown like a hot knife through butter. That's what I was concerned about.
But okay, but if you can lap on that play, that's true. That did happen. But what about our first team defense that took the ball away at the goal line? Let's talk about that too.
But we can't rely on that all the time. Is that going to happen every week when we make a mistake?
We can't
Hold
rely
on.
on getting
That
gutted
was-
all the time
you know
either.
what, Big Nick? That was
Crypto.
something I forgot to talk about. That was a positive. I thought that was great that we could, as dire as it got, we still made a play at the goal line and got the ball back, and they didn't score on us. So you're
In the
absolutely
pantheon of a football game, right? Here's my point. In the pantheon of the football game, would you say there are a lot more positive than negative? Yes, the negatives stick out, but there's more positive than negatives, right?
Yeah.
So
more positives when you win.
Last
The
night-
more negatives when you lose.
Last night was a
So-
little on the other side.
So what I'm saying, by me saying that, I just brought up a positive at the goal line, and then Crypto turned around and countered that with gutted up the middle, right? But what I'm saying is, you can find 100 positive plays, you can find some negative plays too. But why do we always only focus on the negative?
I thought Dan Feeney looked like Velcro out there, bro. Nobody could get off his block, man.
Well, I saw Austin Jackson looking like a goddamn first round pick out there.
By the way, one thing I want to bring up is I'm watching the because I have it on YouTube TV. I got YouTube TV yesterday, and I'm watching the replay, and I saw the oversnap. The one thing I liked was the fact that Tua was had good awareness to bat the ball away. So the guy that was about to catch the fumble, he bat the ball away, so he prevented the turnover. So that's one thing. And another thing, the second play, which is encouraging, he didn't see nothing open, so he threw the ball in the dirt. So he threw the ball
That's
away, so
right.
it wouldn't be an incompletion. So it'd be incompletion versus a sack. So I like
You
to
say
see
he
the one
batted it
his
away,
awareness,
Trey?
his awareness for the fumble, and the fact that he's now said, "Fuck it. If there's a play not developing, I'm just gonna throw it away." So
Shake, how much did you pay for that package, man? I might be upgrading the system.
It's about
Shake, you said he
$74
batted
a
it away.
month.
Shake, you said he batted it
About
away.
$74.
It went from like 40
you can
something
watch-
to
you can watch-
70 something. It's damn
one
near
thing about
almost
YouTube
double.
TV. One thing about YouTube TV is you can watch the game the next day.
Okay. Yeah, I might be switching to it. I got Hulu now, so.
So
Shake,
if
you
I
said
could,
you said he batted it away, Shake. Did he? I thought
punched the
he
ball
was
away.
making a conscious decision. I thought he was making a conscious decision not to land on it with his chest and have a
by the
300-pound
way,
guy
by
land
the way,
on it.
he saw
YouTube TV also
the
provides
guy coming
unlimited
towards the
DVR,
ball.
by the way.
Yeah, he saw the guy coming
okay,
for the
Alex,
ball,
thanks.
and the second he saw the guy
problem.
was about to pick up the ball, he punched the ball to the other lineman.
yeah,
I
you
was
can
scared because I
see
was
it
like,
fly over there.
I thought he was going to land on the ball on his chest, and then a 300-pound guy was going to fall on top of him. And then it looked like he kind of like landed on his side to cradle it with his arm. So I thought that's what he did.
No,
I was worried about that shoulder when he
I
extended
thought
the
he was
arm
trying
out
to
like that.
recover the ball. His natural instinct was to cover the fumble.
But I didn't want him to land on it with his chest. You know how you grab the ball and lay on top of it, and then that's what I didn't want to happen.
Yeah, but
So
I like that.
Yeah,
As
I
soon
thought
as
he attempted to recover the
Yeah,
fumble.
as soon as he saw the defensive lineman about to pick up the ball, he punched the ball to the offensive lineman who eventually got it.
Now, do we attribute that to the jujitsu?
No.
I don't care what it's attributed to. I think it's heads up football.
No,
What
yeah,
you
yeah,
attribute
it's
that to.
instincts, Pam, right.
So it was brought up that Jalen Phillips might have been pushed down the field, right? But was it brought up that he was actually a hog collar come around that corner so fast where they got that flag on him? Did anybody bring that up?
It wasn't a horse collar. That was a bad
No,
call. But
not
Even
when
El
we was on
Capitan
defense.
said it wasn't a horse collar.
No, not when we were on defense. Not when we was on. When Jalen Phillips got a holding call on him from the offensive lineman because he almost got to Trevor Lawrence, and the guy wrapped his whole arm around his neck and pulled him back, and the refs called the holding flag. He was right there. A couple of times he was right there.
Big Nick, there's no doubt that he made a couple of good plays. There were some bright spots in there, but on a whole, we got pushed around that field really bad. And I kept waiting for somebody to step up and make the call. And I called out every one of those bad calls by the ref or lack of calls. No doubt he was held. That was a mauling that he took. That wasn't even just a hold.
Yeah.
Because Sunshine would have been on the ground, no doubt that play, but that's one play. And normally I feel like bad calls or lack of calls by refs can affect games more when it's a close game, but I didn't feel like it was a close game. I mean, it bothered me last night. Am I done with the Dolphins? That'll never happen. Do I think our season is trash? No, I don't.
Who's the spotter? Who threw the damn flag? Who's McDaniel's spotter, man? Come on, man. They got opportunity to see the fucking play before they throw the flag.
Which
Who's the
play
spotter?
are you talking about, though? Because I thought both of those.
On the Ridley play. On the Ridley play. I saw it. He was in. Clearly, he was in, man. I want to see. I
want you to go back and look at that play because I went back multiple times and I took a video. The ball came out before he hit the ground. The ball was moving all around. Yes, he had 2 feet in, but the ball came out. You're talking about the second one, right? The second.
No, the first one. The first one. The Calvin Ridley, my little buddy play. Calvin Ridley.
I have to argue with that one as well, and I'll tell you why. Yes, he got 2 feet down, but did he have 2 feet down after full possession?
He did.
Go back and look when the ball actually got in. It was bang, bang. And so I think the call could have gone either way. My problem with that was the referee that was on top of the play called it incomplete. And then all of a sudden, here it comes, it's complete with no explanation.
And then explain it to the coach. You're absolutely right. But still, during that time, we got a spotter up there. And you're right. It was a bang-bang play. And in my opinion, in the NFL, bang-bang plays do not require a flag. That's what the spotter is for.
Well, I think it was close. And we've all kind of complained about McDaniel not throwing the flag when he should. It's preseason. I was okay
Yeah.
with him throwing the flag. I really was.
I'm easy to be won over for Pam. I'm easy to be won over. You're right. We want to get that out too. We want to get, but I do need a better spotter though. I would like to have a better spotter. Because they damn show spotted Skylar Thompson when nobody saw him hit his head. Somebody spotted that shit.
If you watch the game it was announcers from Jacksonville, and it was funny because on that play, the referee on the play called it incomplete, right? The guy was standing right there, and they didn't want to talk about that. They just danced around it. And then on the second time we threw the flag, they were yelling, the referee was right on the play, which it's like, okay, so let's just pick. I mean, they were horrible announcers. They were, I mean, I get the bias. They're Jags announcers, but they really sounded stupid a bunch of times.
Culler, do you want any up-to-date NFL news?
Why not? I do know that I was just about to say that
there's some news going on in the NFL.
The Colts have released Kenyon Drake.
Yeah, let me go over some of the information that's happened over the past hour.
I love Kenyon.
Sure, yes. Real quick, Ali. Sure, we are at the 3-hour mark. Everybody, I went ahead and dropped the link just to have a panel, I guess, for a little bit. There was enough of you asking for it. And the funny thing is, the people begging for it aren't even here right now. That's the crazy thing. But anyway, go ahead, Ali. Everybody, hit the like button if you want Ali to give you some up-to-date NFL news. Hit
That's
that
just
like
some
button.
up-to-date information. So the Colts lose key depth at offensive lineman Danny Pinter for the season. So he's out for the season now. And that goes into play of what I've been saying, that they need offensive line depth help as well as defensive line depth help as well. In addition to that, here's an update. The Bears won't be trading for Colts running back Jonathan Taylor. They're not going to make an offer or move forward. That has officially been announced. They're out of the race now. Just so you know that.
Wow.
Yeah, that is news. Here's to back that news up. Related news. Hold on. Related news. NFL rumors are swirling since they just released Kenyon Drake, as Culler just stated. They have been in contact with Kareem Hunt as coming to the Colts. So that could be key for things to come, just so you know. And because we always tend to bring a corner around these parts, and it seems like we brought in so many corners and more. Alex, I'm talking right now. Don't interrupt, please. Apologize.
Oh, no, I was just saying hello.
Hey, how's it going? Definitely. So then, in addition to it, the Browns have just informed standout corner Caleb Biggers that he's being waived by the Cleveland Browns. So he supposedly had a good standout showing this preseason. Just putting it out there, so something to think about.
And by the way, when you said the Colts were cut Kenyon Drake, I thought it was going to be the Colts are going to be training for. But
here's my final offer to the Colts. My final offer to the Colts. Now that they lost the offensive lineman, here's my final offer to the Colts. Second round draft pick, Emmanuel Ogba and Liam Eichenberg for Jonathan Taylor, and a 4th round pick.
Their deal is dead on arrival. Anything concerning Eichenberg is not an honest broker.
No, that's actually a fair deal. That's fair.
No, it's not.
That's a fair deal, Crypto.
No, it's not.
Fair to who?
That's the most dishonest broker that I've ever seen.
That depends on Crypto. That's assuming
anything involving Eichenberg. You're showing you're not a serious
that's
broker.
Only assuming. That's assuming the Colts feel the same way about Eichenberg that we do, and you can't know that.
Who sent you? Who sent you, Crypto?
We can't know that.
No, we don't.
They follow everybody else's fandom just as everybody else do.
Can I give a hot take? I'm going to sound like Pete when I say this, but I'm going to give a hot take real quick, right? So they need offensive line depth help, right? Specifically at guard now, right? We don't think I'm kind of turned off by Connor Williams, who supposedly was a really good left guard at one point. And I'm kind of off. I'm not going to let the season be ruined by these over the head passes to the quarterback, because they're not even a toss to the quarterback or anything you want to call it. What if we offered them, whatever picks they need and a Connor Williams? Would you guys do it?
Who's going to be the center?
The coach ain't accepting none of our offensive linemen unless it's tearing out
After the way Feeney looked last night.
Mr. Negative. Hold on. Mr. Negative. He is a left guard playing center, right? That's what he is. He can play left guard too.
He's playing center for us, so who's going to replace
The coach ain't accepting no offensive lineman from us unless
I'll
it's
take
tearing out.
anybody that's not throwing it over Tua or Skylar Thompson's head at this point.
Dan Feeney can replace.
Dan Feeney can play center. You're right.
Ali, I know I smoke a lot of weed, Ali, but I distinctly now remember a few weeks ago, you and I did have a conversation as to why we should pay Connor now and not Wilkins.
I do agree, but that was also with the premise. Hold on, because I'm going to answer this. He does have a good point. Yes, we did have that conversation, but at the same time, that was prior to seeing the abysmal play in multiple, not just in practice, but in multiple games, a ball going over the quarterback's head like he's launching it into the next hemisphere, right? Because that's exactly what's happened here, right?
I got the solution, Ali.
Seen it in practice multiple times. At this point, I'm turned off.
I got the solution, though. Hold on. I got the solution, Ali, to Connor Williams' problems, right? We just put Tua in the pistol formation, and we put a running back behind him, so that when that happens, it'll look like it's planned.
Oh my God, you guys are! I'm
trying to have a serious
conversation.
All
right,
it'll look like it's planned, though, Ali. It'll look like it was meant to be that.
Yeah, but you're starting to play 9 yards behind the scrimmage.
Hold on, Ali. You brought up Ali. That's actually interesting about the Connor Williams thing, because I think that you can replace Connor Williams with Dan Feeney at the center position, or you can probably go trade for another center. That they don't want, that another team doesn't want. That's trying to cut him.
Alex. Yeah. Okay, so let's go.
Dan Feeney is a career backup, man. He's a tier 3 at best.
All right. Let Mr. Negative cook a second. He's been trying to get it. By the way, Mr. Negative, I did turn your volume up. I think we can probably hear you a little better now.
Thank you. So, Alex, you want to go with Dan Feeney? Okay, cool. So Dan Feeney, 2 weeks before the season, is going to be the guy to protect Tua up the middle. You don't think maybe Tua should go get some extra added life insurance, because Dan Feeney is like a turnstile?
Yeah, he's a career backup. He's a tier 3 player at best.
Center is really the easiest position on the O-line, to be honest.
Before we get rid of Connor Williams, who was graded as a top 5 center last year, and I understand the concerns, you better have a viable option behind him before you make that move. Don't just say, "Oh, we'll go get some guy in trade." Who's trading a center? That's better than Connor Williams.
I'm sure there's teams out there that have extra depth of center that they could get rid of. But
now I don't want to get rid of Connor. I don't want to get rid of Connor.
I do like the kid.
Still don't want to pay him.
What is that kid's name that was that played some snaps at center? It wasn't Dan Feeney. It was another kid.
The undrafted guy.
The undrafted guy. Yeah, I like him. I do.
Yeah, but he's not ready. He's not ready yet.
Liked him enough to remember his name.
I don't want to get Connor, but I want Connor. I mean, I don't want to lose Connor, but I do want Connor to shut the fuck up about the $7 million we're paying him. I do want that.
Yeah, he's not worth the money that he's going to command. I mean, you could easily replace a center with no problem. That's the easiest.
Wilkins was a big winner last night, right? Wilkins won big last night, right?
Can I just say something to that, Alex, real quick? I'm not coming at you, because you're not the only one that's been saying it the past couple of days. But there's been this narrative that all of a sudden came out of nowhere that center is the easiest position on the offensive line, and this and that and the other, and that's just simply not true, and especially in a West Coast offense. The center is almost as important, if not more, than the quarterback. And in a West
Left guard,
Coast
right
system.
guard. Left guard, right guard.
Let me ask this question. Let me ask this question. Okay, let's say we're not moving off Connor Williams. All right. Let's look at it. Let's look at another position on the offensive line. Would you guys? Let's say Leo Collins becomes available. Would you kick the tires on it?
Lyle Collins?
Yeah.
I mean, we'll probably kick the tires on anybody if the price is right.
Because supposedly
I'd rather try to entice Taylor Lewan out of retirement than I'm saying I'd rather try to entice Lewan out of retirement than go after Collins, but that's just me.
Collins is a big dude, man. I don't know if he can flow with this offense.
Is he better than Austin Jackson?
I don't. You asking me if an old player is better than a 23-year-old first? I don't know, man. I can't say that.
Real quick, guys, I wanted to sort of read this article real quick, or part of it. I thought it was kind of interesting. Actually, I think I lost it now. Ali, I don't know if you've got it, but it's the one from the report from NFL Network or NFL.com. Not an hour ago, they posted it about
Thank you, baby.
Wilkins and the Dolphins not being able to come to terms, as if that was a definitive new revelation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, here it is.
And
I'll
the
read
article
it.
was talking
I'll read
about that they almost insinuated that the Dolphins chose to go with Seiler.
Yeah, let me read the article. I actually have it in front of me.
Please do.
So who's the author of the article? Who's the author of the article? And
we always make sure to tell everybody that, Big Nick. Don't worry.
So this is on NFL Network, around the NFL, right? And it's by Brianna White, just so you know.
Yeah, she don't follow the team.
Okay, well, just because she doesn't follow the team doesn't mean she doesn't have an opinion. All right, so
I'm not sure that might be a different article, Ali, because I think the other one was written by somebody else that I read this morning. But I'll try to pull it up and we'll compare.
Hold on. Dolphins defensive tackle Christian Wilkins unable to come to terms on the new deal. Is that the one you're talking about? Miami signs defensive line Zach Seiler to extension.
I think that's the same headline.
Yeah,
I thought I had a different author, but yeah, go ahead. Anyway, it's still
as the
they're
regular
still liable.
season is almost here, teams are looking to lock down players on deals. However, after months of negotiation, the Miami Dolphins and defensive tackle Christian Wilkins were unable to come to terms on a new deal. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport reported Sunday, now the Dolphins are looking to defensive lineman Zach Seiler, who's signing a 3-year contract extension worth up to $38.65 million with $20 million guaranteed, Rappaport reported. Although Wilkins was holding in on the possibility of reaching a new deal as he was present for training camp, but was there as only an observer. Going into year 5 of his career, Wilkins will be playing on the 5th-year option, playing him at $10.8 million. The number 13 overall pick of the 2019 NFL Draft has been productive for the Dolphins, especially during 2022. The 27-year-old had a career-high 98 combined tackles with 3.5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 1 recovery. He also has the capability to put pressure on the quarterback, recording 7 QB hits in 2022 alone and 29 QB hit totals throughout his career. Seiler, on the other hand, has also been with the Miami for some time, signing with the team in 2019 and making an impact ever since. In 2022, Seiler recorded his own career high of 70 combined tackles, 2 forced fumbles, and 12 QB hits. In the end, it is Seiler who gets the deal. The Dolphins' first matchup of the season will be against Los Angeles Chargers at SoFi Stadium. And no matter what, Miami has a superstar defense helping pave the way for hopefully a winning season.
Ali, go back to the part right when it first started to mention what Rappaport was reporting. Is the part that makes me think they were insinuating something. And again, this is obviously the author's words, and if anybody's insinuating anything, it would be either Rappaport or this author. I'm not trying to say I'm not trying to insinuate nothing.
And defensive tackle Christian Wilkins were unable to come to terms on a new deal.
Right.
The
So
only
that
pushback.
means, hold on,
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Keep going.
No. And then it goes on to say NFL Network Insider, and it talks about what Ian Rappaport.
The part
put.
about where I thought it said something like they're looking towards Siler.
Oh yeah, that part. Let me find that real quick.
That's the part that made me think. And I got one other thing to say before Big Nick can respond. Hold on. Go ahead.
Hold on. Let me.
Because it's
seriously
eerily sounding something
hold
similar.
on. Now the Dolphins are looking to the defensive lineman Zach Seiler, who's signing a 3-year contract extension. So
why would he say now they're looking towards Seiler? You know what I mean? Like, what is that insinuating?
There's two parts here, Culler. The first part is unable to come to terms. When you say unable to come to terms, that's not saying like, well, right now they're not able to come. Right. But when they say unable to come to terms, that means it doesn't matter. It's
That's
over.
irreconcilable, is what it sounds like. Right.
Yes.
Can I make a comment on that? I'd like to comment on that.
Real quick though, but I just wanted to say one other thing. This whole pattern is sounding eerily similar to exactly how we handled Gesicki. We signed Durham Smythe to a pretty Durham Smythe to a pretty decent contract and ended up franchising Gesicki and then cutting him or whatever, right?
Yeah, but we never offered him a contract, Color, ever. We let him go day one of free
Fair
agency.
enough. Fair enough. But the fact now we're signing another guy's buddy and like, you know, giving the other guy flack.
Let me push back on the article. The only problem I have with the article, is that about the hold in part, that he has not been an observer. He's been in all the team meetings and he has been participating in individual drills. He just hasn't been participating in 7-on-7s or on 11-on-11s.
I think they may have been talking about yesterday in particular.
She make it seem like he's just there and he's not doing it. No, he's participating. He's in the classrooms. He's individual drills. He's working out. He's just not risking.
He's not aloof, right? What you're saying, she's making it sound like he's aloof, and he's not.
He was even at the preseason game last night. I mean, he didn't have to be there. If you know what I mean.
So go ahead, Cal. I want to give Pam an opportunity real quick.
Yeah, so if I can comment on that, especially about being at the preseason game, he wasn't just at the preseason game, he was the player rep on the field at the preseason game. So to me, that is huge. And when people talk about we got to build through the draft, well, guess what?
That's right.
We built through the draft with Christian Wilkins. It doesn't make sense to want to build through the draft and then chop the guy we drafted that has been an awesome player off at the knees. Makes no sense to my brain.
Well, unknown.
Well, here's the thing.
If there was no Jonathan Taylor possibility involved, I think I might agree with you, Pam.
Well,
last night proved you, Color, that you can't
that
trade
changes everything.
This is why I push back a little bit, because at the end of the day, Gesicki was a great player, but he wasn't a scheme fit. So at the end of the day, listen, everybody, we have great players, but if they don't fit the scheme, they're not great players for this team.
What was the reason we had this? What was the reason we franchised Jarvis Landry and then traded him? What was the point?
For the trade.
Yes, pretty much.
But here's my question: Why didn't we sign him to a long-term extension? Was it too expensive for us? What was the reason?
Probably for the same reason we traded him to the Browns. Somebody was pissed at him.
I got it. I know why. Because he had 5,000 catches one year, 5,000 catches and like 4 touchdowns. That's why.
So the lack of touchdowns.
Well, listen. One thing Jarvis Landry said. This was after he was traded to the Browns. He said that whenever you got on Adam Gase's bad side, he says, I'm going to trade you to Cleveland as a kind of like, you know how I'm going to ship you off to Siberia? That's kind of like his way of saying, I'm shipping you off to Siberia.
Well, when Cleveland threw up that money to him, he didn't hesitate to go to Siberia.
Yeah, he could have said, no, I'm not signing the deal. You know, he could have done that. You're right. Here's why I'm inquiring. Could this be a sign that Christian Wilkins might be on the trading block right now?
No, they didn't. No, they would have showcased him.
Not necessarily. If he's holding out, he doesn't have to play in the game.
No, exactly. They don't need to showcase a player like that. Indy knows exactly what they're getting, and they don't want him to be injured.
That's
Yeah, that's true. That's actually a really good point, Culler. I'm glad you brought that up. And
I mean, this is why. And look,
got him paid.
And I'm not saying there's potential for Waddle either. But when you look at the way Waddle's injury progresses to something now, we'd have no idea when he's going to be back. If somebody wanted Waddle, they wouldn't want him to be playing in preseason.
Yeah, and here's the other thing.
Somebody wanted
Culler.
Waddle, I'm gonna
bring it. I'm going to bring it.
I wholeheartedly agree with you there, Big Nick.
I'm going to take it to a different level than you, Culler, because I understand why you're bringing up Waddle, but not in the same connotation, okay? My take on Waddle is because he's injured and we don't really know exactly what the issue is exactly, right? Which we probably won't, because isn't that kind of like a HIPAA thing anyway? My point of bringing that up is because what if we actually have to make this deal for Jonathan Taylor because Waddle's going to be out for a bit? Not that we have to trade Waddle, because I'm not going with that. I'm going with the fact that this is just another reason why you have to bring in Jonathan Taylor. Because if you bring in a Jonathan Taylor into this backfield, right, that opens up things for the other wide receivers. It makes things a little bit easier on a Braxton Berrios or a Chosen or whoever the next man up is going to be.
And then around week 7, when we're down in a game and we got to get a crucial touchdown, and touchdown Waddle, and everybody's like, oh, where the hell's he been? Oh yeah, well we didn't need to rush him back, and here you go. He just gets a clutch win for us. You know what I mean? I see good teams do that all the time, man.
Waddle will be there week 1, man. I think if he had to, Waddle could have played, in any one of those last 2 games, man. Waddle will be there.
I really hope so. But the point is that they didn't really give us any specifics like they do a lot of these other injuries. For example, to give you an example real quick, hold on. To give you an example, when a guy has an ACL tear or a meniscus issue or whatever, they tell us it's a meniscus issue, it's an ACL, or he has a quadricep issue or whatever, right? All we know is that it's a torso injury. That could be a bazillion different things.
Right.
We don't know what that is. In fact, I heard recently there was a player that retired because he had a lacerated liver.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's happened quite a few times. Yeah.
So again, if we were gonna do some weird strategy like that, where we kind of, hide him a little bit. This is precisely a year you would do it where you're still not paying him a whole bunch of money because he's a rookie, so you don't have to justify him being on the field. You know what I mean? And you can say,
well,
hey,
he could have gone from an innie to an outie. That's all.
The Dolphins tried that shit. The Dolphins tried that shit last year with letting you guys know what was going on with a player with a lower leg injury week to week, and he wound up missing the whole season. And we blasted the organization for getting our hopes up about him playing. So we can't have our cake and eat it too. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like they told us
exactly, Big Nick. And we've got Tyreek. You're right,
Big Nick. They don't want another Byron Jones. They don't want another.
Nick, you're right. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like we got Tyreek. We got some other good wide receivers. We will bring in Jonathan Taylor. And then by week 6 or 7, in a crucial game, when Waddle makes his reappearance by winning the game for us, we'll all be like, oh, yeah, that's right.
Culler Tua won out that long with a broken rib, but we know Waddle don't have a broken rib. Tua missed 3 games with a broken rib.
They like to make stories. They like to make stories out of everything, Big Nick. Come on.
But you just go to the extreme, Culler. 6 games?
Yeah.
Damn.
No, but I was trying to make it important. There's no important games at game 4. You know what I mean?
So did you guys hear that Ryan Jensen, center for Tampa Bay, is out again for this season? Didn't we want him at some point? Wasn't he like a prolific center that we wanted really bad at some point?
Isn't he like 42?
I remember that name. Yep.
You know what? When they get to this stage of their career, man, for real, these guys don't give a shit, man. These guys.
That's what I'm trying. That's why I'm not totally rats off a ship after last night, because I'm just like,
we're the only ones. Fans are the only ones crying. Fans are the only ones crying about a veteran being out for the season. Trust me. Defense, like,
But
man,
with all these O linemen going down across the league, we could be in for some pretty shitty football this year.
Well, I want to talk about 94 got paid last night. I don't care what y'all say, man. 94 got paid last night.
Paid to be the representative, yeah.
But you know what? But that was expected though, honestly. If you listen to, I don't know if you guys do, but if you listen to Locked On Dolphins, they really do prepare you guys for what to expect from other teams. I knew the Jaguars had a huge defensive line. I knew they had a huge offensive line, right? So I didn't go in there with any expectations as far as dominating either line, especially knowing that Sealer and Wilkins didn't play last night. And those young guys just got exposed. They cannot do what these guys can do.
Game wise, we have nothing to prove to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I mean, it is what it is, man.
We don't have anything to prove to them. My point is, I just think that it just looked bad, and that people have that PTSD in their mouth of thinking that we're going to go down this bad route again.
Right, but see, the thing of it is, Ollie, is that again, there's just, I mean, other than the first two series. It's not as if they pulled everybody out and put everybody in. No, they even in the first couple series, they had guys that'll never be with the first team. You know what I mean? And
Brandon Pilley was in the first team defense. I mean, come on.
Right.
I love
Exactly.
Brandon Pilley, but I don't think he's a starter. I think he's a good depth piece, but not a starter.
But here's the thing, though. So, and then that continues all night because look. There's a certain amount of professional courtesy. It's a preseason game. You're in Jacksonville. That's their only home game in the preseason so far. They're game planning. So you can decide, do I fight that game plan or do I let them have it in their house to their fans so their fans have something to be excited about? It helps the overall NFL.
What's the starter name? Obviously, though, Javon Holland.
Hold on. Let me finish, Big Nick. And so – you get in a situation where there's a lot of guys that Mike McDaniel wanted to see. Okay, how does this guy handle being with this team? Point is, from start to finish, you could never expect any continuity on offense or defense in that game. And continuity is going to loot. Lack of continuity in an NFL game, preseason, regular season, don't matter when the fuck it is going to lose you the game just like we lost.
You see that? You don't like that, dude. Don't do that to nobody else.
And
I gotta teach my
without making an excuse by saying it's just preseason, I'm simply saying that the reason for the loss of continuity was because it's preseason. That's all I'm saying. I mean, I'll go back to. It's just gonna make it. It just makes it easier to cut 37 people. We got to cut 37 people. How the hell are we supposed to cut 37 people if everybody balls out last night and we destroy the Jacksonville Jaguars? And we put the best guys at every position to make sure we win the game. So they'll
do it the same way they did last year when they cut everybody after the Eagles game.
But Crypto, you missed your opportunity right there, Crypto, because Adam Gase had a dominant preseason one year, and we was all hyped. And he had to make those same cuts.
Big Nick, we already looked it up. The last time we made the playoffs, before last year in 16, we went 2-2. We went 2-2 in the preseason. And we got blown out. We got 41 points put on us in one of those preseason games the year we made the playoffs in 16.
But remember, we had this show.
Hey, I'm at the barbershop right now, man. Hey, the barber's
you know what? There wasn't social media back then like there is today, so nobody even knew it happened. Everybody was sleeping that day. Nobody even watched preseason like that back then.
Let me ask you a question, Culler. Right, we all can say that we know we got 47 locked in positions on this team. 47, and those are the 47 that's going to the NFL on the dress 47 on game day. Right? Yeah. We know we have 47, man. It's the other players, it's the other 6 or 7 or 8 players that we're worried about, man. And to me, I just can't bring myself to be worried about that.
Well, and if I can say, that was the reason I was saying earlier, there's something between a dumpster fire and cupcakes and rainbows. You know,
Right.
nobody can look at that game last night and go, yes, I'm so excited. We looked
Exactly, Pam,
amazing.
because it's still, at its fundamental level, it's still a football game, and we looked like trash last night. Doesn't matter the reasons. You know what I mean?
Exactly. But it's not all dumpster fire. It's not all dumpster fire because of the reasons you just said, Color. There was no continuity. We got people in. Supposedly, it's our first string. It wasn't. It was a mixed bag, and that's okay. And maybe there's some of the thing about what you were saying about good for the NFL. All that kind of that could be true. I know
Well,
for
that's
myself.
stuff that I'm imagining, but it still doesn't. It's not like it's out of the. It's plausible. It's like, hey, we're not going to game plan against this team that is game planning against us because, look, let's face it. What do we have to prove to their fans that they're shit? They're not shit. So why are we going to go break our necks? No pun intended. Sorry for the guys that got carted off last night. Didn't mean to say that, but.
Yes.
We shouldn't go out there trying to hurt ourselves by. Come on, I don't aggravate people.
That's what I was saying. That it wasn't.
It goes
all
both ways.
bad.
They have a right not to play
I'm over
at
here
full
getting a
strength
haircut
either.
right now, right?
We
I'm
don't
over here
know
getting a
how
haircut right
gauged they
now.
are.
But see, what I'm saying, Crypto, is because of our lack of continuity, they didn't even have to go full strength to whoop our ass the way
I
they
think you guys
did.
look too deep into it, though.
Hey, real quick, I'm over here getting a haircut right now, man. And the owner is a Jacksonville Jaguar fan, right? So that guy, for him, that game last night just put Trevor Lawrence on top of the pedestal. Preseason or not, that team has a legit quarterback.
Yeah, but they never won.
For sure. But had things
And a legit coach.
He is a legit
Absolutely.
coach. But
guys,
on the other hand,
is it fair to look at it from this standpoint, guys? If you had to rank the depth in the NFL, I would say we would be somewhere in the 20s, right? Our depth, we would be somewhere in the 20s in the NFL as far as
That's
depth
what's
goes.
so concerning to people, Big Nick.
Wait, Color.
Yeah.
Color, is it fair
We're in
to
the
say
20s.
that one of the reasons why maybe we didn't game plan as much against this team is because we really need the opportunity to evaluate this?
Of course. Of course. That's precisely what I'm trying to say. It's not as if it was exactly all 22 guys on both sides of the ball that we're going to see. There was no continuity from the beginning of the game to the end of it. Look, I said it in my monologue. I'm done arguing about who the best quarterback is and what are the reasons for the quarterback's problems. I'm telling you, when Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle leave the field, our freaking route running falls off a cliff. And it's across both quarterbacks. Skyler and Tua. It's ridiculous.
And
nobody can get open. River Craycraft, hell of a night.
Yeah.
There's people that say he might not even make this team. And he's out there running the best routes.
Between him and Chosen, who makes it, Color?
I'm done arguing about Skyler and Tua or throwing blame on either of them anymore.
Yeah.
I think Craycraft did more than Chosen right now, bro. I think Craycraft deserves a slot, bro.
Yeah, but
I mean, the guy catches every freaking thing thrown to him. You know?
Craycraft, he played against my neighbor last night.
Oh, come on. That's not fair. That's not fair. He can only do the plays that are in front of him. He can't play a team that isn't in front of him, you know.
I know.
And Big Nick, Big Nick, you're not. I understand the fairness of what you're saying. You know what I mean? I get it. But even in camp, when I'm watching the guy, he's making sideline back shoulder throws with some toe drag swag, dude. I'm serious, bro.
Yeah, but ain't nobody
He's not a bad receiver.
Head in training camp either, though. Nobody's trying to tear out the quarterback's head in training camp. See, all that matters, right?
I get you, but you know, Tua makes a good back shoulder throw to him, and he's freaking toe dragging on the sideline, you know, over a good defender.
Golden said it best. This dude
and also, like you said,
if it's close to him, he'll catch it.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
And I'm coming in. See, I'm coming in. No screaming. No
sorry for
Latin.
cutting you off, Pamela. Carla thinks I'm cutting you off, so I'm sorry if I am.
No screaming, no yelling, no disrespect. But when I hear these excuses being made, and I'm sorry if anyone gets offended with the excuse comment, the continuity you guys are talking about, this mismatching you're talking about, I mean, let's play the game then, right? As of right now, currently constructed, even after last night's game, is Raheem Mostert RB1? Is he the RB1 in everybody's opinion? If we don't land a trade for Jonathan Taylor, we all assume Raheem Mostert is going to be the starting running back week 1 against the Chargers, correct?
Deservedly so.
That is the rumor.
Okay, so he was out there. Tua Tagovailoa, our great Uno, right, is the starting quarterback. He was also out there. Austin Jackson, he was starting last night at right tackle. Robert Hunt, right guard, he started. Connor Williams, center, he started. Isaiah Wynn, where everybody has him penciled in as the left guard, he started. So the only person that wasn't starting yesterday that was on that offensive line was Terron Armstead.
Correct.
So
correct.
these Tyreek Hill caught the first play of the game. He's the wide receiver one. Where's these guys that you were playing? Why are y'all making it seem like none of these starters played?
Because look what happened to my wide receiver point, look what happened as soon as Tyreek Hill left the game. We couldn't move the ball without Savon Ahmed.
Oh, okay, but that doesn't change the fact that
Cedric Wilson.
Well, then that's a serious depth problem.
But Cedric Wilson is going to be on this football team. Chosen Anderson was out there. Chosen Anderson was out there with Tua.
That's my concern, Lewis. That's my concern. I'm with you on that.
What I'm saying is though, everybody makes it seem like there was no continuity. Like we didn't play nobody.
No, Lewis. I agree with you. What I'm saying is like the continuity I'm talking about would be Tyreek Hill still being out there on the second series. That's what I'm talking about continuity.
Well,
so overall as a team, you have to say no continuity, no big deal. Okay. But individually, yeah, we can't get open without Tyreek Hill on the field. We can't move the ball without freaking running it without Tyreek on the field. That's a major concern.
Absolutely. But, and again, I agree. See, I think maybe I was just missing the point there because Christian Kirk, the Jaguars, $19 million receiver.
No, I meant why we overall look like trash from stem to stern is because of no continuity is what I meant.
Well, again, I'm not trying to talk about you then, Culler. What I'm saying is for the people making excuses saying we didn't play nobody, that's a bold-faced lie.
I don't hear anybody say that. I mean, I did.
We did. Miss Pam, I'm sorry, but people have been telling me since last night.
I did. Hold on. I did say that when the number for the first two series that we had guys in there that wouldn't be playing with the first team. I may have been mistaken.
And Christian, but Christian Kirk for the Jaguars. Christian Kirk for the Jaguars didn't play every snap with the number ones. Trevor Lawrence didn't throw to number one.
Right,
receiver.
and remember they were cooking us with CJ Beathard. So
absolutely, they cooked us with the quarterback they got from Canada. Their third string, bro. We make it seem like it was. Oh my God, the Dolphins. Bro, we got our ass whooped, and it was concerning. So, like y'all keep making all these damn excuses, bro. Y'all need to stop.
Hey Lewis. Do you mind?
Biggest concerns, Lewis, evaporate if we get Jonathan Taylor. Go ahead, Cap for life.
Okay. Hey guys, do you mind real quick
Well, that's fair enough, but he can't be the linchpin.
Hey, do you mind real quick if I ask another perspective from the outside looking in?
If it's going to change the subject, can we let Pam respond real quick?
Real quick.
If it's going to change the subject, because I wanted Pam to get her last word in on the last subject.
After that, I want to introduce you to Bruce.
Hashtag the number one Dolphin.
The number one Dolphin hater, Bruce, right now. He's a Jacksonville guy. Go ahead, Ms. Pam.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So,
we need to talk to him. He's relevant.
Lewis, what I was saying is that there's something between dumpster fire and cupcakes and rainbows, that I didn't look at that game and go, wow, we're done. This is horrible. Everybody sucks. But I also didn't look at that game going, yay, I feel super confident, you know. But there's
And
something
you know what, Miss
in
Pam?
between. So
And let me tell you what that in between is, Miss Pam. I'm sorry to cut you off, right? But you're gonna understand this because you're a real Dolphin fan. The difference is you didn't see a 12-5 football team. You know what you've seen? A 9-8 football team. And I'm sorry, you cannot have a top 5 overall quarterback. You cannot have a genius as a head coach. You cannot have a $30 million receiver and be average.
But
why
we
is it
had
okay?
a $30 million
Like y'all are making it okay to be average. That's the problem with y'all.
Okay, so
did you just hear the statement? Oh, I didn't see a great team, but I didn't see the worst team. Okay, so you seen in the middle.
No.
They're 8-9, 9-8. That's what you seen.
No,
Context
what I
exist.
saw was one play by our $30 million receiver. That's what I saw. One play, and he looked amazing, and I didn't see him get the ball again.
Christ.
What I did see was
We
other
know that
guys.
Tyreek Hill's going to look amazing.
No,
I didn't have to see Tyreek. So, but what? So, what's the point?
So the point is, without Tyreek on there, they're focusing on other players. We had guys. Chosen did not run great routes. Like, he just didn't. I saw Craycraft look really good. And so people want to say, well, he only played good against, the Walmart greeter, which I don't see what's wrong with being a Walmart greeter. But anyways, the thing,
How about Target, Pam?
how about Target?
I told you to go out there.
Yeah, Target greeters get some love too.
I love them too.
It's amazing.
When you're
It's
talking
amazing
to
how
a
we say-
woman, gentlemen, it's Target. That's what they know it as. Just so you know.
It's amazing. It's amazing to me how we can come out and say that Chosen Anderson don't run great routes, but all offseason I've heard Chosen Anderson is going to be wide receiver 3.
Okay, I think maybe after
that sound
looking
like a
at last
problem?
night, maybe not. I'm just saying I don't think all that's set in stone yet. Because Craycraft, to me, when he's given the opportunities, looks amazing. And let's look at Berrios. Berrios had a good game. Let's look at Brooks. He had a good game. They weren't all in there on the field at the same time. We weren't even putting 1s, 2s, and 3s all together at the same time. I'm not looking at that game last night going, okay.
We had ones with ones, Pam. What are you talking about?
And what did we do when the ones were with ones? I mean,
they got dominated.
I
And we
know,
moved the ball down
Lewis,
the field. We dominated them too.
They were only
real
out
quick,
there
real
for a
quick.
few plays and
Show
solid
me.
ones to
I
one.
want to see the game y'all watch where our ones dominated their
Lewis,
ones.
if you'll let me finish that point, ones were only out there for a few plays. And as Nick was saying earlier,
That's a lie.
Oh my God.
No, it's not.
It is
No,
a
it's
lie.
not. We saw
Okay.
one play given
Right,
to
true.
our top wide receiver. One play.
Okay, true. I watched a 12-play drive from the offense of the Jacksonville Jaguars where our starting 11 was on the field, and those 12 plays, they didn't come off the
It
field.
wasn't our
Javon
starting
Holland-
11, though.
You
I
can't
have
no,
to.
Pam, no worries.
Hey,
No
hey,
worries,
real
Pam.
quick. Let me get my
Hey,
homeboy
Pam,
Bruce on
hey,
here real
Pam,
quick.
It was
no,
about 95% of the starters.
Nobody wants to talk to the Jacksonville Jaguars
Hey,
barber.
hey, real quick, Bruce, your thoughts about yesterday, man, from an outside perspective as a Jacksonville fan. What are your thoughts about the Miami Dolphins' performance last night?
Hey, y'all look terrible. All that telling you I got y'all look terrible.
All right. Hold on, guys. Order. Everybody made their point on that last subject, so I'm going to go ahead and, as I promised, Cap for life.
Hey, you hear this? You hear this? You walk right down the field on y'all. We just bumped. When they got the ball back and went down the field again.
He says, yeah, pretty much we got a turnover, didn't convert on the turnover, and they did.
So, a question to the barber. So, after that game, is he 100%? Question to the barber. Is he confident after watching that game that his team is going to the Super Bowl? Did that?
It's not about the
I'll
Super
take
Bowl.
one game at a time.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not delirious. One game at a time. Y'all get a new player and think y'all going to Super Bowl every year. Same shit, different year.
Yeah,
And y'all
this
want
is
everybody else to
absolutely
agree get
ridiculous.
them and say they ain't
Y'all the
shit.
third team in Florida. Just had
I
the number one
want,
overall.
I
You're
want,
the third team in Florida.
what I'm asking for, I could care less about the Jacksonville Jaguar barber. No disrespect, but I could give two
We beat y'all in
fucks
London.
about his
We beat y'all at y'all stadium. Every last 3 times we played y'all, we beat y'all.
That's cool.
So y'all ain't relevant.
That's cool. I'm
And you're
trying to
still the
get
third
to
team
Nick.
in
I'm trying
Florida.
to get to Nick and Miss Pam that are telling me that my starting
They said it,
defense wasn't out
they
there.
gotta
Some
Can you
nasty
tell me the
work.
players
That's
that
all
were
I
not
gotta
out
say,
there?
guys. This is some nasty work. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, so that
I
was
just
the
want to
inside of
know from
Bruce
Miss
over here
Pam.
located in
I can do
Opalaka.
that. I can tell you the starting players that wasn't out there. I can tell
We
you
had
that.
twin
Okay,
cuts.
yeah,
I can
please tell me the
Our
defensive
two
starters that
defensive
went out
tackles.
there.
So
Our two defensive tackles didn't play. We don't know who our
Okay.
starting. We don't know who our starting corner is outside of Xavier Howard. We don't know who our starting safety is outside of Javon
We
Holland.
do know they
and
played,
can
Big
I?
Nick.
Unbelievable.
No,
I'd like
Chosen
to
Anderson
go
also
with that
started.
answer too.
Chosen started. Robbie Chosen started too.
And Brandon Peely,
Our
is
starting
he
corner
our number
Ziegler was out
one?
I'm
there.
talking about the defense. You
Brandon
again,
Peely is a
right?
defensive player. He was out there from the very beginning. Is
With the
Brandon
ones, agree.
Peely a number
Yes.
one?
No, he's not. You have
No,
two
he's at number
defensive tackles.
2.
Or
Miss
three?
Pam,
Yes.
Christian Wilkins, right, and Zach Sealer did not play on that starting
Is
defense.
Eli Apple a number one?
I agree with
Is
you.
Eli
I
Apple a
agree
number
with you.
one?
Right? Hey, Eli Apple didn't play on that first series. Your starting corners were Xavier Howard, starter, Kader Kurhu, starter, Noah Igbenogany, as of right now, starter, was on the field, Javon Holland on the field, David Long Jr. on the field, Jerome Baker on the field, Bradley Chubb on the field, Jalen Phillips on the field, Raekwon Davis on the field. Y'all keep telling me about all
That
these
sounds like
players,
starters
these
to
two
me.
players that didn't miss. The starters were
And they
out
also
there.
sound like they
You
only
should
gave
be
up
able to
one
win with
score.
90% of your
They only
starting
gave up one
defense on the
score.
field.
Making these
They
damn
gave up one score and
excuses.
had one turnover. They had one score and one turnover.
They had
gave up
2
one score
scores.
and had a turnover.
Yeah,
There was
Baker
a
got the
lot of
turnover.
there was a
Baker just
starter in there all the
ridiculed
way
like
into the
crazy.
4th quarter.
No, it wasn't. Who? Crypto?
I remember seeing guys in there all the way toward the end of the game.
Absolutely not. Absolutely
Emmanuel
not.
Agba was out there.
He's not a starter. And after
But he's a quality player.
After the Jaguars' second possession, the entire defense started defense was off the field.
No, he wasn't.
Does anybody wonder?
No,
Like,
he wasn't.
can we wonder why Ogba was out there through 3 quarters?
Probably
there's
because we
something
have a
being
limited number of linebackers to put out there at this point.
right,
Dude,
but
on the
I think there was more
on
to
the
it than
third
that.
drive, Andrew Van Ginkel was the outside linebacker, man. Don't tell me the starters didn't get off the field. Yes, they did.
They play. Do our second stringers play quality starter minutes? Yes or no?
Say what?
Do our second stringers play quality starting minutes? It don't matter if you start the game or not. How many minutes and snaps do they play?
No, Crypto. We're the only team in NFL history that's only playing 20 guys. 11 on offense, 11 on defense. We're playing Iron Man football.
Exactly. What the hell is going on here? Is that they act like they never played?
Crypto, it's an honest question, but it has
Not
so
gonna lie,
many
I've
different
gotten a
umbrellas.
sack before because we played both ways in high school.
We don't need depth. We don't need depth, Culler and Crypto. We don't need
on the
it.
field at a time, Crypto.
We're not going to deal with an injury all season. We're going to play all our starting.
Hey, why don't we
22 is gonna
just
play
go
all
with
2/3
I'm
of the
saying
game.
they play quality minutes, Big Nick. That's the point. They're going to be in the
I
game
agree,
at some
Culler.
point of the
I
season
agree.
for a long
Why don't we
extended
try
period.
Tua Tagovailoa at safety next to Javon Holland, Culler? I agree.
Surrounded by starters.
All right, let me just tell you this.
But
We
they
didn't
are going
play
to be
Jeff
playing
Wilson.
quality
We
minutes and
didn't
be
play
held
Jeff
accountable.
Wilson. We didn't play Jeff Wilson in preseason.
Can I
Everything got
kind of
banged
sum
up.
that last? Can I sum
We
that
didn't play
last
Jeff
segment up
Wilson in
there? So
training camp.
basically, what we saw last night in the first couple series from our defense was our defense and what it would look like if, God forbid, Wilkins and Sealer were sidelined for some reason. That's what our defense would look like, and it's not very
I
good.
agree. But do we also think that, to me, we just looked, like numb. I didn't see very many players come out there looking like, hey, we're in this game.
Players
they
that
didn't
have their job secured played like players that have their job secured. I agree with that.
Exactly. But Jacksonville didn't do that. Jacksonville came out to play. They looked game
And
ready.
again, it's their only home preseason game.
Right, exactly.
They've got to excite their fans. I mean, let's be real.
Fans hadn't seen them.
Or the 37 people that's about to lose their jobs had something to play for.
And the commentator
well,
said
like
it
I
last
said,
night.
crypto, it just makes our job, those 37 cuts easier for us. Go ahead, Big Nick.
But Culler, the commentator said it last night. This is the first
I'm talking about
time
the
Jaguars
Jaguars.
fans have seen them since the playoff game to come back against the Chargers. This is the first time. So, yeah, they came out fired up in front of their fans after winning the division, making it to the playoffs, and winning a game. Yeah, they came up. They came out fired up.
They got tickets to sell. They got ticket prices to raise.
We came out looking like we're just ready for the 53 to start games.
Right, we pay $300 a ticket for mediocrity. They're still charging their fans $150 for hope. They're trying to raise ticket prices. Let's be real.
Yeah, they're the third team in Florida.
Hey, Culler. Were you here when Shake Money played the interview from Doug Peterson?
Yes, I was.
So the first question asked to Doug Peterson was why did your team come out and was so efficient on offense? Why was your team so ready to play? And Doug Peterson's answer was, and I quote, "We emphasized that all week. We wanted to let them know the importance of getting ready and being prepared."
Right.
And we had our coach in an interview hit us with 8
Right.
before the sentence even
And
got started.
and the ironic thing is, Lewis, the ironic thing, hold on.
0-17.
The ironic thing is that Doug Peterson could have way more easily answered that question by holding up his hand and showing his Super Bowl ring.
I also want to say, or they could ask Doug Peterson this question: why were you ran out of Philly?
Again, he could hold up his hand and show his Super Bowl ring. I don't know what that means. Same answer.
He'll put it on his middle finger. That's all.
Because that would be a stupid question, Big Nick. Why would they ask him a question like that?
Everybody gets
ran out of Philly. Well, because I love the Dolphins and I like to sit on other teams. Period.
Well, Santa Claus was booed in Philly too, so that ought to tell you that much.
Alum in that respect, Big Nick. Come on, man.
Everybody.
Well, Santa Claus was booed in Philly. That ought to tell you what they think about anybody.
That's right.
Booed in Philly, Crypto. That's a lie. I've never been.
Hey, Big Nick.
I said Santa Claus.
The management ring is a different ring. We can't. Hold on. We can't fault a Dolphins alum for going to another team and all that in the management circles. That's a different thing. That ain't playing for another team per se.
I mean, well, Culler. I can clown on other teams all I want to. I don't give a shit. I go out of
I didn't clown on Jimmy Johnson because he won Super Bowls with Dallas.
When Michael Irvin nearly got paralyzed, the Philly fans cheered. So that tells you all you need.
Yes.
That's another one, Shake. I forgot about that one.
Yeah.
When
Damn.
When Donovan McNabb got drafted, the Phillies fan booed him, man. That took him to 4 straight NFC championship games and
That
Super
is
Bowl.
Philly in a bucket.
Now, if you're Dolphins alum and you sucked, I mean, yeah, sure, Adam Gase. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't care what you win. I'm still gonna shit on
Philly
you.
is a big town. Philly's a town of broad shoulders. They got broad shoulders.
But I mean, Doug Peterson was freaking Shula's protege, dude, and Dan Marino's 340. I mean, Shula's 347th win, bro. Come on.
Hey,
and can I also point out, though, the difference in those 2 interviews? You've got a head coach that, had a team turn up and look really good. And then you got another head coach who had a kid that he probably knows pretty well and was extremely concerned. And I saw people saying crocodile tears and all that kind of stuff. I don't think unless you're that guy's inner circle that you know him well enough to say that. I
doubt that receiver is truly in McDaniel's inner circle.
Oh, I'm not saying he's in his inner circle. What I'm saying is that McDaniel's reaction
to that injury was real and not crocodile tears.
Well, I'm sure. Okay, fine. Okay,
tired of it
fine.
having to happen on his watch.
Okay,
That's why.
fine, but it could have been saved. Why are they even? I mean, like, okay, they asked him once, they asked him twice, they asked him 3 times. The interview was over. There's no question about the problems we have at snapping the football from our center. There's no question about what the hell are you going to do about bringing a running back in here. Okay, because y'all are obviously shopping around. There's no questions about why is it that your receivers can't run a damn route beyond Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. There's no, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, it was a no substance interview.
Yeah.
Absolutely no doubt.
Well, here's proof why the Miami media sucks. Listen, at the end of the day, instead of talking about Tua's progressions, they want to talk about his reaction to Ryan Clark.
Hey, there's another one, Shake. Fair point, man.
There you go. And I don't think you can blame that on McDaniel. That's on the media, not McDaniel.
He could always say it's a personal question. I don't want to answer.
Yeah, he can. Yeah, steer it in the other direction. Yeah,
yeah, that's true.
I don't want to hear no one ever again on this panel bring up Jason Sanders missing field goals because I'm surprised he even has goalposts to kick a field goal through from all the goalposts moving. I hear this fucking fan base.
You saying they're out on the beach, man? By now, like.
With
I'm surprised he even has goalposts to kick through at this point.
They all been moved out of the stadium.
They have those portable just-in-case goalposts, you know?
I mean, we'll make every excuse in the world for this football team. I mean, Jesus Christ. Bro, it is sickening. I'm sorry. This is sickening.
Lewis, like, I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. You know, I don't know what excuse you're talking about. I mean, I do know some people were cupcakes and rainbows and some people were dumpster fire. And I get that, but I don't understand where you're saying that, you know, we as fans don't get it. We'll make every excuse. I didn't make an excuse for this.
Nobody up here all day today. You're mistaken, Miss Pam, because no one up here today has mentioned dumpster fire but you. You're the one bringing up dumpster fire. We're bringing up
I heard you say
concerns, and
it
everybody
earlier
wants to
today.
debate. Somebody
I heard
wants
you
to
say it earlier
again,
today.
but
This
please let
dumpster
me
fire
know.
team. I heard that's why I'm saying that.
I said dumpster fire the past 25 years. To the point of why did Jacksonville play so hard? Oh, they had something to play for. Oh, there was their fans. No. That's what a good football team does. They play hard. No one cares about we losing to Jacksonville. I don't care that we lost. The game doesn't matter in that aspect. But I don't want to see Jalen Phillips on his ass when he's in there for 12 or 13 plays. I don't want to see my $20 million pass rusher Bradley Chubb not even sniff the quarterback's ass crack in a game. I don't want to see that. I'm a hater because I call that out. Y'all are giving the excuse again of a 9-8 football team. I see it already. The writing is on the wall. If this team is 9-8, it will be, well, we got to give McDaniel time to learn. Oh, well, we didn't have this player on the field. Oh, well, this. Everything, it's
he's only a second-year head coach.
It's laughable. The excuses have already made it, or making it, and we're not even out of the preseason.
We'll never, ever, ever get to a 5-year head coach because we never honor the contracts. So we'll always have a second-year head coach. Isn't that a coinky-dink?
And the fact of the matter is, Culler, what pisses me off about this fan base, and Miss Pam, you can run around those Twitter circles, and I brought this point up last night, and when I brought it up, I heard crickets on the panel. It's funny that when the Dolphins play like shit in the preseason, we as Dolphin fans come out and say, oh, it's the preseason. It doesn't matter. We got to use context. All the words that these fucking people in this fan base make, right? But these are the same people that have been on my timeline on Twitter this whole week telling Buffalo Bill fans they suck because Buffalo lost a preseason game to goddamn Pittsburgh Steelers last week. So the preseason matters for when Buffalo plays, and if Buffalo looks like shit, when Josh Allen throws an interception, that matters. That preseason game matters.
But when the Dolphins play like dog shit and Tua Tagovailoa throws an interception, oh, it's okay because Sweet McDaniel was working on things. And Tua was okay because Tua doesn't do that all the time. Like, what the fuck are we talking about out here?
By the way, I just want to what's going on? Hey, I just want to make up a point real quick that you brought up, and that's why we get rid of players like Gesicki and now Christian Wilkins, because they're great players for the coach who drafted them. Now we get a new coach. Now we got to run a different scheme. So that great player that we had that we drafted for the other coach is no longer a good player for this coach. So that's why we have so much turnover and player personnel too, because they go from one team to another. Now that player that we love doesn't fit the scheme.
You can't say,
and then when there is a star player that does, we don't go after him.
You can't say that let's build through the draft, because I'm sick of hearing that too. Let's build through the draft, and then you draft a really good player, and then we got to get rid of him. He doesn't fit the scheme.
Right, but
great
here's the
coaches
thing.
Make great players look great on their team.
But here's the thing, Pam, and I really think it has to do with Jonathan Taylor. I really don't think we would be even entertaining this with Christian Wilkins if it didn't have to do with him, because you're right. And I don't disagree, because the fact of it is, in the three key positions that we did make a splash, we did draft well and scored. Jalen Waddle, Jalen Phillips. Some would argue our secondary didn't need much, but we got Javon Holland, Cater Kahoo. We developed, and then we go and we make a splash in all three of those rooms after drafting well, even though we built through the draft, as you suggest. Now, we've done that in the running back room, according to them, not only them, but and what they, read in the tea leaves, but also what the fan base thinks about either A-Chain or Brooks. And some, even Ahmed and his progression, think, okay, well, there you go. We've developed or built through the draft there. Now, why are we taking our foot back out of the water by not getting a top 5 talent in that room with those guys like we did at the other key positions?
Right. And I understand what you're saying about Jonathan Taylor, but the thing that I say about
I'm just saying, unfortunately, Jonathan Taylor may change the calculus when it comes to Christian Wilkins.
Of course. I understand that. But we've been talking about trading Christian Wilkins all off season, and we were talking about it for another
but I don't
running back.
necessarily think the organization was thinking that. You know what I mean? Unless they absolutely
that
had
may
to.
be. Yep, that may be. But it seems like to me that talk has just been going on, and we were talking about another running back here just a couple weeks ago. He's coming. If we get him, Wilkins is gone. I heard all that too. I feel like if we're going to be that team, we got to keep those guys. And is Jonathan Taylor going to make a
Pam? I'm not 100% convinced that Wilkins has to go if we get Jonathan Taylor.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I just think that for those that would be upset about it happening, I'm just offering an alternative to say, hey, the calculus changed. I don't think it means we're reversing our position of building through the draft per se. But you look at what we've done here. You look at what we did with Gesicki in relation to Durham Smythe, and now it seems like we're beginning to make that same move with Sealer and Wilkins. You know what I mean? If Wilkins gets franchise tagged, then it's like almost the same move with Gesicki at that point.
Absolutely. Can I ask everybody on the panel a question? Do we believe that our run defense would have been better yesterday with Christian Wilkins on the field? Is that what we believe?
Maybe.
In theory.
Because it was the Jags.
Yes, Lewis. That's exactly what I'm saying, because he is an elite run stopper. Not a quarterback pressure stacker, but a run stopper.
That's why I said in theory, because they get run over too.
It was proven against the Texans that we don't. But then again, the Jags are a better running team than the Texans.
Well, hold on. Right? This is where I think that theory is proven wrong. Dameon Pierce played last week.
That same offensive line, Laramie Tunsil, the guy that everybody is up got their panties in a bunch, right? Laramie Tunsil was on the field, right, as a starting left tackle on that offensive line. They had their weapons out there. Christian Wilkins wasn't out there.
No, but Sealer was.
Okay, so Sealer, right, is more important to this run defense than everybody says.
You could argue that one of them is expendable.
Everybody tells me it's only Christian Wilkins. Well,
you
Christian
could
Wilkins
argue,
hasn't played it down.
Lewis, you could argue that at least one of them is expendable.
But no. Everybody tells me Everybody tells me it's Christian Wilkins. How did that defense
that's debatable in my opinion.
How did that defense last week without Christian Wilkins stop a 1,000-yard rusher from last year?
Can I answer that?
Hold on. I'm gonna finish real quick. Remember McPam last year when we played the Houston Texans? I believe you were one of the people, and again, I said I believe. Weren't you one of the people that told me Dameon Pierce is one of the young up-and-coming running backs?
Yep.
So how did that defense? You see how you're making the excuse this week when Christian Wilkins didn't play? That's why they ran on us. He didn't play last week and they didn't run on us.
I didn't even say that. I am pushing for Wilkins, but I didn't even say he was the reason. But I think he would have made the difference.
I think the only thing it proves is that we don't need one of them.
Yeah.
Now what I'm saying, Lewis, is if Christian Wilkins was in last week and not Sealer, and we stopped Pierce, then you can say the same thing. We don't know, but we know now because they just gave a contract to Sealer. You see what I'm saying? We know what they think.
If I can give Lewis a reason why, because I do believe that Dameon Pierce is going to be that type of running back. I stick by my words there. What I think the difference was between the Texans and the Jags is that offensive line. The offensive line of the Jags, to me, got way more push than the Texans did. So that offensive line coming up with a guy against somebody like Wilkins, I think there's a big difference.
Well, let's not forget that everybody forgot about Etienne, but he was slated to be a top 5 back in the league. So there you go. You just looked at the difference between a guy like Etienne and a guy like Raheem Mostert.
Yeah. And by the way, real quickly, offensive line play makes a huge difference with the running back. And Etienne is going to be that guy as well. He is a great running back. No doubt. But that offensive line of the Jags.
Hold on, Anthony, before you go, listen. Real quick. Hold on. Let me say something and then I'll let you go, Anthony, all right? Hey, being that Saller got his contract and that Instinct is back together, Wilkins, bye. Go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, no, but we talk about elite running backs or running backs in general. I thought the point of a great running back is to cover up the fact that our offensive line is not as great as we want it to be. I thought that's why we want a guy.
That is a good tool to use. Yes, it is a tool to use to cover up some of the inefficiencies. Correct.
I don't like to use the word cover up. I say elevate. I mean, it's, it is what it is. I will say this. Everybody that thinks our offensive line was horrid last night, there were a couple bright spots where, it was just a matter of Raheem Mostert not being able to make the cutback. I mean, let's be real.
Mm-hmm. Brooks had a bowling alley width to go into the end zone. I don't even think he got touched on that touchdown play, right? Mm-hmm. There was a bowling alley. I could have run through that hole.
That was Dearness Johnson. And here's the thing. That's the thing that sticks in our craw when we talk about hesitating to go get Taylor. We could have had him for $1.5 million. Yeah. In the same situation Taylor's in. The Browns had him on his last rookie year at paying him $600,000. Ali and I both said you could nab that guy for $1 million to $2 million. And what did the Jags get him for? And now he's running right through our defense like it wasn't even there last night for a touchdown.
No, that
One
I was
thing
talking
that
about
Lewis,
Brooks. I was talking about our offensive line actually
Well,
getting
I
pushed
got
in
you.
a
I just had
few
to. Right,
areas.
I got you. I just had to parlay that over to Johnson because I mean, when you talked about
No, that's
running
all right.
through a defense, that's the first thing that came through my mind from last night. To
Yeah.
Lewis's point.
one thing Lewis said, I just want to comment on real quick about the Texans and Dameon Pierce. Yeah, Dameon Pierce was a hell of a running back last season. He also was running back a virtually different offensive line last season compared to this season. They have 3 new starters that are on that team. And it's a little bit different. Now, it may not look pretty now, but that doesn't mean he can't be really good later on in the season. Just so you know.
Well, the
My point wasn't towards Damian Pierce.
Both guys weren't out last week.
Hold on, real quick. Hold on. I'm not trying to say that's an excuse for why we were able to dismantle the Texans last night or last weekend. But what I am trying to say is that I understand that it looked good, but it's the Texans, and they have a virtually new offensive line, new quarterback. It's
They're a rebuilding team. They're
a rebuilding team. Whereas what we just experienced is a team that's coming off of a playoff win. They are a playoff team. Everybody told me, Culler swore up and down, don't sleep on Doug Peterson. Don't sleep on Doug Peterson. He's going to elevate that team. I just know it. And he was right? So why are we surprised that a playoff team brought a lot to us? Now, granted, I know it wasn't pretty. I understand. Yes,
I don't think nobody's surprised at Jacksonville.
And here's the thing. I understand that it didn't look pretty. It is a preseason game, and I understand we want to look good. I get it. But at the same time, let's not act like this is a trash team that just steamrolled us, right? This is a playoff divisional winner team.
Hey, but we're measuring ourselves up against them and everybody else, how we elevate ourselves. And we always say we're the best.
Exactly. Like, I don't even know what we're talking about here.
But we're telling everybody, but we're telling our fan base that we have the best roster in the history of civilization. They didn't play like it.
And today, and you're acting like this is some trash-ass team that just rolled out of us, and we deserve what we get, and we have a trash team because of it. Fuck that, dude. I'm telling you straight up right now that this team didn't really care to really put it all on the field. I don't believe they did.
And neither did Jacksonville. And neither did Jacksonville. They didn't care neither.
All right, Anthony, what you have to say, Anthony?
That means that their depth is better than ours. Their 53 is better.
All right, go ahead. Alex, then Anthony. Go ahead.
Well, what I was gonna.
So yeah. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, it's cool. It's no big deal. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Anthony. Then Alexander. Go ahead.
Yeah, what I was gonna ask, guys. I don't get this is what I don't get with our fan base. They try. The past few games, Skyler has thrown horrible interceptions, but they overlook the fact that Tua underthrew multiple balls in those games, yet they criticize Skyler, who's the backup, and they don't say anything about our starter. Explain that to me.
Because, Anthony, there's a difference.
Line of thinking.
How is it
different, want me to tell you why?
It's not different, Alex. It's called hypocrisy. That's simple.
There are some people in this.
Because there's a 9 next to Skyler's 1.
Wait. Go ahead. I want to hear what Alex says.
There is a bunch of people in this fan base that hype up Skylar Thompson like he's the next big thing.
Name
there
him.
is a bunch of people in this fan base.
Name them on. We can name them on one finger.
Alex, do you want to know why that is? Do you want to know why that is?
One of them is Pete, obviously, but.
Alex, I'm sorry to tell you. Hold on.
Go ahead, Ali.
I'm sorry to tell you, but you are one of those people that hype up Tua so much that he could never do wrong. That's why you have a difference of opinion on another side that decide, okay, well, if it's okay for you to hype up a quarterback, even when he plays like shit and saying he's the next coming of God, then why is it not okay for me to say that about someone else on this team?
Well, not only that, Ali. Hold on, Alex.
Ali's right.
Hold on.
He's not
Alex,
wrong.
I told you last night on Late Night Exhale. I told you last night, if you go back and look at the very first play against the Texans, what did Tua do? Threw a bonehead interception that was so fucking dumb. He's so lucky the defense was able to get him out of it, right?
And I even excused him for it.
Why do we have to trash the backup quarterback for making the same mistake? Why didn't you go after your QB1 who's supposed to be MVP? Huh?
And I also excused Tua for that, did I not?
Hold on,
Should we go back and clip myself excusing Tua for
The only
that?
reason you have people yelling and screaming for Skylar Thompson is because you guys can't admit that sometimes QB1 makes mistakes. Okay, take the L. Sometimes we make mistakes, we work through them, and we get over it, right? I was told to take the L last night, right? I'm going to get over it. I'm going to move on to the next best thing, right? But the point is, Alex, is
Ali
that
is correct.
at some point you need
correct.
to hold your QB1 to a higher standard. So
Ali,
it's
and I'm
okay.
not-
It is
That's a
okay.
key word. Higher standard. Their
It
draft
is
position
okay. It
on
is
higher
okay
standard.
to criticize your QB1 when he makes bonehead mistakes, but don't try to use Skylar Thompson as a target every time you're trying to up your quarterback, knowing the fact that he had a bonehead mistake like other YouTube content creators around here.
Can I also say one other thing? One
Hold
other
on,
thing,
Carl,
real
let me
quick.
respond to Ali real quick.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, Ali, listen. I am not disagreeing with you because, yes, you're absolutely 100% right. I have been hyping up Tua like he's the next big thing. No question about it. And I'm not trolling. I am telling you this because it is the truth. But I have learned throughout the time that Tua's been the quarterback of this team, I have learned to be critical when he needs to be critical. Now, the thing is that Skylar is still very, very raw. Okay? Tua makes stupid mistakes, and I kill him for that. I don't do it on this panel, but I kill him behind the scenes for that. You can ask my wife what I say. You can ask my wife what I say. Because I have killed him for making stupid interceptions. And I'm like, and one of the things to say, I was like, what the F are you doing with this? Come on, bro. You're better than this.
You want to know you want to know something real quick, Alex? And I'm sorry. I know I've kind of like yelled over everybody, and I apologize. This certain topics really pissed me off. That's the point. Listen, the difference between Tua and Skylar is that Tua is a top 5 overall draft pick. He should not be making bonehead interceptions like that. Skylar Thompson is a 7th round draft pick. He is expected to make those He's expected to make those bonehead mistakes, right? It is expected. The fact that you want to continue, not you, but other people around here, and maybe even some YouTube content creators, which I will not name, want to sit there and use him as a target every time just to make a point that their quarterback is QB1, which we all agree on. Me, Lewis, everybody here at the Fin Tailgate, everybody that in this fan base agrees that Tua is the QB1. So
and Ali, I'm going to say it like I've said it 1,000 times. When you tell me that Skylar made a boneheaded mistake to excuse Tua's boneheaded mistake, all you're telling me is there's 2 bad quarterbacks. That's all you're telling me. I don't understand what people don't get with that logic.
It's delusional. It's what it is. It's delusion.
Number 2, hold on. What I wanted to say originally was, and maybe I can offer something to Alex, who seems to think that there's a zillion people out there hyping up Skylar. Okay. When there is people, when there's so many people trashing the guy, okay. When other than Pete, what I normally hear and interact with is people that are trying to show those people quantitatively and qualitatively why they are wrong that Skylar is garbage. If you see that as hyping up Skylar, I'm sorry, but I really don't know where all these boogeymen are that you see hiding behind wherever that are hyping up Skylar all day, other than Pete.
And can I jump on the back of that, Color? Because when I was looking at all the comments in this segment today, I saw so many people talking, get rid of Skylar. Skylar's trash. And
my
like
Twitter
you
feed
said,
was flooded with it, Pamela.
Yes, exactly. And like you said,
that's because their dumbasses are so convinced that Robbie Chosen is a great receiver. He's not.
He's not. And I mean, he showed that he had some major weaknesses. Can he improve? Maybe, probably. I don't know. But is that a reflection on Skylar's talent? No. Did Skylar have a great game?
I have never once in the length of Robbie Chosen's career, I have never once thought to put him on a fantasy lineup.
Yeah.
Not
No,
one
and
time have I ever
the
even
issue with-
looked at
the
him
issue
as,
with Skylar,
is he even
I
going to be
have
a
to admit-
sleeper today?
Pam, this is what hurt Skylar a little bit. I understand he was injured in college and stuff like that. He had a serious injury history throughout college, but him coming into the league at that advanced age, there's limited amount of development with a quarterback like that. Do you agree at that age?
I don't know that I agree with that really. I
I don't
really
either
don't
because the guy throws a beautiful football.
I don't really care about age, Anthony. I'll give you one name quarterback that was a Hall of Famer that came into this league at an older age. Kurt Warner. That's
There
all I'm
you
gonna
go.
say.
But I also want to point out to you, like, so you want to say that, he can't develop because he's a certain age. First of all, people develop at different ages, and some people, whenever things click with them, you get a really good coach, somebody that knows how to coach them, that can change them. But also,
Sam, who had the highest completion percentage for most of the season last year?
That would be Skylar.
No, that would be Geno Smith.
Geno Smith. Oh, I thought you meant on our team. I thought you meant on our team. It
Hey,
wouldn't
by
have
the way-
been Skylar anyway. It would have been Tua. That would be wrong.
Hey,
But-
I gotta run. Hold on, real quick. I gotta run off real quick. But Culler, you know what your mistake is?
Tell me.
Logic. You need to stop using it.
Oh, I know, bro. I know.
All right, see you guys later.
Bye, Jake.
Using
if I could just
using
finish,
logic with the Colt, using logic with the Tua Colt is unrealistic. Color, really, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just illustrated why it's neither Skylar or Tua's fault. Why I think that after Tyreek Hill left the field last night, we couldn't do nothing with the football.
But I want to point out some great plays by Skylar last night, and that it proves that he is a pretty good, maybe not super high quality, but a pretty good quarterback. He did things that a lot of really good quarterbacks can't do. And one of them was when that line was completely breaking down and you got that one defensive lineman from Jags. I mean, that guy was ginormous, wrapping his arms around him, and he keeps his eyes. And if you don't remember, you need to go back and look at that play. His eyes stayed downfield. He moved away from that defender and made a beautiful pass down the field. That's
the one criticism we have with Tua. He takes the hit instead of moving out of the way.
But keeping your eyes focused downfield when a line breaks down, that's big. And that kid can do that and has shown that over and over. Plus, he has a beautiful arm. I mean, did he make some bonehead throws? Yes, but I think a lot of them was on the wide receiver, bad route running.
Yeah, no, and Culler said it. He's a young quarterback that's still developing, even though he's been on the team for a while and learning this playbook. It still takes a quarterback to understand, maybe about 2 or 3 years to understand a playbook fully.
Yeah.
Do you guys agree?
And guess what? Jonathan Taylor helps him just like he'd help Tua. I'm pretty sure we win that playoff game last year if Jonathan Taylor's our running back.
Wait, did the Jonathan Taylor trade already happen?
Increases our odds significantly.
Did Jonathan Taylor's trade already happen?
Yeah, I know Crypto don't like absolutes, so I'll say yes. It increases our odds
It didn't happen
significantly.
Okay. The way Culler's talking, I thought the trade already happened.
And also, too, one thing you got to keep in consideration, too, hello, everybody on the panel and everybody in the chat room. One thing you got to keep in consideration, too, is that McDaniels picked Skylar Thompson for a reason, not to reward, but he's seeing some
right,
upside
Mr.
in
Paul.
this guy for
Right,
a
Mr.
quarterback.
Yeah.
Right,
Exactly.
McDaniel's a genius in every way except for picking a backup quarterback. You're
Mr.
right.
Paul, one other thing, Mr. Paul, I'm gonna say this because I'm kind of vomiting talking about it over and over again because people are just not really realizing what's going on. the NFL has changed the rules for having 3 quarterbacks on the starting however many day roster, how many people on the roster on game days, right?
Right. It won't count against your game day roster, correct?
The new norm for the entire NFL, not just the Miami Dolphins, but for the 49ers, everybody in the AFC East, NFC East, the AFC West, NFC West, all of them, is that they're going to be carrying 3 quarterbacks. All of them.
Right. There may be some teams out there that give up their.
Something I will say.
Hold on, real quick, Ali. There may be some teams out there that give up their second kicker for a 4th quarterback.
Yeah, and I will say, and I'm talking about the backup quarterback room, not starting QB. I'm not going to bring that up because we all agree that Tua is the starting QB for this team. But Skylar Thompson has something that the backup QB room for this team doesn't have. Playoff experience. All right. I just want to put that out.
So funny how we just throw that out the window, Ali, and ignore it. You know what I mean?
Regardless of him losing the game in the playoffs, which I could have argued we could have won the game, and I'm not going to get into that because it's a whole nother argument about a different room at this point.
Exactly.
But the point is, he still has the playoff experience.
Right,
Something
and Ali,
Mike
they
White
actually I've heard them actually try to say Matt Moore was better. Like, did you not see Matt Moore's playoff game?
At that point, Matt Moore, in my opinion, has more experience than Mike White. So yeah, I would agree.
But what I'm saying, what I'm saying is the people that say Matt Moore is better than Skylar, did they not see Matt Moore's one playoff game compared to Skylar's one playoff game?
They did get decimated. They did get decimated by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
The Steelers ate them up.
We lost by 3 last year.
We lost by 3. We were competitive. We were in that game. Regardless of how it started, it got turned around. That's my point.
That loss was not on Skylar. I don't think you can put that loss on Skylar.
Not considering the Waddle drops, the Gesicki drop, and the Tyreek Hill. Well, Tyreek Hill's play wasn't that important because we still drove down the field on that drive.
I could argue that the defense dropped the ball in that game because the defense changed it up in the 4th quarter. That changed the momentum of that game, to be honest. That's just my opinion. I know you guys will argue with me.
I just can't stand this. I just can't stand people ignoring those 3 drops by Waddle.
I'm not discounting it, but I'm talking about even if
one of those leads to another score.
But here's the point. Here's the point, Culler, I'm going to make, right? Even if those 3 drops happened, right? If the defense did not change what they were doing all game long in the 4th quarter, we may have won that game. That's all I'm going to put. And that's why.
I was just still speaking.
What do you mean did they change up? They were put on the short field, Ali.
I was still speaking.
No. Wait.
But Ali,
go back and look at that 4th quarter. Go watch the film, Crypto.
Okay, but Ali,
but they was put on the short field by interception.
Hold on. Go look at the game. Hold on. Go look at the game. That defense is applying pressure going after Josh Allen the entire game.
I understand.
Blitz, everything, the entire game. Go to the 4th quarter. Why did they stop bringing the pressure? Why would they change up this team? I understand you do, but I'm talking to Crypto. I'm sorry. I understand you understand.
I get you, Ali, but I was speaking relative to Skylar Thompson's performance. Okay? So what I'm saying is if even one of those completions happens and we're leading the game,
it changes the game. I got
it. Changes it in the respect that our defense can continue to pin its ears back and go after Allen.
Yeah, and it changes the perception of Skylar also by certain fans in our fan base saying that he didn't even deserve to be in that. There was fans saying he didn't even deserve to start the game. Tua should have started. And stuff like that.
He beat the Jets. I mean, he has to win against the Jets.
It's like a bunch of fucking lemmings running around ignoring those 3 drops. You know what I mean? Like, nothing to see here.
Well,
you guys do realize, and I'm talking to everybody and even people at home, but you do realize if Skylar Thompson doesn't win the game against the Jets, we're not in the playoffs, right?
Exactly.
Let's not throw that out the window either.
Let's not throw it out the window.
We may even have a different regime.
Good or bad, he still has the win. That's my point. Doesn't matter if he played good or bad in that game. He still has the win. And if that doesn't happen, we are not in the playoffs.
Yeah, to me, Skylar is at the same level as a Brock Purdy, basically. They're good backup quarterbacks that still need a little bit of development and stuff like that. Do you guys agree?
He may need.
I like that.
Purdy may need more development, but
I think Skylar just needs more time in the game.
Yeah,
right.
I kind of agree with that.
That was the thing. The number of times that we put in the second
Teddy
string, who I didn't think
Bridgewater.
should be second string quarterback, the number of times that guy lost us games, when I think Skyler could have come in and done a better job, actually.
Teddy Bridgewater. Yeah,
Yes,
I know what
that's
you're
the,
Looks
yep.
like I struck a nerve. Looks like I struck a nerve. Raphael says Matt Moore is throwing to what wide receiver? Skyler throwing to whom in the playoffs? Matt Moore is better than Skyler. I don't know. He was throwing to Jalen Waddle.
And Tyreek Hill.
Wait a minute. He was throwing to Jalen Waddle, who dropped the ball 3 times.
So are you trying to say that the other receivers were better than Jalen Waddle?
It doesn't matter what a name is.
Yeah.
The guy dropped 3 dimes.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Shout out to Noob. Noob's at it again. If you check out his Twitter, he has a new meme.
Ted Ginn could have caught one of those damn balls.
Don't bring up Ted Ginn. Don't bring up Ted Ginn to this fan base.
But he ain't wrong.
Kenny Stills would have pulled one of those down.
Mm-hmm. Devontae Parker could have caught one of those. Just saying.
I mean, what are we talking
Perhaps,
about?
Ali, perhaps there's a little stretching it, but maybe.
No. I think
let's just say he has caught one of those in his career, but it's possible.
Caller, I think what Raphael is saying is, what receivers did Matt Moore have? Skyler had.
Let me drive it home a little more. Robbie Chosen would have brought one of those down.
Okay. No, but I can see where Raphael's coming from with that. Technically, what elite receivers did a Matt Moore have? Those guys were
That's exactly where he was coming from. Yes. He was talking about Matt Moore.
What makes a receiver elite? Tyreek Hill dropped the ball from Skyler at 15 yards for missing a first down that was right in his breadbasket.
Hold on.
Elite receivers dropping balls.
Hold on. Anthony and Pam, listen to what you guys said. You guys said he was preferencing that the receivers he had to throw to were not elite like what Skylar Thompson had. Yes, you're right. But you could also argue then that's 100,000 times more why those receivers should have caught the ball and Skylar Thompson really wasn't the problem.
I'm just trying to clarify
where it's a circular argument. It's a circular argument, Ali.
I was not going there at all because I agree 1,000%. We should have won that game and had Waddle caught one of those 3, we would have. And so I'm not arguing that. I was just saying where Raphael was coming from. What he was saying was that.
But see us saying all that by us defending logic. Alexander thinks would think that we're hyping up Skyler. This is the conundrum we're in.
Right.
No, I'm not hyping up Skyler at all. I'm just saying that if we're
I'm just pointing that out, Ali. I'm just pointing that out. That's what's going on here.
Let's keep it 100. If we're going to yell at one player for doing it, we should yell at them all. That's all I'm saying.
Right. Exactly. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Everybody's in a timeout. Absolutely everybody is in a timeout.
No, I just want to say one thing because I've said this before on many platforms. When it comes down to any player being on the Miami Dolphin roster, I'm going to always be on the fence with them until they show me that they can contribute to a championship and a Super Bowl. I don't care who it is. So it's not, I'm not saying like with the Skyler situation. When McDaniels chose Skyler, if I'm not mistaken, in the 7th round, it was a reason for it. It wasn't a reason he didn't bring him in to replace Tua. He brought him in for a future quarterback. Okay, there are some
I agree,
people,
Mr. Polk.
Right, there are some because I've seen it in the chat room that said he should be QB1. No, Skyler should not be QB1 because he's not ready for that right now. Okay, does he have upside? Yes, he does. He does. And this applies to all players, all the players on the team.
This has to be a complete troll right here. Carla, you have to be trolling with that statement.
Oh, Carlo,
Like, seriously.
No, Carlo, come on.
We have shown the clip. We have shown the clip.
It
But we're not
matter.
gonna.
It doesn't even matter. We're not allowed to. What don't you understand? You come in here and wonder why we get shut down for weeks on end, and then you want to call us cowards for not showing an NFL licensed clip that will get us shut down.
Carlo,
You're trolling. You're completely trolling right now.
Carlo, you're a regular on here, and I have the utmost respect for you. But
Carla,
they cannot. I'm sorry, Miss Pam. I didn't
go
mean to
ahead.
cut
I'm
you off.
sorry. You go ahead. I'm sorry.
They can't show the highlight because they can get flagged and they can get shut down. That's why they can't.
Yeah, she knows that. She knows that, Alex. Don't patronize people. She knows that.
Real quick. I just want to say this, and then Miss Pam. I'm so sorry to cut you off again. But I have to give Lewis so much credit. For a while back, I'm gonna go to the Sealer thing for a second, and then we can go back to the Skyler thing. But a while back, I remember being on the panel, and Lewis did say that if we lose, if it's either Wilkins or Sealer, then there would not be that big of a drop off from Wilkins to Sealer. And I have to give Lewis a ton of credit for that. He nailed this right on the spot. The Wheeler extension done before the Wilkins extension. It could be a possibility that Wilkins may not be here next year. We don't know that. We don't know. This is just speculation. But he was actually spot on with that take. And I have to give Lewis so much credit for that.
Yeah.
He deserves a ton of credit.
Yeah, Alex. And it proves that, like, I think that I'm not saying they value Sealer more, but it feels like they know that Wilkins is asking for an unrealistic amount of money because he's an elite run defender, and what smart general manager, let's be honest, what elite Super Bowl winning general manager is get paid an elite run defender $25 million a year? Let's be honest. He's asking for $19 to $25 million a year. What elite Super Bowl winning general managers get do that for an elite run defender that doesn't offer a modicum of pass rush? Let's be honest.
We don't know if he's asking for that much yet. We don't know.
So if I can say something to that point, when you go to sell your car, you up price it at least $1,000 because you want this amount and people want a deal. So, is that what Wilkins is doing? I don't know, but you always ask for more. All they can say
he
is
would have
no.
already come to the middle by now, Pam, if that was the case.
I would think, yes. But
Yeah,
I think we gotta pay.
What they just said to him was, okay, this guy has just under your numbers. You know what I mean? And you both have.
What I'm talking about, Pam, is
Let me finish, bro. They're saying to him, look, you both have. So this guy has just under your numbers, Christian, and this is how much we just paid him. You're getting. You can only expect a little more than that.
Yeah. No, and Pam, what I'm trying to say is I'm not saying he hasn't earned the money, but his stats and production, like in terms of what we expect from him in terms of pass rushing and sacks, doesn't justify the amount of money he's expecting from the franchise, because that money is only for guys like Aaron Donald and even Jeffrey Simmons, guys who offer you 10 sacks, 10.5 to 11.5 sacks every year as a defensive tackle. At the max, Christian only offers you 7.5. That's not an elite defensive tackle in terms of sacks.
I gotta push back on those stats, and I'm pushing back big time on saying that he doesn't get the sacks. Christian Wilkins is double teamed most of the time. He is in a position where that is not where most players get the sacks. Where are the players getting the sacks? Over there by Phillips, right? That's where they're going. That is not the same position. They play in two different positions.
I don't know if I buy that he's double teamed all the time, because that's an awful lot of tackles. That's an awful lot of tackles for a guy that's double teamed all the time.
But he is double teamed a lot. I mean, you got to go back and look and see how often he's double teamed. But my point that I'm trying to make is he's doing that, and the guys are able to get to the quarterback and get the sacks. He's not in that particular position where that is a position where people get a ton of sacks.
So those guys that are getting all those sacks, they're not being double teamed?
I couldn't say that for a fact. I could not say that for a fact.
No.
Well, if they're that good, I'm sure they are. I mean,
I looked at the stats for double teams. The top two guys are Aaron Donald and Chris Jones. They're the top when it comes to being double teamed at the defensive tackle position and stuff like that. So technically, Christian is in the top 10, but he's not in the elite level when it comes to having to worry about constantly being double teamed.
Well, and what you just said though, you named two guys. So I mean, from that, I take, what is he, third? Say he's top 5.
No, he's not in the top 5. He's in the top 10, like in the low top 10.
You mean for being double teamed?
He gets his double team percentage is about 12.5%. Those guys are getting double teamed about 35 to 40%
right,
of the
and
time.
how many? Right, there's the drop off exactly, and how many people also have 12.5% or roughly thereof?
That's what I want to know. Where does it change? Like, where, from that 12.5%, which I don't know if I agree with that. I haven't seen it, but if you saw it,
the drop off I saw was, it starts at what I just told you for Christian, for Donald and Jones. Then it drops to 25%, which is Jeffrey Simmons and the guy who just Javon Kinlaw, not the guy who just got signed to the 49ers from the Eagles. I forgot his name.
Okay, that's 4.
Okay,
I think it's all about Fletcher
it drops
Cox.
off to 20. Then it drops to 15.5%. That's the middle range, which I can't remember the names. Then it drops to 12.9.
So it seems like there is a slight. It sounds like there is a slight correlation between the guys getting paid the top money and the guys getting double teamed the most.
Yeah. But I'm saying that if he's not in the top 5,
sacks is what I'm saying.
If he's not in the top 5, he's in the top of the top 10. That's
right,
what I'm.
They're still
that's what
getting
I'm
the
saying.
sacks, is what I'm saying.
He's
you.
in the low top 10, Pam. He's in he's at 8 or 9.
You mean being double teamed?
Yeah,
because as a player, when we compare, let's put it all in there, because to me, as a player, he's more closer to the top 5. I mean, those guys getting double teamed, do they have as many tackles as Christian Wilkins? Because you got to have the whole picture there.
Yeah, no, yeah. When you look at their tackles for loss, guys like Donald and Jones and Kinlaw. God, what's the guy's name from the Eagles that went to the whatever his name, Jared something. Do you know who I'm talking about, Culler? The guy who?
No.
Those guys are getting their tackles for loss are about 15 to 16, maybe even 20 tackles for loss every year and stuff like that. They're like the top of the top. Christian is about in the middle. He's in the middle of he's not in the top. He's in the mid-range of that top 10 when it comes to tackles for loss.
Yeah. And see, that's just what I'm saying. As a player, looking at all things considered, he's up near the top 5. So I'm not saying he deserves
that's what scares
20 or more. I am saying 17 or 18. I think he's worth that.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But our fan base, certain parts of the fan base thinks he's worth that money that guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's basically what I'm saying. If you compare him to Sealer's numbers,
they're even.
Forget the sacks for a moment. If you compare him to Sealer's numbers, Sealer is just off of those numbers, like the other guys are, as far as tackle, combined tackles, whatever, all that stuff. He's just off of that. So they just basically gave Sealer about $11 million a year, 20 of it guaranteed over 3 years. So what I'm saying is, because neither one of them get the sacks or command double teams like the other guys that got paid, they're saying to Wilkins, you could expect a little bit more than Sealer.
Which is 10 to...
Well,
I think
11
Sealer
million
got
with
10
20
and a
up
half million.
front. He got 11 million with 20 up front over 3 years. And incentives could get him another 5.
Yeah, and let's be honest. I'm a fan of Christian Wilkins, but as fans, we need to be realistic with what he's actually worth. He's an elite run defender. He's a great run defender. What is the actual price an elite run defender is worth in terms of what he offers to the team?
I think the Dolphins just said what they think it's worth.
No. In general, when it comes to that type
Well,
of...
it don't matter. It don't matter. It matters what the Dolphins think it's worth. And I think they just gave him the signal.
So you think we might trade him, Culler?
Not necessarily.
So, Culler, I heard Ali say, read that article. I heard that. When did that come out? I wasn't clear on that. Today. Okay. Because I don't know.
And Ian Rappaport reported it today.
Right.
And like when we read it, it had already been posted on NFL Network for like an hour.
Okay. I was just wondering if it had come out before today. I wasn't positive when it came out.
And this is
it came out after the Sealer news did.
I heard the Sealer news. I had heard that. Didn't we hear that last night? The Sealer news?
Yeah, he signed his contract at at 11:59 last night.
Oh well, I wouldn't have heard it then.
No.
I'm just mistaken on that part.
Right, that's more. I think it came out this morning, but that's why I just jumped in because I just found out myself about the Zach Sealer deal. So I said, let me see what's going on YouTube. But the thing is though, even though we may have difference of opinion with Christian Wilkins, at the end of the day, the Miami Dolphins going to do what they want to do anyway. Because I like Christian Wilkins, but at the end of the day, the Dolphins going to do what they want to do with him anyway, regardless of how we think of him. And I think a lot of him.
Yeah, and this is where I can see happening. If we want to get Jonathan Taylor, I think honestly we can do a 1-for-1 trade with.
Well, that's the thing. You asked the question of do I think we'll trade Wilkins, and I don't. That when I said not necessarily, I think it just depends on, that really. I mean, if the Colts want to ask for him, I wouldn't hesitate if I was them.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. But, without giving up any draft capital, we can trade 1-for-1 for. They need a defensive tackle.
Real quick, Mudbone, because Mudbone and I think I just figured out why Mudbone is here. Comes to watch me because he must have heard me yelling and screaming for the past 2 seasons about our tackling ability, open field tackling ability. He says Dolphins need someone to teach us to wrap up. Our tackling looks like football follies sometimes. You're spot on, Mudbone. And that's why I say we got the guy. We got the guy. I mean, Cater Kohu can teach them all. He's the best open field tackler on our team.
These 3 losses in the preseason prove that we have a lack of depth behind our starters. That's what this proved. Like, if our starters get injured, we don't have depth behind them. That's what this proved. This preseason proved we don't have any depth behind the starters, really.
Well, we'll see. I guess we got depth, just not at every single position.
Right. And after last week's preseason game, I would have said the opposite. I was saying it looks like we got a lot of depth.
And I think our wide receiver room seems to not be as good as we hype them up to be beyond Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think
it's starting to become clear to me after 2-3 seasons now. It's like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Why is there such a drop off? As soon as they're off the field, we can't get a guy open and can't hit nobody. Tua can't find nobody. It's like, what the hell, man? Skyler can't find nobody. I mean, at some point, you got to take it off the both of them and say, look, when Tyreek and Waddle are off the field, it's a dumpster fire in the secondary.
And I think that, you know what it is also? I think we hyped up bringing Wes Welker a little bit too much. Also, like, he's a good receiver coach, but he's not an elite level coach.
Well,
a guy you don't really need to develop a guy like Deebo Samuel. Really, let's be honest. You guys don't need, when you have an elite receivers like a Deebo, Waddle, and a Tyreek Hill.
Oh, he's probably there to teach our guys how to sit down in the zone. What he needs to be teaching them is how to look the football all the way into possession. But that's just me.
Yeah, he had great
And
hands throughout
to
his
run their
career,
routes better.
which is kind of
point,
shocking.
man.
I'm surprised he
Good
hasn't
point.
taught him how to use the jugs machine, because Wes was a great hands catcher.
And I can't imagine when you talk about the question that came up last year about comebacks and all that and helping your quarterback out when our guys just run to the end of their route and start sticking their fingers up their butt. I mean, Welker's
Right,
not
you gotta
yelling
come
and screaming at these guys to, you know, like.
That's
ahead,
what
Mr.
hurt
Buck.
me yesterday with yesterday's game. That as far as running the wide receivers coming back to help the quarterback, and I did not see much of that yesterday. When your quarterback
how
is
much
back
how
there
much can
scrambling,
you
you need to
expect the
learn to
receiver
come
to
back.
help if
That's
the
old school.
quarterback is constantly underthrowing the ball, though? Like if a
Nah,
guy
bro. I'm talking about Tua, Skyler. It don't matter who the quarterbacks are. Our
No, that's
receivers
what I'm
literally
saying
run to
in
the end of
general.
their
In
routes
general,
and stand there.
That's
No,
old school. When your quarterback is in trouble, you come back to him. I mean, I know that, and I'm not
Or
a
as
wide
Doc
receiver.
pointed out, real quick, Mr. Punk, let me adjust that a little bit. As Doc pointed out, each receiver has what they're supposed to do in that drill. It may not be coming back per se. It depends on where they're at, what part of the zone they're in, you know, who's behind them, stuff
what
like
part of
that.
the
I
route
get it.
they're in.
But the point is, the one thing they're not supposed to be doing is standing there handing each other's phone number out at the end of their route.
Or run into
Most of
each
our
other.
backup
That's when
receivers
it's not a game.
seem to chest catch instead of hands catch. Do you agree, Culler?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about most of them. Look, we
And
got problems in the
Since you
second.
play the
We
receiver
got
position,
problems in
Culler, can you
receiver.
explain to me what the difference between hands catching and chest catching is?
Well, it depends because I don't look at it that way in the first place. I look at it. You catch the ball with your eyes. Simply.
So you're looking at the ball
There's no
into
other.
your hands.
There's no other organ that is more important to you catching the ball than your eyes.
Okay.
None.
No, because
I can catch it with my body. I can catch it with my hands. I can catch it with my arms. I can catch it with my pinky toe. It doesn't matter to me. I can kick it up to myself before it hits the ground.
If you look at all the way in.
Yeah. No. The reason why I asked that is because people all like when you're analyzing receivers coming into the draft or coming into the league, they always say they don't talk about their eyes. They always talk about chest catching and hands catching.
Well,
They don't.
because the average person, you know, even in the media, even the people in the know, don't see it that way. Look, really good coaches and really good players know that. That's one of those things, Anthony, that separates good from great.
Yeah.
Is knowing that as a receiver.
Okay. Yeah. No. That's why I asked that question because
There's
I
plenty
follow
of good receivers that don't look the ball in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They get that. But these gloves. I mean, if you checked out these gloves these days, it's not hard to catch a football without looking at it. I'm not saying you have to be looking at the ball to catch it. I'm saying that every single drop, the guy's eyes are off the football. Show me a drop where a guy looks it all the way to the ground with his eyes, where his head follows the ball all the way to the ground. Show me that.
Yeah, no, and for me, I blame certain routes too. That sometimes some of these receivers are so focused straight on instead of looking back for the ball. Of course,
That's why you have to excuse it sometimes, because the speed of the NFL, these guys will get their heads taken off. I get it. And there is a certain skill to being able to make that transition quicker. But you still have to look at all the way into possession.
Yeah. No, I understand what you're saying. Like, the reason why I asked that is because
just because you get lucky every once in a while, and can make that transition, and some guys can do that every single catch, and that's that's a way to cheat basically. But you're cheating, and because your eyes aren't on the football, it's gonna bite you, just like cheating does.
and I'm gonna bring up 2 Hall of Fame receivers that people forget. They almost got cut off their teams because of the fact that they weren't looking the ball into their. Terrell Owens almost got cut off the 49ers, and Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice wasn't Jerry Rice right away. He got cut off, almost got cut off the team twice as a rookie and as a second-year player and stuff like that. Let's not forget Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens, 2 Hall of Famers, had that same issue and stuff like that. So let's not act like they were Hall of Famers right away. Like, Culler, do you know what I'm saying? Like, people need to be patient with these receivers and stuff like that.
And again, when you're talking about those 3 passes in the playoff game, I mean, bro, one of those has to be caught, man. Come on, man. Like, seriously. Just about any receiver in the league would have brought down one of those balls, man.
Yeah, and the Ted Ginn analogy is not lost on me, because that is the only Miami Dolphin player I ever I just didn't like that guy.
Pam, he was the king of watching the Jumbotron while he's trying to catch a football.
Oh yeah. And the king of Lord help me if somebody touches me.
Right.
Run out of bounds before the first down because he might get touched. And I don't mean waylaid. I'm not saying you got to get yourself waylaid. I'm just talking about touched. He was the biggest weenie I've ever seen.
He was a prima donna. He's what a prima donna, true prima donna receiver is.
He's a little harsh, but whatever.
I don't know. I'm telling you, he had mustard and ketchup all over him.
No, that's fact, because I seen that in the future when he was at Ohio State. I seen the when Ohio State and he was in the game played. I forgot what Florida team it was.
It was Miami. It was Miami during the championship.
Florida Gators. Nope, Florida Gators. He got himself hurt in the national championship after celebrating from running a kickoff back. And he celebrated so hard, jumping up and down, he hurt himself and could not play in the game again.
The rest of the game. Exactly.
Because of the rules in the NFL, guys, do you think we're never going to see another Crash Jensen like what Culler's been talking about, that we need a receiver like a guy like that? Do you think because of the rules in the NFL, we're never going to see a player like that again?
Like you talking about like Crash Jenkins, the Swiss Army knife?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? We had somebody like that with what's that guy named? Because we had him in our on our team.
Charles Clay?
Not long. No, not Charles Clay. This is after Charles Clay. Good grief! I seen this name in the chat room.
Did he play receiver or tight end?
Lynn Bolton, because I'm not saying he's on the same level as Crash Jenkins. Lynn Bolton was their quarterback, running back, and receiver when he was in college.
Mm-hmm.
That's
because of the school he played at Navy?
The difference being Crash Jensen did all of those three things as well.
Right, exactly.
Including punting the football.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying, dude. In general,
and long snapper. Don't forget, Jensen used to long snap too.
No, that's what I'm asking. You guys think because of the speciality of the NFL. We're never going to see a player like that anymore.
I don't know why the new NFL rules have anything to do with that. You can still use a guy
I'm
like
saying,
that.
I think the
what I'm
changes
talking
of game
about
might
in
have
terms
something
of
to do with
scouting, they
that.
want players to be playing one position most of the time.
Oh, I don't know.
That's
I
why
think you're reading too deep, bro.
You think so?
Yeah. I think any team would take a
And
Crash Jensen these days.
Right,
Yeah.
but
there are rules
maybe the
changes.
right, and then the game has changed also since Crash Jensen played, so that may play
Exactly.
a role into it too. The NFL has changed.
Exactly, Mr. Polk.
When it comes to the rules, do you think it's ever going to be reciprocal, where it's going to be down the middle when it comes to being even with penalties for offense and defense, or it's never
No.
going to happen again?
Never going to happen again.
It's going to be whatever the NFL wants it to be.
Yeah. And right now they just keep heading down that lane of you can't look cross-eyed at a quarterback, especially on some teams. Some quarterbacks are allowed to just waylay him.
They protect. They protect. Did you see how many penalties? I can't remember which game it was. Did you see how many roughing the passer penalties last season that Patrick Mahomes got?
Yes, absolutely. I'm telling you, after that Super Bowl, I have no respect for that dude. The number of times he couldn't walk, he's hopping, couldn't walk, and goes off and comes back on, and he's just fine. He did it over and over, and all the announcers, all they kept, and he's out there and he's hurt. I mean, dude, just go play your game and quit trying to be the drama queen of the year.
Trying to win the Oscar. Just saying, he was trying to win the Oscar.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was saying. Exactly. I mean, he's definitely a good quarterback, a great quarterback even. But that whole thing of how badly hurt he was, I'm sorry. You want to talk about bad acting. Whew.
No, and I'm going to say this. These rules came after Peyton Manning's injury. Let's be honest. Like, thank Peyton Manning for these quarterback protection rules, Miss Pam.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I would say it was Peyton Manning. I thought it was more Pansy, actually. That's who I blame for that.
Oh, Tom Brady?
Yes, Pansy. That's my name for him. Because he's always like looking at the referees. Oh my gosh, did you see that? I mean, drama queen. I mean, I look at the things that they did to Ryan Tannehill, for example. And there was a game against Baltimore we had one time, and we got a flag. I mean, it was not roughing the passer, but we got one. And then the very next time, it's helmet to helmet, straight up in his face. His jaw got jacked up and pushed back. They waylaid him, and there was no flag.
Where is Lewis when you need him? You guys
Come
gotta
on,
stop
am I wrong, Culler? Did that not happen? You know it wasn't the same for Tannehill as it was for Pansy. It just wasn't.
Well, it's what happens when you stand there like a Christmas tree 52 times in one season or whatever it was.
Wait, who was the Dolphins quarterback? Who was the Dolphins quarterback that we always talk about that you guys respected because he came back after getting waylaid? Was it Chad Henne or something?
No, it was Matt Moore. Moore got knocked out because of a concussion. Matt Moore. Look, if Tua would have taken the hit that Matt Moore took against Pittsburgh in that playoff game, there would be no more Tua in this league. Bet that.
I mean,
we can compare Matt Moore to Skyler all we want, but I'm telling you, if Tua would have taken that hit, there would be no more NFL Tua.
So I don't disagree with that, but Culler, you can't tell me that there aren't certain quarterbacks that are more protected.
Well,
than
yeah,
others.
and it goes down to, I noticed recently, Pam, it seems there's more of a phenomena of first and second year quarterbacks that aren't getting that deference now. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, you're allowed to be hit and almost die because you haven't been in the league as long as so and so over here. You know what I mean? That's the one thing Cam Newton was trying to point out early in his career.
Yeah.
You know?
No, and Culler, I think it's
Jared Goff too. Look at the hit. Look at the hit that Jalen Ramsey put on Jared Goff.
Yeah.
And Jared Goff's like second year or something in the league when they first moved to LA. I think it was.
Yeah.
Fisher put him in a game.
And it's teaching
Fisher
these
put
kids
him in a preseason game or something, and Jalen Ramsey absolutely lit him up when they played Jacksonville. Or no, it wasn't Jalen Ramsey. I'm sorry, it was Richard Sherman when they played Seattle.
Yeah, Richard. Yes,
and not even a penalty. There wasn't even a penalty on the play.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna use this term. I think it was teaching. It's teaching these young quarterbacks to take their lumps, to take a hit like that.
Yeah, look it up. Look up. Sherman hits Goff, and you'll see the play I'm talking about. And Goff is on his way to running out of bounds, and Sherman just lights him up on the sideline. Not even a penalty flag.
And my point is that if you've got the rule, apply it across the board. Apply it across the board, because how many times last year, like Phillips getting flagged last year, I forget who we were playing, but he got flagged for roughing the passer. And that tackle that he did was textbook. This is how you are supposed to do it. And that flag came out.
I know the game you're talking about. It was the Chargers. It was Chargers against Herbert.
Yes, that's right. And that flag was so absurd, and so they're going to pull that out. And that was they shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be doing that. And if you're going to do it across the board. I don't care what your rule is, just apply it across the board.
Right.
And I think it's that quarterback protection rule. Maybe it's only for the superstar quarterbacks. They only apply it to those guys like a Jalen Hurts, Patrick Mahomes, and guys who earn that from the referees. Maybe that's why you see it's not applied evenly across the rule. They're doing that to they only give that favoritism to the superstar quarterbacks, which is kind of unfair, Pam. I agree with you. If you're gonna use that rule, apply it evenly across to every quarterback. It feels like you're treating certain quarterbacks differently because they have a Super Bowl ring or something like that.
And it changes the game. It changes the game.
72 says, not this year. Hong Kong Tua will be out only 5 games and have more excuses when he chokes at the end of the season like his first 3 years.
You better hope not, 72.
I just read it because he called him Hong Kong Tua. That's
Hong Kong
hilarious.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But you better hope not. You better hope that ain't so.
But you know why he said that, right?
Oh, sure.
Okay, Hong Kong Fooey.
Yeah, because of the jujitsu. Yes, I get it. Yep. Listen, I don't care what the guy wants to do to be better. He can go do anything he wants to. Go quilting class if you want to. If it makes you better and makes you less vulnerable, I'm all for it.
Yeah. Take up ballet like Lynn Swan did. Then improve your game.
Yeah. All of y'all if anybody wants to talk smack about a ballet class, I'm going to line you up and give you a nice little easy ballet class, and nobody will be walking the next day. That's a fact.
Wait, Thirsty thinks that I only pull up negative comments. No, I pull up the comical comments.
No, and Miss Pam, this is what I don't get. Why is it that fans make fun of football players for taking ballet? Like, you don't realize how flexible that makes these guys. Like, let's be honest.
Flexible, but it's talking about balance too. Because
lots and lots of things.
It showed in. I'm going to cut you off, Miss Pam, but it showed in Lance Swan when I found out that he took ballet classes. I said, "Oh man, good grief! Look how he's playing." So it's nothing wrong with that.
There's a lot.
Orlando Pace said he took ballet to help him with his footwork.
Right.
There's also a lot to be said about your center your body, where your weight is. If you get your weight in the back of your heels, if you get it back, whether it's football or dance, you are going to have a problem. You're going to fall, you're going to get pushed back, whatever it is, you're not going to complete what you're trying to complete. So that is one thing that ballet also teaches you, is about how to keep the weight more forward into the front part of your feet, into your toes. And I'm not saying on your toes, I'm just saying have better balance where you're not off balance with your weight behind you.
So it teaches you to put it on the front instead of your ankles, is what you're saying.
Yes. And
It gives you cankles.
It gives
Be real, Pam. It gives you cankles.
Yeah. Well, yeah, your calves end up being the same size all the way up and down for sure. But yeah, so I happen to know this for a fact because I taught dance since 1973 and I started dance in 1962. So this is not something that I know a little about. It's something that's like part of me. So I know about this. And I had a couple of guys who owned karate studios that came and took ballet class to help improve their competition level of karate. So there's a lot of athletes understand the benefits of it. And I'm not saying everybody has to take ballet, but it wouldn't hurt you.
And Miss Pam,
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
Raphael asks, was anyone worried when Tua went for the fumble recovery? I mean, I guess, yeah, preseason, you probably want to get out of there and not make a business decision and probably not. But I can see how he didn't want to be shit on all week by the fans. So, you know.
You talking about from the game yesterday?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I was actually, I came in a couple minutes late on the game because apparently the 561 region didn't get to see the game. We got golf, you know, even though the guide said Dolphins versus Jags. So I had to find a alternative, we'll say, and that's all I'll say. But yeah, so I got in a couple minutes late and didn't actually see the fumble. But
no, I did,
Yes.
but it was. Here's the thing: when the ball was fumbled, instead of Tua, if I'm not mistaken, jumping on it, he looked like he knocked it over to who was that? Kendall Lamb, because
yeah,
right, he knocked it over to Kendall Lamb.
So that's cool. So it did make me think of a question though. What is going to be the over under for game one for how many times Connor whiffs a snap?
Oh my goodness! Don't talk about that.
That's a
so
pretty good
scary.
bet, man. You know what I mean? Like, you know,
I don't
like,
think he's gonna. For me, I don't think
that.
it's
Hold on.
gonna
If you
be
can
a
get that
problem.
one if you can get that one at 0.5, take it. Take the over.
We need to eliminate. Then,
that's
if
right.
we're worried about the over snapping, take away the shotgun. Then
I might even
most of
take
his
the
plays on
over
the
at
center.
1. You know what I mean? Like, but if you can get in at 0.5, man, take the over.
That's a good bet right there. I would take that, and I don't bet.
Because you'd like to believe somebody could correct a problem at some point, but damn, that's 2 weeks in a row, man.
And he had what, 3 of them last week?
Yeah,
I think it was 3.
No, and I have a question, guys. I'm not sure if you answered this question last stream.
I wonder if he goes to the sideline smacking his cheeks, you know?
Was this? I know Connor came in the last few games before this one where he started at the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth. But was this his first game fully as the starter at center for the Dolphins in the preseason?
I have no idea, to tell you the truth.
I can't answer that either. I have no idea.
He started last week.
That's what I thought, because it was him, right? It was him that did that, and it was. I know. I'm almost
second play of the game. It was the second play of the game.
Yeah. And this one was the first play of the game.
Yeah, and I'm saying this. If this is an issue with him with shotgun snapping, have him do have Tua do most of the things. It seems like he only has that issue with shotgun and stuff. Just make Tua do it purely under center.
Yeah, that ain't gonna work, bro.
Why?
You can't have no. Sorry.
To up on the center like that.
How about we
you
just get a center that can snap a shotgun?
It's going
Much
to end up
easier.
being like really limited. You really limit yourself if you can only do it under center.
Have Dan Feeney. Dan Feeney
Tua
didn't
ain't
have
the
that issue.
quarterback. Trust me, Tua ain't no quarterback is the quarterback to do that.
Yeah, no, and for me, I'm gonna say this: if
Maybe Lamar Jackson, because they could run a bunch of option plays. You know what I mean? But nah, there's no quarterback that can do that, bro.
yeah, no, honestly, this is where I'm saying I think Dan Feeney should be the starter at center.
Fair enough.
Because Dan Feeney didn't seem to have that issue that Connor has.
And he also seemed to be improving his blocking. But again, he's still not a starting center in this league, bro.
Dan Feeney or Connor?
Dan Feeney.
Oh,
if he was, he would already be.
Oh, his blocking is improving. I said this on other panels. Our team seems to be better at run blocking than pass blocking. For some reason, our team struggles with pass blocking, consistent, good pass blocking, and stuff like that. Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah, that's a symptom. That's because of the very reason that they're good at run blocking, because this type of system requires that type of offensive lineman that simply doesn't have the ability to stand there and not get pancaked on pass coverage.
Yeah,
I'm getting tired of this issue, that we either have a great pass blocking offensive line or a great run blocking offensive line. It's never right down the middle. Good at both, but not great at one. We're either great at one or the other. We're never good at both.
Right. Yep. It's been an ongoing problem for sure.
The unicorn offensive line was better at pass blocking. This offensive line is good at...
Right, and the way that the West Coast makes up for that, Anthony, is through short passing to those backs.
And I don't think we didn't use a lot of those flare routes for the running backs last year that you're talking about, those short routes.
Yeah, of course, because we didn't have a Jonathan Taylor.
Yeah,
my
but I feel like our run game wasn't really the problem. Our run game improved so much last year and was actually good. And as I've said for a long time, I think the problem was we got away from the run game, especially when I look at the Buffalo game and we're all in the snow. And
But again, Pam, there's a lot of us that believe that the reason we got away from the run game was because of load management.
What do you mean by load management?
Well, I mean, when you got Mostert coming off the field saying, I got a sore ankle, McDaniel's going to say, okay, let's not risk an injury.
Unbelievable. Like that's if you don't want to play.
Well, what other explanation could there be, bro, to just start abandoning the run when it's working, bro? I don't understand when the snow starts to fall.
Yeah, I was at a loss for figuring out why they did that. So maybe
it was because we had
what you
no
said.
faith in our running game. If we did, we'd have kept running the ball.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If our running back's complaining about a sore ankle, cut him. Cut him off the team.
No, I mean,
I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying, bro, it's load management. None of our backs are the type that can go 17 games where you're getting at least 15 carries.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
And then when you need him that occasional game because the snow starts to fall, you need to bump him up to 25 carries that game. We don't have that back. That's what we keep trying to tell people. Mostert is not that guy.
Neither is Jeff Wilson.
But he was doing it though.
No, Pan,
Yeah,
he wasn't. He's been in the league 7 years, and they used him the same way in San Francisco.
in San Francisco. Yeah,
That's why you
they
saw
used
the
the same way.
emergence of Jeff Wilson and everybody behind him.
Right. Well, what I saw is our run game get us into a place where we were, thinking, okay, we can win this game, and then a complete abandonment of the run game. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have passed the ball some, but it felt like
But when you're staring the Buffalo
it.
defense in the face, in that situation, and your running back is out of gas, I mean, what are you going to do? McDaniel just relied on what got him there, the passing game.
And then I think a thing that plays a role in this also is that we have to get that type of running back on our roster, because we keep grabbing these backs that are not 3-down backs. Also, that they're, I hate to say, injury prone. We got to get that running back because it's been years since we had one.
Here's the other
When's
thing.
the last time we had? Mm-hmm.
The other thing is the games we lost last year and the way we lost some of them. You find yourself in that situation again, and what are you going to do? You got Chase Edmonds that can't get 2 yards on 2 plays off beautifully blocked play. And then you got
he completely went the wrong way, right? Like, I mean,
now that guy won the starting job over Mostert, did he not?
Yeah, and that was crazy to me.
So there you go.
That was crazy to me.
So if they thought Chase was a better running back in that situation than Mostert, why wouldn't they think Jonathan Taylor is?
Well, it's like one of the things we were saying, I think it was yesterday or it must have been day before yesterday. We were saying about, if you have a play that works, you keep running it until it doesn't. But if you have a play that doesn't work, you don't keep running it until they've proven you.
But on that situation, it actually did work.
It worked, but the running back went the wrong way.
Right. Now, what I thought was foolish was not necessary. I mean, that was a regular off-tackle zone run, so it wasn't like it was something you throw out of the playbook because it didn't work twice in a row. You should have never ran that. We called a timeout. There's some little bit of Mandela effect going on. Maybe it's on my part. We'd all have to go back and watch the game. Everybody remembers it as we called timeout after the failed attempt on 3rd down and decided to go for it on 4th. That's not what happened. We called timeout on 2nd down after the 2nd down play. Okay, it was 3rd and 2. We called timeout. At that point is when we said, we're going for it, and we ran in 2 plays. So we wouldn't have to call timeout, wouldn't have to waste any time. We could get right back up on the line of scrimmage and run the 2nd play. No audible needed. You know what I mean? We all know what we're running. We've done that 1,000 times in high school when we were playing. Like, call timeout after 2nd down. Okay, 3rd and 2. We're getting this 2 yards. Here's the 2 plays we're going to run. So that's why I suspect that's what happened there. I could be wrong. But we basically called timeout after 2nd down with the intention, obviously, of going for it. Why would you call 2nd down there if you're just going to kick the field goal or punt on 4th down? You're running in 2 plays. Okay, and you needed the timeout to set those 2 plays. And what they did was run in the very same off-tackle play twice in a row.
Yes.
When Tua was already cooking to get us down there in the first place.
Yes. But
so that's a case where he took the ball out of Tua's hands and ran too much with the wrong running back.
I absolutely agree with that. And I can see, because the play worked beautifully, other than the fact that the running back went the wrong way. So
based on how Tua was playing on that drive, there are 5,000 plays in our playbook that have a better probability of success than Chase Edmonds off tackle twice in a row.
Right. Well, And but I can see why they would call it the second time. It was the third attempt at the running play. Like that was the one that just blew me out of the water. Like you went back there again. That made no sense to me.
I mean, when you're running in 2 plays, you're saying, okay, we're going to run a basic play on the first one, probably that off tackle. And you're like, okay, if we have to go to 4th and that didn't work and got stuffed, then all we have to do is run a simple bootleg and toss it out to somebody. I mean, it's 2 yards.
So are you saying, Culler, that they ran in 2 plays, but it was the same play?
Yes,
like I know
that's
the
what I
first
remember. That's
and
what
the-
I remember seeing.
So 3 times, right? 3 times at the wall for the same
Well, I
play.
don't remember what we ran on 2nd down. I just know that it was good for 8 yards because it got us down to 3rd and 2. And before 3rd and 2, we called timeout and then came back in and ran the same play twice in a row on 3rd and 4th and 2.
See, I was thinking we got those yards on 1st down, and when it was 2nd down, we had the off tackle with Chase Edmonds, and then we did it again on 3rd down and 4th down. That's what I was
well,
thinking.
I maybe, but I don't remember how we got it to 3rd and 2. Okay, that I'll say. But my point is that even if it wasn't, we ran the same. We called timeout to send in the same play twice.
Right. Yep.
Like you wasted the timeout if that's all you were going to do anyway. Tua could have called that a 2nd time really quick without burning the timeout.
And I agree with that. I thought that was dumb.
I would have
didn't
thought
like
you
it.
called the timeout because you said you got something special. You got something you all practiced in this situation. You're going to run off tackle the first time. If it don't work, run up to the line and run this 2nd play that we've been practicing for 3 months that is our bread and butter, or whatever.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I
That's
was
usually
shocked
what
at
you
that.
do in that situation.
Yeah.
If you're calling timeout before the 2 plays.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm
Well, we
looking
always did.
I'm looking at G's comment down there. What improvements can we list? I see some players I'm highly interested in, and one of them is listed there right below Mr. Polk's name, Chris Brooks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I'm gonna say this because I got criticized when I brought up Chris Brooks' name, but I'm gonna say this. He's not the same person as what's that guy's name? I was up. This guy's special. He's 6'1", 220 something pounds, and he runs like he has a chip on his shoulder. Now I'm not saying he is Taylor. No, far from it. But if we should try to find some kind of way to keep this guy on our team, even if it's injury preserve or something like that, we need to try to find a way to keep this guy because I think this guy has a lot of upside. Is he
Right, he could be the guy following up Taylor.
Well, whoever it is,
like
right?
Jalen is following up Tyreek, and Cam Smith or whoever you take your choice is following up Ramsey and X, and Phillips is following up Chubb. Yeah, he could be the guy following up Taylor. You're right.
Whether it's Taylor, whether it's Mostert, Brooks is a different style running back. He is that more beastie guy. And I see Carla had made the comment that he was okay in preseason, and I'm thinking that's not what I saw. What I saw was a guy running over people like Raphael was saying. Like, I mean, Brooks to me looks exciting.
Look what he did in the game yesterday and the game before that.
Exactly.
He's trying to show us something. But like I said, I'm not saying he's on the same level as Taylor, but he has some upside, and we need to try to hold on to this guy because if you can't put him on the practice squad, because other teams are looking at him also, and
he will
probably
be gone.
rubbing their hand. Exactly. So we need to try to find a way to keep this guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I think you might even see that, Mr. Polk, because you know, it is what it is. The guy's a good runner. I mean, I don't know. We got to be careful though, Mr.
No,
Polk. You know
yeah,
how
yeah,
you and I have been burned
exactly.
a couple times, man.
Right, because I got criticized for saying it. And, and
I
whatever,
think
but
Brooks makes
no.
the 53. That I've been saying that for a couple of weeks. You know, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm going out there on that limb. I'm saying Brooks makes the 53.
All right, all right.
You know,
Well,
A-Chain looked like a lock, right? He looked like a lock, and I'm not saying he's not making it, but you know, he's gotten hurt. And I looked at Ahmed. Ahmed looked fantastic last week, and he made some good runs this week, but he got hurt.
right on. So for final, I you know, I appreciate all 52 of you still hanging with us. We're at the 5.5 hour mark, and I promised I wasn't going to go this long. So I do got to wrap it up. Everybody's still with us. Please like, share, subscribe. You know the deal. Use the links in the description below for Fanatics, W Energy drinks, as well as Backroom Collection. Show them all that we told you to go there. They like when we do that. And make sure you're hitting up our website, tftgnetwork.com. Bookmark it, make it your homepage, centralized location. If you want to help out the channel, you can do that with Cash App, $, the Fins Tailgate, or Venmo, the Fins Tailgate, as well as super chats, super stickers, and memberships, all 3 different levels. So appreciate everybody that has already supported the channel, that continues to, and everybody that likes and shares. Hit the notification bell so you know when we're going live. And today's final thoughts are going to be a quick yes or no question for you all. We'll start. Okay. Well, I always say ladies first, but I guess in the YouTube world, the last person that goes is the one, right, Pam, or what?
Yeah. Oh, I don't care. You can put me wherever. I'm fine.
I'm a traditionalist, so yes or no? Do we get Jonathan Taylor, Pam? In your opinion?
No.
Okay.
I'm not saying we don't need him. I'm just saying.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's a blanket. Your opinion as to what the Dolphins do.
Right.
All right. Well, as always, you can stay up here while I close it out. I just, but I want to thank you for coming by and enriching our panel once again, as you always do.
Thank you.
That's for real, Pam. And
thank you.
Please tell your husband I said hello.
I will tell him, Mr. Polk.
Mr. Polk, what do you think? Yes or no? We get Jonathan Taylor?
That's a good one. I'm gonna take a guess and say yes, but I wouldn't be disappointed if we don't.
All right.
Let me say, yeah, I wouldn't be disappointed.
Final answer? You want to phone a friend?
Yes, he wants his phone a friend.
Well, as always, just like Miss Pam, we appreciate you enriching our panel, Mr. Polk. I'll take that as a yes. And how you doing, Miss Fins? Thank you for the compliment. So, Crypto, you're like I'd save you for last because I know it's impossible for you to give a yes or no answer. So, what do you think? Yes or no? Do we get Jonathan Taylor?
I'm going to say it's about a 15% chance we get him.
Okay.
Looks like I'm going to have to break the tie.
No.
So that being said, I say we have to. I say yes. It's the only logical move to make. It makes complete sense. I say the wave function collapses to yes. We get Jonathan Taylor. And with that, I thank everybody for hanging with us this long. Get them likes up on the way out. Appreciate every one of you coming by, and have a great, wonderful day.